Mu Yunxi and Nanju strode through the large mansion. I am the third young miss, the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Huani, a new noble lady poised to shake the capital. Her eyes sank deep into bitter memories, never having thought she would be mired in the mansion's hidden struggles. Recalling when Yunxi trembled before the fragments of the vase. Today, Song Momo framed me for shattering the moonlight vase, causing my mother and my older brother to lose their lives. Her brother lay tragically, miserably prostrate on the ground. Clearly, nothing had happened, yet upon returning home, I discovered my chastity mark was gone. I was framed for losing my purity, and from then on, received the cold shoulder from everyone. Yunxi's mother also passed away in sorrow. She had been heartbroken and blamed herself because of my affair. My older brother was assassinated on his way back to the capital. Because of this, her eyesight gradually weakened. In less than a few months, she fell gravely ill and passed away. Mo Xianling sneered, delighting in his show of power, then took the status I cherished. At that time, the prince of the Zhao kingdom schemed day and night, using the power of my Huani Marquis mansion to ascend the throne. The more she thought, the angrier she became. I was schemed against by countless malicious people on my aunt's side, punished and ostracized. Yunxi bitterly recalled the painful memories of when even the servants looked down on her, and her ignorance of the world made her grandmother gradually grow to detest her, thus losing her favor. The other people around Yunxi constantly gossiped and spread rumors, so much so that as the legitimate daughter, even the servants in the mansion dared to mock me and my mother. She bitterly recalled in resentment, even being robbed of her virginity by bandits. I was immediately sent to the Shuiwen nunnery to reflect on my misdeeds. On the day of the Qixi festival, when I was returning to the mansion, I was again met by bandits who tied me up and took me away. Yunxi recalled her wedding night with him, having just accepted Mo Xuanling's marriage proposal. In the days that followed, she sank into a blind and illusory love, never expecting that her entire life was just a stepping stone for others. Lin Yuanxin climbed onto the dragon bed and personally killed my child. Recalling when Yunxi and Xianling exchanged cups of wine for their vows made her even more bitter. My younger female cousin, Manhwa Xiang, married Mo Xianling. They imposed disgusting things upon me. Soon after, the beautiful days came to an end. Yuanxin, delighting in his arms, watched her body lie prostrate on the cold ground. They pulled my tendons, flayed my bones, took my blood, used every method to torment me, and finally tortured me to death. The curtain on the painful memories closed, but it did not quell Yunxi's anger. I hate them so much. Her tear-filled eyes looked up, her lips clenched in hatred. I hate them for scheming against me, for treating me like a toy and tormenting me to death. I hate myself for being so ignorant. I couldn't even protect the loved ones by my side. Yunxi was like a puppet manipulated by those scoundrels. And so I was reborn. She woke up in bed, the corners of her eyes still stinging from crying in pain. Her face was stiff because of the strange things happening after her rebirth. But I discovered that I wasn't the only one who was reborn. Yunxi smiled with amusement, giving a subtle signal. Her slender index finger rested on her pink lips. The current Mu Yunxi, though her face was veiled, still couldn't hide the indignation in her heart. Dangers abound. I must protect my loved ones and do my utmost to take revenge on those who harmed me in my past life. But what's with this seventh prince? Mo Xinyan leaned against the door with dreamy eyes. Why does he keep following me? His voice teased her. Third miss, you should eat a bit more in a moment. Yunxi pondered, reborn in this life, cold-hearted and unfeeling. Her eyes lit up as she looked towards Xianyan, thinking, doing this, I can. Yunxi's eyes glazed over. She looked up at him, feeling a little moved. Montauk Suanyan approached Yunxi affectionately. A golden lightning bolt tore across the sky, striking the mansion's roof. Marquis of Zhongli Mansion, Baichao Courtyard. Startled awake by the loud thunder, Yunxi, she sat up, panting, her eyes still reflecting fear. Nanju, who was nearby, hurried over to ask, Miss, were you awakened by the thunder? Yunxi wiped her sorrowful tears, thinking to herself as she heard the familiar voice. This voice is... She turned in surprise upon seeing the female servant. Nanju, the young girl, with a bright face, brought a cup of water. Yes, this servant is here. Don't be afraid. The memory of Nanju being shot down by arrows resurfaced in Yunxi's mind. Wasn't she taken to the hunting grounds by Manhwa Xiang and died from countless arrows piercing her heart? Could it be? Unable to hide her suspicion, she jumped up, grabbed Nanju, and urged, What year is it? Quick, tell me what year it is now. The young girl said, confused, "Miss, are you still muddled from sleep?" "It is now." Thunder crashed as Nanju's steady voice continued. "The 18th of June, in the 23rd year of the Wanli era." Yunchi was stunned and fell into deep thought. "I've been reborn to when I was 13 years old." The scene darkened. She sat before the broken vase that marked the beginning of her tragic life. June 18th, in my previous life, was the day my tragic fate began. On this day, Song Momo framed me for dropping and breaking the moonlight vase. Right after that was when Yunchi was ambushed by mountain bandits. Immediately after, I was sent to the Shueiwa temple to reflect on myself. On Qixi Festival, I returned to the mansion, and on the way, I was again captured and tied up by a group of mountain bandits. She was beautiful and enchanting amidst the blue spider lilies, but her pure heart turned dark, causing her eyes to lose their rosy hue. Clearly, nothing had happened, but upon returning home, the chastity mark was gone. I was framed for losing my purity. From then on, I endured the shunning gazes of everyone. Yunchi's older brother also tragically lost his life because of that. My mother blamed herself because of that matter. My older brother was assassinated on his way back to the capital, and because of that, my mother grew weaker day by day. In less than a few months, she fell gravely ill and passed away. Her mother, with a mourning cloth over her eyes. Her cold body departed. The man I married used me, and after he proclaimed himself emperor, he turned around and married my younger half-sister, even condoning her as she ruined my face, took my blood, and killed my child. And Mo Xianling, with Mu Yuanxin in his arms, smiled maliciously as they both witnessed Yunxi's wretched figure lying at their feet. In the end, I was tortured to death. Recalling the unhappy memories, she was jolted awake with a fierce will. In this life, I will definitely protect the ones I love and make those who owe me pay 100-fold. In the present, Nanju worriedly took a handkerchief to wipe her master's tears, repeatedly asking, "Miss, why are you crying? Are you unwell somewhere?" Yunchi held the young girl's hand, her mouth blooming into a smile as bright as a sunflower as she replied, "No, I'm very happy." She thought to herself, thankfully, in this life, the important people are still alive and well. Yunchi recalled everything bit by bit. Based on her previous life, at this moment, she shot up, wrote something down attentively, and then ordered her trusted maid, "Nanju, help me buy something." The young girl read Yunchi's note with confusion. "Miss, you mean, the moonlight vase?" Nanju pointed to the vase behind her and curiously asked her master, "Isn't there a moonlight vase right here? Why is Miss telling me to buy a replica?" Yunchi smiled slyly, placing a finger on her lips to signal, "Don't let anyone else see. I have a plan." The door burst open, revealing a woman about to enter. The maid Hua Mei said with a stern expression, "Third miss, the old madam summons you to Ningen Hall. She has something to ask you. Don't dawdle, or people will say this servant didn't deliver the message properly." Yunchi looked at her with amusement, rejoicing inwardly. Ha! As expected, the previous life is repeating itself. She and Nanju strolled under the sunlight in the flower garden. Yunchi's eyes shone with determination. Reborn to change my fate from now on. Before a sign, she steeled her heart. "Let's go." Just as she entered, the old madam slammed a porcelain teacup down in anger. Mu Leo Furin shot up in annoyance and shouted, causing Song Momo to also show a worried expression. "Yunchi, kneel." Despite facing such fury, Yunchi did not falter. Song Momo worriedly reminded her tactfully, "This child, hurry up and kneel to admit your mistake." She did not respond to her, merely giving a cold glance. In my past life, grandmother had high expectations for me, but I believed Song Momo and was timid and fearful whenever I met grandmother. Yunchi recalled desperately following the old madam, not understanding the ways of the world, causing her grandmother to find her annoying and grow to detest her, thus losing her favor. Because of that, the servants in the mansion also turned against Yunchi. As the legitimate daughter, yet the servants in the mansion all dared to openly mock me and my mother. Her mind gradually returned to the present. In this life, I must seize the opportunity. Yunchi's eyes were full of confidence. Your granddaughter does not know what she has done wrong to make grandmother so angry. Concubine Zhao entered from behind, her cunning face calling out, "Yunchi." She leaned close to her ear, cursing with unpleasant words. "You've committed a crime, yet feel no remorse, and you still dare to talk back to the old madam." Yunchi looked up defensively. In my past life, the mother-daughter pair of Mu Yuanxin always schemed to harm me in the mansion, stirring up trouble. She turned and snapped directly at the concubine. "Concubine Zhao, grandmother hasn't even spoken, yet you seem quite impatient, don't you? If Yunchi has truly done wrong, then Yunshi is willing to go to the ancestral hall and kneel as punishment to atone. Finishing her words, she turned to her grandmother with a determined expression. But if it is not Yunshi's fault, I hope grandmother can investigate clearly and restore your granddaughter's innocence. The guilty party must be severely punished. Concubine Zhao's expression turned ugly, her voice a cough. You cough. Muleo Furin also spoke bluntly. Yunshi, grandmother asks you, why did you break the moonlight vase? As soon as she finished speaking, she was mentally prepared. Here it comes. Yunshi's voice, with a clever tone of confusion, replied, yes, grandmother. Your granddaughter knows that the moonlight vase was an object that grandfather cherished when he was alive, always treating it like a treasure. I wonder from whose mouth this story of it being broken came from. Concubine Zhao also took the opportunity to add maliciously, oh, Yunshi, this concubine knows you don't like to be close to the old madam. She brought out a tray covered with a red cloth. It's not that this concubine doesn't believe you, but here, the cloth was lifted along with concubine Zhao's accusation. These shattered pieces of the moonlight vase are right in front of us. Can this be fake? She then pointed at the wet nurse and continued the accusation. What's more, it was your own wet nurse, Song Momo, who exposed it. Muleo Furin fell silent, her voice full of disappointment. You being like this is truly disappointing. She looked at her scrutinizingly. Yunshi, do you have anything else to say? She smiled faintly and explained gently. This daughter knows that concubine Zhao. Yunshi turned towards the gloating concubine. This daughter knows that concubine Zhao has never liked Yunshi. Not to be outdone, she replied maliciously, me? Third, Mississippi. She turned to Song Momo, her words heavier than before. But I have always respected Song Momo. Momo is my wet nurse, managing the Baichao courtyard for me, single-handedly taking care of all matters in my courtyard. Yunshi pointed at both of them, her voice full of resentful accusation. But you two, why did you conspire together to frame me? Muleo Furin also began to feel suspicious from that. Humph. Song Momo knelt down, pleading miserably. Old madam, although this old servant is the third Mrs. Wet Nurse, I know the importance of the moonlight vase. The third miss not only broke the vase, but also deceived you. This is being disloyal and unfilial. Yunshi silently listened to her every slanderous word. This old servant truly couldn't bear to watch, so I could only report it to concubine Zhao. If the third miss blames this servant must speak out, even if I have to endure all kinds of punishments. Concubine Zhao, who was there, also chimed in to support her. Old madam, this concubine also didn't want to believe it, but Song Momo is a loyal servant, and the moonlight vase is shattered to this extent. Although the third miss is the D-daughter, she has been disloyal and unfilial. I hope the old madam will punish her to comfort the soul of the old master in heaven. Yunshi's eyes watched their performance with satisfaction, her heart filled with glee. Grandmother's biggest taboo is a servant overstepping their bounds to bully their master. They've gone to such great lengths, accusing me of being disloyal and unfilial. Do they think I'm a pushover in this life? Old Madame Mu still looked at her with suspicion. Yunshi, do you have anything else to say? She knelt down to show her respect, then immediately explained. Grandmother, Yunshi doesn't know why Song Momo and concubine Zhao are doing this, but Yunshi only wishes that this matter doesn't sadden grandmother. Heaven and earth can witness Yunshi's heart. Song Momo has deceived grandmother and falsely accused your granddaughter, so your granddaughter can only prove her own innocence. All three of them looked at her in astonishment. Yunshi turned and gave an order. Nanju, bring it out. The young girl then brought out another moonlight vase. Yes, old Madame Mu's eyes lit up. The vase in Nanju's hands seemed to glow. The moonlight vase. Both Song Momo and concubine Zhao's faces turned pale as they looked at each other. What? Yunshi brought the moonlight vase closer to old Madame Mu, her voice sweet. Grandmother, Yunshi knows that this moonlight vase was left to you by grandfather. Yunshi has always cherished it. I thought that by keeping the moonlight vase, I could feel closer to grandfather, which is why I kept it in my room. What is borrowed must be returned to its rightful owner. This is to ease grandmother's mind and prevent others from using it to ruin our deep bond. The old madam's eyes welled up with tears as she looked at the vase. Yunshi, she said joyfully, what a good child. Grandmother understands your intentions. Get up quickly, child, your body is weak. Don't let your knees get hurt. Concubine Zhao, momentarily worried, said softly, The third Mrs. Filial Piety is truly moving enough to touch the heavens, isn't it? She continued her accusation, afraid of being punished herself. Perhaps you bought a fake one to replace it? Yunshi glanced at her with annoyance. Even now, concubine Zhao still doesn't know what's good for her, just as I predicted. In my past life, they stole the moonlight vase from my shelf. Her eyes looked on with resentment. I'm no longer the person I once was. Yunshi turned the vase upside down to show the bottom to the old madam. Concubine, do you recognize this seal? Old Madam Mu was also taken aback. A seal? What is this? Yunshi said with an aggrieved expression. Grandmother, things have come to this. Yet concubine Zhao still doesn't believe your granddaughter. She interrupted. Try to explain this concubine. She cut her off. If the real moonlight vase wasn't engraved with grandfather's seal, then your granddaughter would truly have to live her whole life being slandered as disloyal and unfilial. Old Madam Mu bluntly criticized. Zhaoshi, you have stirred up trouble several times. What are your intentions? You help me manage the household. Do you think you can cover the sky with one hand, colluding with a servant to deceive your master? Concubine Zhao, overcome with fear, immediately prostrated herself and begged. Old madam, this concubine has been wronged. This concubine is weak and easily flustered. My only thought is how to be filial to you. How would I dare have other thoughts? She frowned and turned to look at Song Momo with annoyance. The Momo then kowtowed and apologized incessantly. Old madam, it was this old servant. This old servant was tired from serving the third miss and carelessly broke the vase. Plus, I'm old and my vision is blurry. It was this old servant's mistake. Please punish me, old madam. Old Madam Mu, displeased, bluntly reprimanded. Old and blurry vision? Do you think my eyes are blind too? Guards, drag this dog of a servant out and give her 30 strikes with the rod. Seeing this, Song Momo turned to Yunshi and begged, Third miss, this old servant is also loyal to the Mu family. I was momentarily confused. This old servant knows I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please put in a good word for this old servant. She did not soften her heart and straightforwardly dismissed her. Loyal? A fine loyalty you have, deceiving grandmother and framing me. That is being disloyal and unfilial. I advise you, Momo, you should get your affairs in order. Old Madam Mu pondered over Yunshi's just-spoken words. This child wasn't like this before. She's calm in the face of trouble, with a cold demeanor. This is how a D-daughter should be, worthy of being properly nurtured. Song Momo was dragged away, her mouth still ceaselessly crying for help. Concubine Zhao, save this old servant. This old servant did it for you. She waved her hand, showing clear disgust. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take her away. Concubine Zhao then turned and smiled politely at old Madam Mu. Old madam, this concubine has served you with utmost devotion. This time, this concubine was too hasty and was thus deceived by a treacherous servant. Yunshi moved closer and hugged her leg, speaking with an earnest tone. Grandmother, your granddaughter thinks that concubine Zhao probably didn't do it on purpose. She rested her head, shedding tears with a hint of grievance. Although the concubine has never visited your granddaughter, she surely wouldn't collude with my wet nurse to treat me like this. The old madam's face hardened. Because of this, concubine Zhao stammered, unable to speak. This concubine, old Madam Mu, furious, directly issued a punishment. Zhaoshi has managed the household poorly, abusing her power to collude in wrongdoing. She is to be confined for self-reflection for 1 month. She patted Yunshi's back to comfort her, and at the same time, loudly commanded. Yunshi is the D-daughter. Her courtyard will be managed by her alone. If anyone dares to act like that again, their end will be the same as Songshi's. Concubine Zhao knelt to accept the order, though unwillingly. Yes, this concubine obeys the command. She looked at her thoughtfully, eliminating the Momo who was placed by my side for many years and stripping Zhaoshi of her managerial authority. She is surely not resigned to this. Yunshi's heart was now as calm as still water. But in this life, I will not back down. Old Madam Mu's tense expression relaxed. She smiled and asked Yunshi, Good grandchild, you've been wronged all these years. From now on, grandmother will have your back. When you have nothing to do, remember to visit this old woman, all right? She smiled brightly and obediently. Grandmother isn't old at all. You are still very healthy, with a remarkable spirit and full of youthful vigor. Yunshi thought to herself, grandmother is the one with the most authority and is the most respected. She nuzzled her face against the old madam's hand and continued, To be able to stay with you is my blessing. She couldn't ask for more. Yunshi silently planned her next steps. From now on, I will gradually win her approval and affection, so that no matter what I want to do, no one can stop me. After resolving the matter of being wronged, she bid farewell to the old madam. Outside Ningen Hall, Yunxi's mother approached to greet her. Tishi, Yin Lam approached with a mature grace. Filled with grievance, she ran to hug her. Mother. Yin Lam was startled to see her eyes filled with tears. Tishi, why are you crying, child? Did they hurt you somewhere? Mother will get justice for you. In her mother's arms, Yunxi looked up with a wronged expression. Mother, I'm fine. Grandmother has already stood up for me. I just missed you so much. Yin Lam smiled happily and stroked her daughter's head. Mother missed you too. It's all Mother's fault for returning late, letting Tishi suffer. She continued happily, Mother, let's go back and talk. I have so much to tell you. Yunxi took her mother's hand and proactively checked it. Huh? Yunxi checked again, worried. There was no pulse. Mother has been poisoned. She recalled her past life, sitting by Yin Lam's bedside, her mind racing with worry. In her past life, Mother also gradually weakened. It seems that she didn't actually die of a broken heart over my brother, but was murdered by someone. Yunxi looked at her mother and inquired, Mother, have you recently eaten anything you've never had before? Yin Lam recalled and replied, Recently, the kitchen has been sending a portion of koik's seed and red bean soup. The taste is different from before, but it's not bad. I've been drinking a bowl before bed recently. Yunxi almost guessed the strange point. The red bean soup has likely been tampered with. She turned and walked away. Mother, I have something to do right now. I'll explain to you later. Yunxi hurried away, thinking worriedly as she ran. Luckily, in my past life, I studied under Master Yang Guzi and learned medical skills. At that time, Mother was already gravely ill and couldn't be treated in time, so her body gradually weakened. The poison in Mother is lovesickness poison. The medicinal ingredients at Bowen Hall are excellent. I'll go there first to take a look. Yunxi was secretly pleased as she looked at the prescribed medicinal herbs. These 6 herbs have all been purchased. Only one ingredient is missing, the Cloud Snowstone. She hugged the packets of medicine and ran back to the mansion. It can only be harvested in cold, wild, high mountains. It's hard to obtain even for 1,000 pieces of gold, but in 5 days, it will appear at an auction. I must buy it then. Behind Yunxi, someone shouted a loud warning. Miss, be careful. She couldn't react in time. Her foot tripped on a stone, and she started to fall. The other person's hand caught her back in time. Careful. Yunxi looked up at the handsome man, her face freezing for a moment. This person's face was half covered by a mask, but he still seemed somewhat familiar. Why does this person look so familiar? Yunxi asked hesitantly. You are. Yunxi was in the strange young master's arms. She dazedly wondered to herself, what is this? This person gives me a feeling. Yunxi unconsciously placed her hand on his chest. She was startled as if pulled back to reality. Yunxi shyly pushed the young master away, stammering, Thank you, young master. She immediately bent down to pick up the packets of medicine she had just dropped on the ground. The young master also turned to watch Yunxi intently gathering her things. He unconsciously pulled her sleeve. Miss, he said with a concerned look, pointing behind her. You're going the wrong way. Your home is this way. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yunxi seemed to snap out of it, hugged the packets of medicine tightly, and ran towards her home. Oh, the strange young master chuckled to himself as he watched Yunxi's retreating figure. Ha ha ha, this little girl is still as adorable as ever. She returned home. Night fell. Huani Marquis Mansion, Baichao Courtyard. Yunxi lay under her warm blanket, silently pondering the strange man she met today. She shook her head, trying to dispel his image. Yunxi couldn't help but worry. Wait, how did he know which way my home was? Who on earth is he? She pulled the blanket over her head as if to hide. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. I must prepare carefully for the auction in 5 days. Time passed since the encounter. 5 days later, Baichuan Tower on Jinan Main Street. Young and old gathered in a dense crowd in front of the building. The person up there spoke loudly and clearly while holding a box. Welcome, everyone, to our Baichuan auction. On behalf of Baichuan Tower, I assure you all that today's auction items are all rare and genuine, absolutely no fakes. Nanju, her face veiled, stood beside Yunxi. The young girl asked uncertainly, Miss, to participate in the auction, do we really need to be so secretive? She reflexively gestured. Shoo. Nanju turned to observe her surroundings. Her gaze landed on some familiar faces. Yin Lam was sitting nearby with Nanny Sun and Mu Yuantan. Nanju curiously turned back to ask Yunxi, why aren't we sitting with the madam? She paid no mind to the girl's question, whispering, "How is the matter I assigned you coming along?" Nanju replied with an excited look on her face, "Ah, young miss, you truly foresee things like a goddess. I've investigated it, and it's just as you thought." The girl continued to speak. Concubine Zhao also appeared with a cunning and scheming look. Concubine Zhao was the one behind the scheme involving the madam's things. While investigating, Nanju also did her utmost to protect the maids in Yun Lam's residence. The girl continued to recount the situation. The madam's personal maid, Quan Cha, was exploited by concubine Zhao, who threatened her younger brother's life. Nanju was also very worried when serving the soup to Yun Lam. When the koik seed and red bean soup was almost ready, a few lovesickness seeds were added, causing the madam to be poisoned. Hearing this information seemed to make the girl understand Yunqi's intention, so that's how it is. Young Miss is bidding for the Cloud Snowstone to prepare an antidote for the madam, keeping it a secret from everyone in the mansion, especially concubine Zhao. Nanju looked at her naively. "So that's why young Miss is being so secretive today." Yunqi impatiently cut the girl off. "Bah, what's secretive? Has Quan Cha's younger brother been properly taken care of?" Nanju obediently reported, "I have followed young Miss's instructions, sent him to the Manan Private Academy, and also gave 10 taels of silver for his tuition fees." Yunqi thought to herself with satisfaction. She recalled the memories of her past life. In her past life, Quan Cha's younger brother became the top scholar in the provincial exam at 14, and at 15, he was the youngest top scholar in the history of the Great Qi to participate in the palace examination, a rare talent. In this life, I can't let Mo Xianling snatch him away. The auctioneer announced loudly, "All right, let the auction begin." He opened the box in front of him, revealing an exquisite crystal. This is a rare item. The auction item is called the Cloud Snowstone. It can be harvested in high, wild mountainous regions. The crystal shimmered with icy frost as the manager of Baichuan Tower introduced it. Furthermore, one this large is the rarest of the rare. His introduction continued to ring out. This item is not only beautiful in appearance, but also has a light fragrance with a calming effect. Yunqi seemed to awaken upon hearing this. She thought to herself, "That's it." The introduction concluded. The manager began the bidding. The starting price for this item is 1,500 taels. Each bid increment must not be less than 100 taels. Let the bidding begin now. The crowd buzzed, competing to bid 1,600 taels, 1,700 taels, 2,000 taels. Yunqi was not one to back down either. She hesitated 3 before she could finish her sentence. A loud voice from behind interrupted. 3,000 taels. Yunqi turned around in annoyance, looking in the direction of the voice. The person continued to speak loudly. "I bid 3,000 taels." The person's silhouette was somewhat familiar, startling her slightly. Mo Xianling, standing above, chuckled with delight. Yunqi recognized him. She was a bit stunned. Montak Suanling. Seeing the familiar face, Yunqi felt uneasy as she recalled the sorrows of her past life. The way he treated me in my past life, she recalled him being intimate with her cousin. Xianling sat on the bed, watching coldly. "In this life, I must kill him." Yunqi couldn't maintain her composure. She decisively pulled the hairpin from her hair. Yunqi's eyes filled with a murderous aura, as if consumed by hatred. "I will kill you. I must kill you." An object hitting her back seemed to jolt her awake from the illusion. Yunqi's eyes widened. She turned to look behind her. Nanju, still worried, approached young Miss. Yunqi knelt to pick up the strange object. She held it up to examine it closely. Just now, it seemed a powerful stream of internal energy flowed through my meridians, helping me suppress my agitation and regain my senses. "This is a golden wolf head of the Yi clan." Yunqi looked up at the floors above. Could it be that someone from the Yi clan helped me just now? The manager's voice rang out clearly, calling the bid. 3,200 taels going once, 3,200 taels going twice. She seemed to realize the current situation. "Ah." Yunqi decisively raised her hand and made a bid, 3,500 taels. Mo Xianling looked at her with some surprise. A young lady sitting right next to him taunted in a loud voice. "Where did this commoner come from, daring to snatch something from my cousin?" He continued to raise the price higher for 1,000 taels. Yunqi, refusing to back down, was determined to see it through for 1,500 taels. Xianling, slightly annoyed, thought to himself, could it be that this person also knows the value of the Cloud Snowstone? He raised the price again, 5,000 taels. Yunqi then looked up at Xianling with a meaningful gaze. She worried inwardly. "I only have 6,000 taels. For the rest, I can only rely on the 100 herb pills I've spent days preparing to barter." Yunqi continued to raise the price, 5,500 taels. She looked up towards Xianling and thought to herself, but that Mo Xianling has no shortage of precious things. He might not necessarily need the 100 herb pills. He continued to bid higher, 6,000 taels. Yunqi's dilemma was apparent. What should I do? She was flustered, her heart in turmoil. Detestable. In my past life, the arrogant princess Qinghe only spent 3,000 taels of silver to win the Cloud Snowstone. I never expected this Mo Xianling to interfere now, driving the price up so high. Yunqi was in a bind. Her gaze swept toward the man, sipping wine in a corner. Hey, it's him. She darted off so quickly that Nanju couldn't react in time. Young miss, where are you going now? Yunqi rejoiced inwardly. I have a way. The manager's clear calls of the bid hurried along with her footsteps, 6,000 taels going once. Yunqi burst through the door, her voice breathless. Young Master Yin. Yin Qifan turned his head, looking puzzled. You are. She tried to remain calm, steeling herself inwardly. Hurry, if I could just ask young Master Yin to bid for the Cloud Snowstone before the auctioneer calls the third time, there will definitely be a chance. Yunqi said in a fluster. Young Master Yin. She tripped, her entire body tumbling painfully to the ground. Aya. Yin Qifan came over to help her up. Young lady, are you all right? Yunqi pleaded with him pitifully. Young Master Yin, I beg you to help me bid for the Cloud Snowstone. I can cure your younger sister's muteness. Hearing this, Yin Qifan wavered slightly. He let go of Yunqi's hand. Qifan's face was stern as he replied bluntly, Humph, young lady, I advise you not to use these kinds of tricks. My sister doesn't need your treatment, and I will not help you. Anxiously, she stood up and raised 3 fingers to swear an oath. I swear on my life, if I fail to cure her, I will be your beast of burden, to be punished as you see fit. Qifan turned away, annoyed. Humph. The manager's call to close the bid rang out, 6,000 taels going 3 times. Yunqi quickly ran over and made a bid, 6,000 taels going 3 times. My older brother agrees to pay 6,500 taels. Qifan glared at her, annoyed and harsh. Are you insane? Who is your older brother? Get lost. Yunqi turned back with a pleading look. Young Master Yin, I know that for your sister's muteness, you have invited many famous physicians. You've spent countless amounts of money, but nothing has changed. Believe me, besides me, no one can cure your sister's illness. If you miss this chance, I'm afraid your sister will truly never be able to speak again. The young lady beside, Xianling, sneered with a provocative tone. Huh? Everyone knows young Master Yin only has one younger sister, and she's an incurable mute. She pointed at Yunqi, directly exposing her. Where did a sister with such a sharp tongue come from? I see you've run out of money, so you're causing a scene, aren't you? Why don't you hurry up and get back to your seat? She was anxious, hesitating. Qifan stepped forward to take charge for Yunqi and bluntly made the final bid, 10,000 taels. Yuan couldn't believe it. She stammered. You? Xianling continued for her. Young Master Yin is generous indeed. To pay silver for a complete stranger. Fine, the Cloud Snowstone belongs to you. Yunqi was full of gratitude. Thank you for your help, young Master Yin. Rest assured, I will definitely treat your sister. Qifan spoke frankly to her. I am willing to take a gamble this once. But if you can't cure her, you'll have to answer to me. The appearance of a stranger startled them. Wait a moment. Yunqi looked across anxiously. Xianyin calmly approached from behind. She remembered the person from yesterday. It's him. He placed a treasure chest on the table. Yunqi watched curiously. What does he want to do? Xianyin rested his chin on his hand, tilting his head. His even voice rang out, I want to trade item for item. Yunqi anxiously watched him, sitting opposite her. Who on earth is he? What was his purpose in putting that thing in my mouth back then? That box looks no less valuable. I'm afraid my 100 herb pills will be difficult to trade. The manager there also explained awkwardly. All right, someone has chosen to trade an item for this Cloud Snowstone. So this Cloud Snowstone belongs to. Yunqi was dejected. She didn't continue to compete, giving up. It was a gamble. If Yin Qifan hadn't acted, I could only have used the 100 herb pills to patch things together. Qifan called after Yunqi with a look of hope. Wait, I truly hope you can cure my sister. She looked back to reassure him. Young Master Yin, rest assured, I will do as I say. Qifan held up a rare jade pendant. I am willing to use the 9-dragon blood treasure jade pendant to trade for the Cloud Snowstone. She admired him inwardly. To think it's the 9-dragon blood treasure. Yin Qifan truly adores his younger sister. The price of this 9-dragon blood treasure is beyond question. It's not as if it holds some mysterious secret. Yunqi was overjoyed, as if a great weight weight had been lifted. This time, I can get the Cloud Snowstone. Mother can be saved. The manager's voice was like a splash of cold water on her. My apologies. The owner of the Cloud Snowstone just said he is in great need of the item from the first young master who offered a trade. So no matter what is offered later, he will not trade. Yunshi's heart sank. No, she bit her lip in frustration. Why? In my past life, Princess Qinghe only used 3,000 taels to get the Cloud Snowstone. This time, I've exhausted myself seeking help from the richest man in the Great Qi, yet I still can't obtain it. Her mind raced. There must be a way. There must be. No matter what, I must get the Cloud Snowstone to cure my mother's poison. Yunshi turned to leave hastily, making Qi Fan anxious. Stop. He grabbed the hem of her robe. Young lady, wait a moment. Qi Fan lingered, holding up the jade pendant and asking, I will use this 9 dragon blood jade pendant as payment. Please treat my sister. Yunshi nodded and quickly agreed. All right, tomorrow, I will pay a visit to your residence. He turned her around and pressed. If you don't come, where will I find you? Qi Fan removed her veil. Yunshi, with her flower-like, exquisite beauty, stood frozen at his action. She shyly snatched the veil from his hand. You, give my veil back to me. Qi Fan was flustered by her reaction. I didn't mean to offend you. Yunshi hurriedly turned to leave. Before departing, she left a message. In 2 days, I will definitely pay a visit to your residence. For now, I'll take my leave. Yun Lam, sitting on the bed, seemed to recognize her daughter's figure. Sheer, why did that child bid on the Cloud Snowstone? The wet nurse beside her also chimed in. The person next to young Master Yin just now looked very familiar. Yun Lam smiled politely and said, with all the nobles in the capital, you're bound to run into them sooner or later. It's not strange to find a face familiar. Nanju ran from behind, calling out to Yunshi, young miss, wait for me. Yunshin saw the young girl, her expression changing slightly. Yunshi ran outside, looking around anxiously. Where is he? She caught a glimpse of a figure flashing by and immediately gave chase after the man. Yunshi, exhausted, could no longer keep up. She leaned against a wall, panting. Huff, huff, huff. She stood before an empty courtyard. Yunshi cursed, her annoyance showing. Humph, that detestable silver-masked man. How can he run so fast? Mo, Xinyan, watching from a corner, laughed with amusement. Ha ha ha, this little lass is still so adorable even when she's angry. Yunshi thought worriedly to herself. Who on earth is this silver-masked man? In our few encounters, he seems to know me so well. Why do I have no impression of him from my past life? Could it be that he's intentionally targeting me from the shadows? Nanju, following right behind, said tiredly, young miss, you run too fast. It took me forever to find you. The young maid handed an invitation to Yunshi. Young miss, just now, Shui Mo from the 7th Prince's residence at Baichuan Tower delivered an invitation. He wishes to see you. She recalled the vague figure of the man. In her past life, the 7th Prince, Mo Xinyan, was exceptionally talented in both literary and martial arts. Astonishingly so. He had no interest in the throne, but being of royal birth, he had no freedom. In the end, he was betrayed by his most trusted subordinate and died at the hands of Mo Xinling. Then, Yunshi remembered his mother, the consort. He had exhausted all his strength, but still couldn't protect his mother. Consort that ended her fate with a hanging scarf, her body pierced by the executioner's blade. While reading the invitation, she pondered, but I've only met him a few times. Besides, isn't he supposed to be at the northern border right now? Yunshi saw a small note. This is my brother's name. She hurriedly turned to leave. Let's hurry back to the mansion to change, then go to the appointment. Yunshi soon stood before the mansion's door. She calmly knocked. The door swung open before her hand could touch it. The handsome Mo Xinyan sat opposite, his voice enigmatic. I wonder how much longer the 3rd Miss intends to stand outside the door. Yunshi bowed in accordance with etiquette. Greetings, 7th Prince. Xinyan politely invited her in. 3rd Miss, please. Yunshi, covering her mouth with a fan, probed. I wonder what business the 7th Prince has with me? The 7th Prince's invitation mentioned my older brother. Xinyan, amused, tested her. Does the 3rd Miss enjoy eating while we talk? Yunshi's mood seemed to be dragged down by that sentence. She put on a mysterious air, but he remained cheerful with her. What would the 3rd Miss like to eat? The tavern's waiter introduced. Our establishment has duck braised in wine, cooked with 50-year-old Shaoxing wine, and also wujiapi. Yunshi signaled him to stop and spoke seriously. The 7th Prince must surely understand that I did not come here to eat. Xinyan paid her no mind and ordered, no wujiapi, change it to top-grade newer Hong. Add a babao chicken, but no dried shrimp. 1 portion of dinging beef. 1 portion of Johnny Rabbit. Make it extra spicy. And bring out all of the restaurant's famous dishes. Also for stir fry, use bok choy, not loofah. In a Christian carp soup, add fresh milk to it. After hearing this, Yunchi was a little surprised inside. These preferences of his, they completely match my own likes and dislikes. No Wujiapi, can't eat dried shrimp, dislikes loofah, and must have it spicy. Is it a coincidence? He slowly continued. This prince dislikes Wujiapi because a close confidant once said that Wujiapi has too strong of a medicinal smell and doesn't taste good. She was a little startled. A close confidant? Did she say that? But he hasn't been back to the capital for a long time. How would he know these things? Xinyan continued to explain, seemingly oblivious to her feelings. Even with dried shrimp, this prince is a bit sensitive to them. After eating them, my throat feels tight, my breathing becomes uneven, and it feels rather unpleasant. Yunchi's eyes widened. I'm also sensitive to dried shrimp. She grew worried as the matching details kept appearing and memories from her past life resurfaced. In her past life, at the princess's mansion, Mu Yuanxin had deliberately plotted against her. Her sensitivity to dried shrimp had nearly cost her her life. At that time, nothing had happened yet, and besides her close family, no one else knew. Is he talking about himself, or is he talking about me? Xinyan finally noticed her expression. What's wrong? Is it not to the young Mrs. taste? In her heart, Yunxi silently retorted, it's exactly to my taste. Seeing her expression relax, Xinyan rested his chin on his hand and reminded her, then the third miss should eat a little more. Yunxi smiled and said, the 7th prince is sensitive to dried shrimp? He nodded in admission. That's right. Xinyan stood up. What's wrong? He leaned in close to Yunxi, his slightly mocking tone reminding her of the masked man from before. Are you curious about this prince? Yunxi's eyes widened, and she asked blankly, Who on earth are you? Xuanyan's eyes flickered slightly. He picked up a mask and held it to his face. His voice was teasing. You don't recognize me this soon? She shot up in annoyance. It really is you. Xinyan admitted it outright. Holding the precious box, he walked over. That's right. This young master has taken a liking to you since we met. He opened the box to reveal the precious crystal. I'm giving this cloud snowstone to you. Yunxi worriedly asked in her mind, Are you sick? Xinyan smiled warmly and said quietly, This prince is in very good health, not sick at all. What's wrong? You don't like it. She pushed the cloud snowstone box away, shyly avoiding his gaze. This is too precious. I cannot accept it for no reason. He seemed to guess Yunxi's thoughts and replied gently, This prince is not giving it to you without reason. Your older brother saved this prince's life. This is a gift in return. She asked Xinyan, stunned. You guard the northern border, while my brother Mu Shanfeng is at the eastern border. How could he have saved you when you are thousands of miles apart? He smiled and replied, If you don't believe me, wait until your brother returns to the capital at the end of the year to assume his post. You can ask him then, and you'll know. A hazy memory from her past life surfaced in Yunxi's mind. Kill, she thought to herself. In my past life, when my brother returned to the capital to assume his post, he was assassinated. In her memory, a weak yin lamb unconsciously called Yunxi's brother's name. Shenfeng. At that time, she had also worriedly clutched her mother's hand. Mother, Yunxi fretted inwardly. In this life, I absolutely cannot let that happen again. Xinyan leaned in close, his voice slightly chiding. It's very rude to be distracted when talking to someone. Holding the cloud snowstone, she thanked him repeatedly. Thank you, 7th prince, for the gift. It's getting late, I must be going. Xinyan tilted his head and added, A mere cloud snowstone cannot fully express this prince's gratitude. If you need anything in the future, just find me. Yunxi glanced back and smiled to herself, then said nothing more and hurried back to the mansion. Time flew by. 2 days later, Yunxi had painstakingly created some medicinal pills. Marquis Zhongyi's mansion, 100 Herbs Garden. She wearily wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking at her results with a satisfied expression. It's finally done. With this, Mother's poison can be cured very soon. As promised, Yunxi went to Yin Qifan's residence. Next, it was time to save Yin Qifan's younger sister. She stood before him and introduced herself. My name is Mu Yunxi, the 3rd miss of the Marquis Zhongyi's mansion. Qifan walked inside, speaking with her as he went. 3rd Miss Mu is truly a person of her word. Please come in. My younger sister's mind has been a bit withdrawn lately. If she causes any trouble, I hope the young miss will forgive her. Yunxi nodded in acceptance. I understand. Chifon's younger sister sat in her room, quietly reading a book. He called to her, Qingcheng. Yin Qingcheng looked up, her beauty as exquisite as a flower or jade. Qifan calmly introduced the two young women to each other. This is third Miss Mu of the Marquis Zhongyi's mansion. How about we let her examine your muteness? Qingsheng protested vehemently. He tried his best to persuade her. Qingsheng, third Miss Mu, is already here. Why not let her give it a try? Yunshi then spoke up boldly, causing the siblings to pause. Miss Yin, is it true that your heart and liver area sometimes feels like it's burning, and at other times feels ice cold every day? She proactively moved closer to Qingxia. Miss Yin, may I take your pulse? Yunshi's diagnosis of her illness surprised both Yin's siblings. This is heavenly wind syndrome. It's because your heart and liver have been afflicted by pathogenic wind, leading to weak qi that cannot reach the throat. Thus, you cannot produce sound. Hearing this, Qifan asked worriedly, can it be cured? Yunshi replied gently, it can. The faces of both siblings lit up as if a fish had found water. She sat down, picked up a brush, and wrote a prescription for Qingcheng. Miss Yan's condition is not severe. With just a prescription, she should recover in about 5 days. A voice from afar seemed to shatter the atmosphere between them. Little girl, you have quite a big tone. Miss Yin doesn't have any heavenly wind syndrome at all. It's simply a throat ailment caused by excessive anger, which blocked the throat passage and resulted in muteness. An old man named Wang Yiming approached with a cane. Little girl, pretending to know when you don't will only harm people. Gu Qingfeng, walking right beside him, added, Qifan, this is the divine physician Wang Yiming from Jiangnan. It wasn't easy for me to persuade him to come here. Yunshi looked at the old man Wang Yiming, judging him incessantly in her heart. Wang Yiming? Isn't this the old man who pretends to be noble while treating human lives like dirt? She recalled her past life when so many people had died because of him. In my past life, he oppressed my master, not hesitating to use deadly poison on the villagers. Yiming stroked his beard and smiled cunningly. Fortunately, Master's medical skills were superb, and he treated them in time, saving the people of that village. I never expected to meet him here. Yunshi turned to Qingsheng and directly retorted to the old man. It's true that heavenly wind syndrome usually leads to numbness and convulsions in the limbs, but there are exceptions. For example, Miss Yin has been learning the Qing Shuang sword style since she was young, which has led to insufficient yang energy in her body. And when yang energy is insufficient, pathogenic wind can easily invade. Yunshi continued to speak, but because she practices martial arts, her muscles and bones are stronger than an ordinary person's, so the onset of the heavenly wind syndrome is also slower. Yiming vehemently objected. Nonsense. He turned to scold Qifan. If you people let this little brat do as she pleases, you'll regret it soon enough. Qingfeng immediately added, Qifan, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and persuade divine physician Wang to treat Qingsheng. She came to her brother's side and wrote a few characters in his palm. Qifan stared blankly at his younger sister. Qingsheng, the strokes of her hand formed the character Mu. He seemed to understand Qingsheng's intention. Qifan turned and said respectfully, Divine physician Wang has come from faraway Jiangnan. The journey must have been arduous. How about we first let Qingfeng give you a welcome reception to wash away the dust of your travels? Qingfeng exclaimed in confusion. Qifan. Yiming also spoke up, annoyed. You. Being politely dismissed, he was somewhat displeased and turned to leave. Before departing, Yiming uttered a few words that made others uncomfortable. Young master, you need not do this. This old man has no other way. So mundane things like a welcome reception are unnecessary. This old man cannot accept what he has not earned. He continued slyly. A welcome reception can be replaced with a meal invitation. As for that young lady's diagnosis, if she can cure her after 5 days, then this old man will twist his own head off for her to sit on. Yunshi replied with a sarcastic smile. Senior lying prone to serve as my stool will be enough. There's no need to twist your head off. Yiming was taken aback. He walked away in a huff, muttering continuously, You will all regret this. Gu Qingfeng anxiously ran after him. Divine physician Wang, don't go. Qifan pulled him back and reasoned. Qingfeng, divine physician Wang has decided to leave. There's no need to force it. He complained aggrievedly. What are you doing? It wasn't easy for me to invite divine physician Wang. Qingfeng pointed at Yunshi in disbelief and questioned. Could it be that you really trust this little miss? She narrowed her eyes and said softly, This young master, you are also ill. He exclaimed in shock. Nonsense. Ching Feng rolled up his sleeves as if wanting to lunge at Yunshi, his voice sharp. I'm perfectly fine, yet you dare to curse me with an illness. She calmly inquired about Ching Feng's condition. In recent months, have your ankles been frequently swollen? If left for long, it will become painful and you won't be able to walk. It's even more painful after drinking alcohol. Also, the pain in your left leg is worse than your right. He brought his face close to Yunshi's, his voice rising with unconcealed surprise. How did you know? Yunshi spoke, observing the illness and studying it, listening and asking. I knew your illness with just one look. Ching Feng exclaimed in endless surprise. So you're saying you really understand medicine? Yunshi gently explained. You have gout. It's gout, but it's not serious. Elderberry can dispel wind. Use it for a month and it will be completely cured. But during that time, you cannot drink alcohol or eat animal organs. Hearing this, Ching Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. It can be completely cured? That's great. Then please examine Qin Sheng. Yunshi wrote down the necessary ingredients on a piece of paper and handed it to Ching Feng. She instructed, get the medicine for Miss Qin Sheng as I prescribed. There are 12 herbs in total. Add 2 liters of water, boil it down to 1 liter, and take it for 5 days, and the illness will be gone. All right. He immediately took the paper and quickly left. I'll go right away. Ching Feng was overjoyed beyond measure, running outside like an arrow. The people in the room could only watch him go with helpless smiles. Chi Fan looked at her and unexpectedly handed the red jade pendant to Yunshi, saying, this 9 Dragons Blood Jade pendant belongs to the 3rd Mississippi. I don't need the 9 Dragons Blood Jade pendant. Chi Fan asked in a panic, does the 3rd Miss still remember the Cloud Snow Stone? I can immediately send people to the Yi clan to search for it. No matter the cost, I will definitely bring it back for the 3rd Mississippi. Yunshi smiled lightly and replied, I don't need the Cloud Snow Stone anymore either. Suddenly, she paused and made a request. But, if possible, I would like to ask young Master Yan for a favor. Shifan's expression became resolute as he spoke. No matter what it is, I, Yin, will do my utmost to help. Yunshi smiled faintly and stated her request to him. I hope young Master Yin will accept this 9 Dragons Blood Jade pendant and not give it to anyone else. Shifan nodded and immediately agreed. All right, unless the 3rd Miss herself speaks up, I will absolutely not give it to anyone else. She remembered Mo Xuanyan's arrogant appearance when he obtained the pendant, and a slight wave stirred in her heart. This jade pendant is very important to Mo Xuanyan. It was taken by him in her past life. In this life, it absolutely cannot fall into his hands again. Against the clear blue sky, a magnificent tower with a strong East Asian architectural style stood majestically. People bustled about under the beautiful sky. The light shone on the building's sign. Yiming's disciple asked him, Master, our travel funds are limited. We can't last long in this expensive place. Yiming stroked his beard and calmly replied, what are you afraid of? In less than 3 days, the people from the Yin residence will come here to invite me back. The disciple nodded. Master and I have practiced medicine for so many years. We've treated countless cases of muteness and have never once made a mistake. He smiled and came over to massage Yiming's shoulders, flattering him. It's fine. She's just a slip of a girl, yet she dared to question you. It's clearly like showing off in front of an expert. Hearing this, he was extremely pleased. Haha, yes. We who practice medicine should still be a bit humble. Suddenly, he had a doubt and asked, but Master, I have a concern. They don't know we are at Tianshangju. What if they think we've returned to Jiangnan? Yiming smiled and replied, before I left a message for a servant there, saying that I would be temporarily staying at Tianshangju. The disciple smiled and replied, before I left a message for a servant there, saying that I would be temporarily staying at Tianshangju. 2 days later, at a place with charming scenery, the disciple, worried, asked frantically, Master, it's been 2 days. Why haven't they come to find us yet? Yiming replied calmly, calm down. It's only been 2 days. What's the rush? A physician must be steady and composed. How can you treat people like this? The next 3 days passed just like that. The disciple continued to ask, Master, it's been 3 days. Why haven't they come yet? The calmness on Yiming's face had vanished, replaced by endless bewilderment. He replied, Ahem, rest assured, they are probably regretting it now. They must be too embarrassed to find me. They'll come looking when they've gotten over it. Another 5 days passed in a flash. The disciple asked impatiently, Master, Today is the 5th day, Yiming replied irritably. Humph. Go to the Yin residence and tell their steward that I am currently at Tianshangju. I'm afraid that servant forgot. The disciple spoke up to reassure him. It's all right, master. No rush. Anyway, our travel funds are still enough to stay for a few more days. He immediately kicked him out of the house after hearing that. Go quickly. Aya. An hour later, the disciple returned with an announcement. Master, Miss Yin is cured. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yiming angrily grabbed his apprentice's collar and shouted loudly. What did you say? He hastily explained. They also said that Miss Yin is cured and can open her mouth to speak. Yiming slumped into a chair, rubbing his forehead, his face full of panic. How can this be? The disciple bowed and affirmed with certainty. It's true. When I arrived, I saw with my own eyes that girl with the surname Mu leaving. He began to recount. Miss Yin even personally came out to thank and see her off. Yiming shouted in fury. Absolutely impossible. Then he immediately ran off? No, I have to go see. The disciple called after him helplessly. Master, please stay and pay the bill first. I haven't even eaten today. I'm starving to death. He very quickly arrived at his destination. Standing guard, there were 2 guards. Yiming hid behind a statue to compose himself. After he was ready, he stepped out and approached them. I am the divine physician Wang Yiming, and I wish to see the head of your household. The guard replied, Please wait a moment. I will send someone to inform him. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, that person finally came out with an announcement. Divine Physician Wang, the master invites you in. Yiming stroked his beard, looking smug. If I knew it. That young master Yin was too embarrassed to invite me. But when I came myself, he invited me back in. He quickly stepped inside the residence. Fan greeted him with a smile. He asked, Dr. Wang, are you here at this time to fulfill your promise? He asked back, puzzled, what promise? Fan began to recount. At that time, Dr. Wang said, if the 3rd Miss cures Qing Sheng, then you will twist your head off to become a stool. Only then did Yiming vaguely recall that he had indeed said that. If she can really cure her after 5 days, then this old man will twist his own head off to make a stool for her to sit on. He asked again, puzzled, You mean Miss Yan's muteness is cured? Fan replied with a smile, Precisely. Will divine physician Wang do it himself? Or, do you need my help? Yiming immediately shouted, I haven't seen it with my own eyes. How do I know if you're tricking me or not? Qing appeared from a distance, and she spoke. Then I will let you see. She smiled faintly, a smile as beautiful as a cherry blossom. Yiming, full of suspicion, asked, Miss Yin, may I take your pulse? Qing smiled and agreed. You may. I want you to be thoroughly convinced. They sat down together at the stone table there. Yiming began to take her pulse. He was filled with doubt. How can this be? Her pulse is stable. There are no more symptoms of illness. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Could it be that I really lost to a slip of a girl? No, impossible. Qing beside him asked, Dr. Wang, how can this be? Yiming stroked his beard, tried to remain calm as he replied, On the outside, it looks good, but it's a pity the illness isn't completely gone. I dare guarantee that it will relapse in less than 3 days, and at that time, even the gods will find it hard to save her. Qing immediately snatched her hand back, her voice loud with disbelief. You're talking nonsense. Yiming sneered and pulled something out from his robes. He spoke confidently. We'll see in 3 days whether I'm talking nonsense or not. With that, he stepped forward to admire the surrounding scenery. If after 3 days, Miss Yin is fine, Yiming began to crush the object in his hand. He promised, I myself will twist my own head off. With a confident tone and a resolute attitude, Yiming affirmed, there will be no need for young Master Yin to lift a finger. Then he quickly walked away, leaving Qing stunned. Farewell. Yiming glanced back, smiling cunningly. Just you wait. After 3 days, you'll have to kneel and beg me for treatment. After 3 days, Qing was just now beginning to wake up. She sat up in bed, slowly pulling back the curtain. She opened her mouth to speak, but could only utter meaningless sounds. Qing touched her throat, her heart filled with worry and shock. What's happening? Why can't I speak? Hearing the noise, Fan rushed into the room. Qing, what's wrong with you, sister? Don't scare your brother. Qing pointed to her throat, her face full of panic, only able to make a few indistinct, stammering sounds. Seeing this, Fan immediately ran to hug her tightly, frantically calling for someone. Quickly, go to the Marquis Zhongyi's residence and invite the 3rd Miss here. He anxiously paced around the room while calling for people. The servant's voice announced, the 3rd Miss has arrived. Upon seeing her, Fan frantically ran over to explain, 3rd Miss, you're finally here. Please, hurry and save my sister. Yunqi gently reassured him, young Master Yin, rest assured. With me here, your sister will be fine. Qing Qing lay on the bed, her face purple and her breathing rapid. Upon taking her pulse, Yunqi immediately realized Miss Yin has been poisoned. Hearing this, Qi Fan was utterly stunned and asked, "Poisoned? What kind of poison could suddenly cause such a severe loss of voice?" Yunqi explained with a serious expression, "Xianlang flower. This poison can enter a person's bloodstream, gradually coagulate, and cause death. If combined with a special gauntlet, it can make a person lose their voice in 3 days and die within 5. Hearing this, both of their faces turned pale. Qing Feng exclaimed in surprise, "That vicious?" Qi Fan worriedly asked, "Third miss, could she be saved?" Yunqi slowly replied, "Yes." She inserted a needle into Qing Qing's wrist, then placed a pill in her mouth. Seeing this, Qi Fan couldn't help but be astonished. He spoke up and asked, "What did you give her? Can that really save Qing Qing?" Yunqi smiled and replied, "The 100 herbs pill. I've been concocting this for the past few days. It can cure the Xianlang flower poison." She slowly began to question, "On the way here, I heard young Master Qing Feng say that Wang Yiming came over 3 days ago and even took Miss Yan's pulse. Is that right?" Yunqi had a suspicion. "Right. You mean Qing Feng flew into a rage, shouting, 'It really was that damn old man. I'm gonna go capture him right now.'" Qi Fan just replied softly, "Go invite him." Qing Feng asked again in surprise. "He harmed Qing Cheng, and we're inviting him?" "Qi Fan, have you lost your mind?" He looked at Qing Feng coldly and said, "Just do as I say." At Tianshangju, footsteps paced back and forth in the room. Yiming spoke in a deep voice. He was sitting and enjoying tea, unlike his restless disciple. "Sit down." The disciple anxiously replied, "Master, it's been 3 days. If we go on like this, we'll run out of travel money." Yiming explained, "Rest assured, I poisoned Miss Yin with Xianlang flower. In this life, besides your master, besides your master, no one can cure it. Don't worry, they will come looking for your master very soon." Suddenly, there was a noise outside the door. The disciple was astonished, while Yiming looked very pleased. "Master, you're amazing. You guessed right." Qing Feng slammed the door open. Upon seeing him, Yiming put on a radiant expression and asked, "Young Master Gu, what brings you here in person? Is something the matter?" Qing Feng hurriedly replied, "Divine Physician Wang, Miss Yan's muteness has relapsed." With an "I told you so" expression, he replied, "I said it before, that little girl is a quack. After 3 days, Miss Yan's muteness would relapse. Do you believe me now?" Qing Feng pretended to be happy, smiling as he replied, "Yes, yes, yes. We truly regret not listening to Divine Physician Wang's advice and mistakenly trusting that young miss. We still implore Divine Physician Wang to come and treat Miss Yin." But inwardly, he was furious. "Old man, if I find out later that you poisoned Qing Sheng, I won't let you off the hook." Hearing this, Yiming stood up and walked arrogantly. "Let's go. I'll go take a look." Behind him, Qing Feng cheerfully responded, "Great, great." At the Yin residence, Yunqi and Qi Fan were in the room with Qing Qing. She smiled lightly and greeted, "Divine Physician Wang, I hope you live well from now on." Yiming was so stunned he froze. Qing Cheng asked him, her voice full of sarcasm, "Dr. Wang, are you very surprised? Are you wondering why I've recovered?" Behind them, Qing Feng's expression turned serious as he asked in a low voice, "Dr. Wang, why did you poison Qing Cheng?" Yiming repeatedly denied it. "Nonsense. I am a divine physician. How could I poison someone?" Yunqi then spoke up. In the 15th year of the Wanli era, someone went into the mountains to gather herbs and was accidentally poisoned by the Xianlang flower. She began to explain. In the end, they were saved by Senior Yang Guzi and managed to live to this day. Hearing this, Yiming was incredibly surprised, asking in a daze, "Who on earth are you?" Yunqi just replied softly, "Are you thinking that in this world, besides Senior Yang Guzi and yourself, no one else can cure the Xianlang flower poison?" Yiming still tried to deny it. "You little girl, stop spouting nonsense. What's Xianlang flower? I was never poisoned by that poison, nor was I saved by Yang Guzi." Yunqi covered her mouth and laughed sarcastically. "I never said the person Senior Yang Guzi saved was you." He shouted angrily, You tricked me." Yunqi replied very calmly, "Dr. Wang, your greatest wish is to surpass Senior Yang Guzi, isn't it? It's a pity you were saved by Senior Yang Guzi." Yiming was speechless. But she just smiled and said to him, You tell me, if the whole world knew that Divine Physician Wang would stoop to poisoning others for his own reputation." Yunqi's words stunned him. What would become of Divine Physician Wang's future? Yiming stumbled backward, accidentally tripping over a chair. He immediately fell flat on his back. Yiming clutched his face, screaming in pain, "I am my teeth." Qi Fan, at his wit's end, ordered Qing Feng, "Quick, get him out of here." Hearing this, he became furious, stepped forward to stomp on him, and shouted, "Get him out? Isn't that letting him off too easy?" Chi Fan just replied gently, "What I mean is, don't let him dirty this place." Hearing this, Ching Feng immediately perked up, laughed loudly, and then lifted Yiming up. "I get it," daring to touch Ching Cheng. "I'll make him regret it." Ching Cheng radiantly walked over and took Yunqi's hand. This time, it was all thanks to the third Mississippi. Otherwise, I would have lost my voice for good and almost died. She smiled faintly and replied, "Miss Yin, rest assured, your muteness is completely cured. However, since the Xianlang flower poison has just been neutralized, you must be careful not to eat spicy or greasy food for half a month, and absolutely no alcohol." Chi Fan stood beside them, clasping his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, Third Mississippi, for your great kindness on 2 occasions. I, Yin, will definitely repay you." Yunqi was slightly taken aback. She replied, "Young Master Yin, you're too kind." Then she stood up and said, "If in the future I have a matter that requires young Master Yin's help, I won't be polite. For now, I'll take my leave." At the 100 Flowers Garden of the Marquis, Zhongyi's residence, Yunqi sat on a chair, drenched in sweat, looking exhausted. She remembered old Madame Mu's words, "You're punished to go to Shuiyuan nunnery outside the city to reflect on yourself." She could only sigh softly. "Grandmother, I was wronged, I was wronged." Memories continuously flooded her mind. "Miss, today is the Qixi festival. I'll come and take you home." The kidnapper ignored the struggles and despair of the person beside her. "Let me go." "Sobs, miss. Quickly let my miss go." He picked her up and carried her away. He pinned her to the floor and began his vile act. Yunqi's hopeless screams echoed, Don't. Sobs, help, help." The nightmare left Yunqi with a weary expression, sweat dripping down her face. Suddenly, someone called out to wake her, Miss, what's wrong?" "Wake up." She woke with a start. "Nanju," the young girl asked worriedly, "did you have a nightmare again?" Yunqi held her head and replied, "I'm fine now." Then she asked, "What did you need me for?" Nanju smiled and replied, "Miss, Shui Mo from the 7th Prince's side sent you a letter wanting to invite you for a boat ride on the lake tomorrow." She felt uneasy. "He's inviting me again. I have a bad feeling about this. It's better not to go." Then she replied, "Tell her that I have an appointment with a friend for tea tomorrow, so I can only decline the 7th Prince's kind invitation." The woman named Shui Mo came forward. "Miss, our master said that if you refuse, I should tell you something." She spoke. "He's afraid someone has ill intentions towards Mu Yuanting." Hearing this, Yunqi was extremely shocked and shouted, "What?" As soon as Yunqi heard this, she stood up and said, "Please trouble Miss Shui Mo to relay a message to the 7th Prince. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow." Shui Mo agreed. "Miss, rest assured, Shui Mo will definitely relay the message. Our master also has a question. Does the miss still like to drink Chuanruo wine?" Hearing this, Yunqi asked back, "Chuanruo wine, a spirit pure for ages, congealing into a serene string." Yunqi remembered this flower. She replied, her face a little sad, "My past self liked its pure, refreshing scent and its beautiful color." But Yunqi recalled her past life. Later, Mo Xianlang married Mu Yuanting, married Ming Yuexiang, and married another woman. She felt as if she were trapped in a cage, left alone to drink the cold Chuanruo wine, but the more she wanted to push it away, the more sober she became. Yunqi's face showed clear determination. She clenched her fist in front of her chest and vowed to herself, "Mo Xianlang, I won't be so foolish in this life. One day, I will kill you with my own hands." Seeing that Yunqi's expression was off, Nanju asked worriedly, "Miss, what's wrong?" Yunqi regained her usual expression and replied, "Nothing. I was just thinking of a poem." Yunqi turned to Shui Mo and said, "Please trouble Miss Shui Mo to relay a message to the 7th Prince. I have never liked drinking Chuanruo wine." Shui Mo bowed to bid farewell. "Yes, Shui Mo will definitely relay the message to our master. I will take my leave now." The next day, at Banfan Lake, Yunqi was enjoying tea when someone asked, "Is it good?" Yunqi put down her teacup and replied, "I don't understand tea. I only know it's for quenching thirst. I've spoiled the 7th Prince's elegant mood." Xian Yin replied, "The greatest use of tea is to quench thirst. This prince hasn't studied it deeply either." Hearing this, Yunqi replied, "I've long heard that the 7th Prince is a tea lover who won't drink tea that isn't good. But now you say such words?" Xian Yin leaned in, his face close to Yunqi's, making her blush slightly. He asked, "You've heard of this prince?" Yunqi immediately moved away and replied, "The 7th Prince is the great general of the northern border, with illustrious military achievements. The barbarian tribes are so terrified they dare not take a single single step into our territory. The people in the capital hold the seventh prince in extremely high regard. Naturally, you are praised everywhere. Why would I need to deliberately seek out news? Hearing this, Xian Yin chuckled. So I'm that outstanding in everyone's hearts? Yunchi picked up a pastry and ate it, silently assessing. I didn't expect this guy to be so narcissistic. Seeing her eat with appetite, he invited her. This is lotus root starch from Tanjia village. They start making it during the cold dew solar term. The process is quite complex, and it's a traditional local dish. Pastries made from this lotus root starch are naturally the most delicious. The third miss can have some more. Yunchi replied shyly. The seventh prince is both a scholar and a warrior. I am impressed, truly impressed. He chuckled softly and then said, so do you like it? Yunchi's cheeks flushed red as she replied, not bad. Then, remembering something, she asked, by the way, yesterday you had Shui Mo tell me that you were afraid someone might harm my brother. Is that true? Xian Yin placed a hand on his chin, looking thoughtful, and answered, if this prince hadn't said that, would you still have come? Hearing this, Yunchi frowned slightly. Are you saying you tricked me? Xian Yin gently shook his head in denial. No, this prince was telling the truth. Then hurry up and tell me. He asked, are you and your brother very close? Yunchi stood up, turned slightly, and replied, well, we have the same mother, so of course we're very close. My brother also dotes on me, always saving any delicious food for me. If anyone dared to touch me, he would risk his life to fight them. She recalled her childhood. I remember one time, I think I was about 4 years old, someone bumped into me and made me drop my pastry. My brother grabbed him and told him to apologize to me, but that boy refused, and as a result, my brother gave him a beating. And at that time, she burst into tears because she felt guilty. Afterwards, that person obediently apologized to me, but my brother was also covered in injuries. When he got home, he was even given a beating by our father. For 10 days, I cried while visiting him, but he just laughed heartily and comforted me. Brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that you were beaten by father. He just smiled and patted her head. Haha, I don't blame you at all. The two of them moved out to the balcony. Xian Yin asked curiously, you still remember this? Yunchi replied, as if it were obvious. Of course. He asked again, then do you remember what happened to that person after he apologized to you? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking deeply, well, my brother was grounded. What's wrong? Is something not right? Xian Yin replied immediately. Nothing. Seeing his somewhat troubled expression, Yunchi couldn't help but feel uneasy in her heart. Why did he suddenly seem so disappointed? She asked again with a stiff face. Really nothing? He avoided her gaze and replied, humph. The person your brother beat was the biological nephew of Consort Duan, named Hua Wenming. Yunchi recounted, I know, he was too weak. My brother fought 5 people and only got superficial wounds, while he broke a bone from a light touch and even got my brother punished. Xian Yin suddenly leaned his face close to hers, making her face instantly blush. He gently poked her forehead and said, your brother beat someone up and you're still calling that person weak. She held her forehead, her face still red, and replied, but I'm telling the truth. Xian Yin repeated, Hua Wenming is a vindictive person. Yunchi's expression changed instantly. She asked, are you saying that Hua Wenming wants to harm my brother? He answered immediately, I've received news that Hua Wenming wants to usurp your brother's position in the eastern garrison. Yunchi gradually pieced everything together. That's right. In my past life, after my brother died, it was Mo Xianling who issued an edict to have Hua Wenming replace my brother. I was foolish enough to listen to him. Using my identity as Mu Xinfeng's sister, he bribed my brother's subordinates, helping Hua Wenming take the position of general of the left. Hua Wenming is Mo Xuanling's man. So the assassination of my brother must have also been ordered by Mo Xianling. Then, when I was kidnapped on my way back from Shuiwen Nunnery, and concubine Zhao poisoned my mother, could it be that Mo Xianling also had a hand in it? That's right, in my past life, it was he who made me isolated and helpless, leaving me heartbroken and in despair. Only he seemed to care for her and sympathize with me. She remembered their relationship, and I developed good feelings for him, eventually falling step by step into his trap. She was nothing more than a manipulated chess piece. He had me in the palm of his hand. To get closer to my maternal family, I was a stepping stone to help him ascend the throne. He never truly loved me at all. In her resentment, Yunchi exclaimed, I was so stupid, so naive. Xian Yin placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her. Rest assured, this prince has already sent someone to inform your brother. He placed his hand on her face, his expression full of confidence. Your brother is intelligent and resourceful. He will definitely handle it well. embarrassed. Yunshi immediately pulled away from his hand. She uttered, thank you. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell. Yunshi flailed, unable to keep her balance. Xian Yin immediately rushed to catch her. Be careful, he called out. He asked, are you alright? Yunshi replied in a fluster. I'm Yufine. Xian Yin held Yunshi in his arms to calm her. Don't be afraid. Someone must have carelessly bumped into our guard boat. Her face turned red with embarrassment, and she immediately struggled free. I wasn't scared at all. From a distance, Wan Ling approached. So it's Seventh Brother's boat? My apologies. My boat accidentally bumped into yours while turning around. I'll come especially to apologize. Wan Ling slowly walked over. Upon seeing him, Yunshi was endlessly surprised. Mo Wan Ling? Xianyan immediately stepped forward to shield her. Fourth brother is too polite. Your younger brother cannot bear it. But he seemed to pay no attention to him. Wan Ling looked at Yunshi standing behind him and greeted her. So, the third Miss Mu is here as well. She also replied politely, greetings, fourth prince. Wan Ling asked, third miss need not be so courteous. Are you also here to watch the fireworks? Yunshi immediately answered, yes. Wan Ling leaned his back against the railing, turning towards the two of them, and continued the conversation with a smile. Watching fireworks is more lively when many people watch together. Third miss, don't you agree? Yunshi's expression immediately soured. She replied, I don't think so. I prefer to watch fireworks in peace. Xin interjected, fourth brother, if you like having many people, you could call more people to your painted boat to accompany you. However, Sheer and I are both happy, so we don't need many people to disturb and ruin our peace. Wan Ling looked at the two in front of him and speculated inwardly, Sheer. Seventh brother calls her so casually, and Mu Yunshi doesn't even find it inappropriate? Could it be that seventh brother is using this return to recuperate as a chance to borrow the power of Duke Su's residence? His face suddenly hardened as he thought to himself, no, Mu Yunshi can only be mine. She is the most beloved granddaughter of the Duke of Su. Only by having her can I gain the support of Duke Su's residence. Today is the perfect opportunity to get close to Mu Yunshi. Wan Ling left where he was standing, glanced at the surrounding scenery, and then spoke. Ha, it's still early. Why don't we sit down and have a drink first? It's been a long time since I've had a drink with seventh brother. Then he sat down at a nearby table. Aren't we drinking wine? I heard that the third miss loves Ru wine the most. Seventh brother wouldn't have failed to prepare it, would he? Yunshi replied perfunctorily, the fourth prince has misheard. I do not like Ru wine. Moreover, I have never liked it. And she sat down opposite him. Hearing this, Wan Ling gave a stiff laugh. Ha. So that's how it is. I must have misheard. He poured some tea and continued. Does the third miss like to drink tea? Yunshi replied coldly. This Longjing tea has a refreshing and lingering taste. I quite like it. Noticing her displeased expression, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Strange. All the young masters and ladies in the capital know that Mu Yunshi of the Marquis Zhongyi's residence has never known how to drink tea. Could it be that she suddenly had a change in personality and started studying tea? It seems I'll have to investigate this carefully later. Just as he thought this, Jianyun saw him and called out brightly, cousin, so you're here? I've been looking all over for you. Wan Ling seemed very surprised to see her. Cousin? Yunshi's eyes suddenly went blank. She was shocked when she recognized the person behind her, Muwaning. How did she get on this boat? The boat swayed gently with the wind. Jian Yun pouted and tugged on Wan Ling's sleeve, asking, didn't you say there would be fireworks tonight? He replied gently, it's been a long time since I've seen seventh brother. I just happened to run into him today, so we're chatting for a bit. Mu Wanting spoke up. No wonder I couldn't find third sister anywhere in the residence. So third sister came here. Jianyan said cheerfully, you may be thinking of her, but is she necessarily thinking of you? Yunshi chuckled softly and said, Miss Hua is absolutely right. The relationships between people are truly strange. Yunshi's words seemed to hit a sore spot with Jianyan. There's always one person who remembers another. She immediately pointed at Yunshi's face and asked loudly, how dare you mock me? She simply replied gently, I don't quite understand Miss Hua's words. Which of my words mock Miss Hua? I was just expressing a sentiment similar to Miss Hua's. Jian Yun angrily pulled Wan Ling's hand and tattled. Cousin, do you see this woman mocking me? You have to help me teach her a lesson. Paying no mind to those words, Wan Ling demanded, don't make a scene. The fireworks are about to start. Xian Yin then spoke up. That's right, the fireworks are about to start. I'll have to trouble fourth brother to take your people over to your boat. Sheer, and I don't like it this noisy. We just want to watch the fireworks in peace. Wan Ling frowned slightly and asked, does third miss think so too? Yunchi turned her head to avoid his gaze and replied coldly, "Fourth prince, please leave." Faced with her attitude, Wan Ling's heart couldn't help but stir with turmoil. Detestable. It has always been others who flock around me. This woman truly doesn't know what's good for her. Jinyin was also very annoyed by this attitude and retorted, "Humph, do you think we're eager to stay and watch with you? Cousin, let's hurry back to our boat." Wan Ling was silent for a moment, then replied, "If the third miss is happy, then we won't disturb you any longer. Another day, I'll take the opportunity to ask for the third miss's guidance on the art of tea." With that, he quickly left. Seeing this, Jinyin also hurried after him. "Cousin, wait for me." Then she turned and said, "By the way, you all don't need to come here. Go back to my Xianggao. I will pay for all of today's expenses." Although Wanning didn't understand, she still thanked her. "Thank you, Miss Hua." She looked towards the two of them and speculated inwardly. Could the fourth prince have taken a liking to Mu Yunxi? Wanting immediately recalled, no, Mu Yunxi is the legitimate daughter of the Marquis Zhongyi's residence, and she has the Duke Su's residence behind her. Her future marriage will surely be a good one. But what about me? I can only hold on tightly to the fourth prince to secure my future. The fourth prince must be mine. He must be mine. She watched the figures of Wan Ling and Jian Yun ahead. Xian Yin suddenly approached and requested, "Miss, please leave." Wan Ling glanced back at Yunxi, then she also quickly left. Xian Yin spoke up, "All right, the fly is finally gone." Yunxi just replied perfunctorily, Her attention was on the night sky with its bright moon. A moment later, the fireworks began to explode, brilliantly lighting up a stretch of the sky. Everyone watched and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Wow, so beautiful." Yunchi looked wistfully at the sky. How strange. In the past, it seems someone also set off fireworks like this for me, illuminating the dark night, but why can't I remember who it was? She stood up and leaned against the railing. Suddenly, a little boy fell into the water. The boy struggled continuously in the water. Yunchi watched in alarm as Wei Wei cried out continuously. "Mother." Yunchi bitterly remembered everything. "Mother, Hucker, my Hucker, was murdered just like that." She immediately climbed onto the railing. "In this life, I cannot let such a tragedy happen before my eyes again." Xian Yin, seeing this, couldn't help but be alarmed and called out, "Elfia." Then she jumped into the water. Xian Yin reached out, continuously calling, "Elfia." Xian Yan's heart was filled with unease, blaming himself. "Damn it, it's all my fault for being careless for a moment and not catching Sure. Sure, you absolutely must not let anything happen to you." Then he also quickly jumped in. Xian Yin jumped into the water amidst everyone's alarm. "Your Highness." The child struggled continuously in the water. Help. Everyone around was panicked. "That's a young master." "Oh no, the little young master is sinking." Yunchi swam down, trying to reach the boy. She struggled to hold Wei Wei up. So heavy. Yunchi reached for the light. "No, I'm not resigned. The light is right in front of me. Why does it feel like it's getting farther and farther away?" She felt so helpless, she started to cry. As expected, I still can't do anything. Will I die here in this life? Suddenly, a hand wrapped around her. Xian Yin had arrived. He kissed her, and then they surfaced. Xian Yin had successfully saved them. He asked worriedly, "Shia, are you all right? You were too rash just now." Wei Wei's mother ran over, worried and scared. "Wei Wei, what's wrong with Wei Wei? Don't scare mother." With a tear-streaked face, she asked, "Are you a physician? How is my son?" He checked the pulse and replied, "Madam, my condolences, there's no longer a pulse." Hearing this, she hugged her son tightly, crying bitterly. "What? My son, my son." Yunchi could no longer ignore it and spoke up. "The kid isn't dead yet. Stop shaking him." Wei Wei's mother asked in surprise, "What? My son can still be saved?" The physician, hearing this, flew into a rage. I'm a physician from Hall. I've treated countless patients. Could it be that I can't even diagnose this correctly? You're just a little girl. Don't talk nonsense." Yunchi just replied in a cold voice, "If you can't even save someone from drowning, don't boast about having treated countless people. To think Hall has someone as useless as you." He replied angrily, "Don't you spout nonsense. If you can save him, I'll jump from this spot right now." Then she bent down to perform artificial respiration on the boy. Seeing this, the physician shrieked in alarm. "What is this for? How dare you desecrate the dead? He's still a child, and you dare to do that? Truly shameless, you." Xian Yin stepped forward, grabbed him by the collar, his eyes cold as he looked at him and ordered, "Shut up." Everyone watched the events with curiosity. From the other boat, Jian Yin commented, "This third Miss Mu is truly shameless." Wei Wei suddenly coughed violently and woke up. The Prime Minister's wife was full of worry. "Wei Wei, you scared mother to death." The boy cried loudly. "Wawa, Yunqi advised. Madam, don't worry. The little young master is fine. Quickly change his clothes and cook him a bowl of ginger soup. The prime minister's wife, in her boundless happiness, said gratefully, You must be the Mu family's third miss, right? Thank you and the seventh prince for saving our Wei. You're also soaked. Quickly go to the cabin to change into some clean clothes. Another day, the prime minister and I will surely visit to express our gratitude. Yunqi smiled faintly without replying, thinking to herself. So she's the prime minister's wife. I heard that the prime minister and she are exceptionally loving. Even though she didn't bear a son, he was determined not to take a concubine. She recalled the past, feeling moved in her heart. Despite being 39, she still got pregnant and gave birth, finally having this son. It's fortunate that I was here today. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would have gone mad with grief. She spoke up. Thank you for your concern, madam. The prime minister's wife also need not worry. Xian Yin placed a cloak on her shoulders, instructing with concern. Go change your clothes first to avoid catching a cold. She sneezed from the cold. Achoo! Then agreed. The crowd started a buzz. So the third Miss Mu knows medicine. I've never heard of that. She can even bring the dead back to life. Her medical skills must be brilliant. The physician from Anning Hall just said he couldn't feel a pulse and was certain he was dead. One of them said loudly. Just now he also said that if third Miss Mu could cure him, he would jump down from here. Wanling immediately pushed the physician down. With such poor medical skills, you still dare to call yourself a physician. Ignoring his pleas. Help! Help! Wanling waved at Yunqi. Third Miss, rest assured, I have helped you deal with that quack. She just ignored him. Let's go back quickly. Being ignored made Wanling furious. Jianyun watched her, assessing. It was just a lucky fluke that she saved him. What's there to be proud of? Even cousin didn't react. Who does she think she is? He watched Yunqi's fading figure. Suspicious. She seems to hold some hostility towards me, but I've never provoked her. The hazy moonlight shone down on the gently drifting boat. Xianyan handed some clothes to Nanju, instructing. I found a dress. Quickly give it to your miss to change into. I will have someone cook some ginger soup for your miss. The young girl replied, I can help my lady change. Please, seventh prince, step outside first. Yunqi began to take off her wet clothes. Nanju's nagging in her ear. My lady, you were too rash just now. The clothes were gradually put on. Jumping into the water scared me to death. Yunqi spoke to reassure her. All right, I know. I won't act so recklessly in the future. Okay? You go out first. I want to rest. The room door was suddenly pushed open, and Xianyan entered the room with a bowl of soup. Drink some ginger soup. He looked at Yunqi lying listlessly on the chair. Xianyan bent down to look at her, speaking. I know the pain in your heart, but... He suddenly realized something and quickly carried her out of the room. Hurry to the shore. Get the boat to the shore quickly. From the boat next door, Wanting saw everything that was happening. She sneered, silently assessing. These two indeed have some kind of relationship that can't be made public. Nanju quickly brought a change of water. The young girl said gratefully, Thank you, seventh prince, for being so thoughtful. The seventh prince has been busy all night. You should go rest and let this servant take care of my lady. Xin Yan, while wringing out a towel, spoke. No need. This prince will stay here and take care of her. Nanju was flustered, but Xin Yan smiled faintly and replied, But rest assured, this prince will not bully your lady. Nanju blushed and exclaimed, This servant did not mean that. This servant feels that the seventh prince is of noble birth. He immediately cut off her next words. Say no more. Just go down and rest. The imperial physician said that although Shir's illness came on quickly, it is not serious. She will be fine by tomorrow morning. This prince will change the towel for her a few times and leave a little later. Then he turned to Nanju and said, If you are worried, you can sleep in the next room. However, Shir is sleeping soundly. It's unlikely she will call for a servant in the middle of the night. The young girl blushed and bowed her head. Then I will trouble the seventh prince. Yunqi murmured in her delirium. Older sister. She was again immersed in a nightmare. Hucker fell into the Bibbo Lake because he was playing. The eunuchs searched for about 5 days, and his body was gnawed by fish beyond recognition. Yunqi, with tears in her eyes, shouted resentfully, No, Hucker was murdered. I saw with my own eyes someone push him into the water. Older sister is joking. It was Hucker who was playing. The palace maid originally wanted to pull Hucker back, but couldn't hold on. Why did it become a push when it came from older sister's mouth? She sobid, sobi. He is the emperor's child. Wanting sneered. The emperor is a dragon among men. How could he be short of sons? She sneered, mocking. Third sister, you're truly naive. Ha ha ha. Tears rolled down Yunqi's cheeks. She still couldn't escape the obsessions of the past. Hukar, aim sori. It's mother who is useless. It's mother who didn't protect you. Xianyan immediately hugged her, comforting. Hucker surely misses you too. He will definitely be reincarnated and come back in the future. Don't think about it anymore. Get some good rest. He stroked her hair, speaking gently. Don't be afraid. There are no more hardships. I will go through the difficulties with you. When I couldn't sleep before, my mother consort would sing me a nursery rhyme to lull me to sleep. Shall I sing it for you? Then Xianyan looked up at the moonlight outside the door and began to hum. The bright moonlight shines on the vast ocean. The vast water overflows, passing by the lotus pond. The fragrance of lotus seeds from the pond. Nanju quietly entered the room. The young girl was endlessly surprised. In bed, Yunshi was sound asleep and sleeping very well. Nanju found it strange and placed a hand on her, speaking, "Sleep well, my lady. This servant is right next to you. If you need anything, just call out, and this servant will be able to hear." The gentle wind blew, making the bed curtain flutter slightly. Xianyan flew in from outside the window. He smiled in embarrassment, then began to take off his cloak. Xianyan lay down beside Yunshi, comforting her. The next morning, Yunshi groggily woke up, and in front of her was Xianyan. Yunshi was startled and immediately moved away. What is this? What happened last night? I remember saving a boy and then going back to sleep on the long chair. She was endlessly panicked and immediately sat up. Where am I now? Yunshi tiptoed outside. I didn't return to the manor for a night. Someone will definitely make a big deal out of it. Yunshi leaned against the railing, stretching out her hands to catch the falling flower petals. This is the 7th prince's manor. Nanju entered, carrying a bowl of hot medicine. Yunshi called out, "Come here." Seeing her, Nanju couldn't help but be overjoyed. "My lady, you're awake?" Then the young girl held out the bowl of hot medicine. "This servant brewed the medicine for you, as instructed by the imperial physician. When my lady wakes up, you must drink a bowl. Please drink it while it's hot." She immediately refused. "No need. I'm a physician myself, and I'm not sick. Why would I drink medicine?" Xianyan's voice came from behind. The proverb says, "A physician cannot heal themselves." No matter how brilliant your medical skills are, you must listen to the physician. Xianyan stretched and walked out. Seeing him, Yunshi spoke, flustered, "7th prince, you're up so early." He replied, "Not as early as you." Then Xianyan took the bowl of medicine from Nanju. "It's just right. The medicine is very warm." Yunshi, from behind, continuously refused. "No need, I'm fine. If I'm not sick, why drink medicine?" Then he brought the bowl of medicine towards her, asking, "Do you want to drink it yourself, or should I feed it to you?" Yunshi vehemently refused. "No need. I already said I'm fine. I don't need to drink it." Xianyan moved even closer. "Let me feed you, okay?" Yunshi hesitated. Before she could finish, he raised the spoon, demanding, "So you want me to feed you? Now, open your mouth." Yunshi's face turned red with embarrassment, and she swung her hand, causing the medicine to splash everywhere. "No need. I'll drink it myself." Xianyan thought to himself, how truly adorable. Then, while she wasn't paying attention, he put something in her mouth. Feeling the strange taste in her mouth, Yunshi wondered, is this the sour plum from Dongjiang? Xianyan chuckled and replied, "Your lady is quite a nimble tongue." Nanju, who was beside them, answered, "My lady loves Dongjiang's sour plums the most. Our master specially brings back several jars every year." The lady is experienced then. Xianyan pushed another one towards her. He spoke up, "So sheer also likes sour plums from Dongjiang, just like I do. When I was little and sick from taking medicine, my mother consort would give me sour plums to eat." She replied flusteredly, "Thank you, 7th prince. I have disturbed you for a whole day. I should return, otherwise I'm afraid." Xianyan simply replied, "Last night, I had Heshua send someone to inform the Marquis Zhongyi's manor, saying you were sleeping at the Wuhua Pavilion in the palace. Since you were at the Wuhua Pavilion, waiting for Heshua to escort you back will make it more believable to others." Yunshi bowed her head and replied, "Thank you, 7th prince, for being so thoughtful on my behalf." Xianyan waved his hand. "After all, your brother once saved me." Yunshi answered, "In that case, it would be more respectful for me to obey." Xianyan pulled her along as he left. "Let's go. I'll take you to breakfast." Then they went to the dining room together. Xianyan pointed to a chair. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and sit down." She replied flusteredly, "This is your study, isn't it? Ordinary people probably aren't allowed in, right?" He pushed her down onto the chair and replied, "You are not an ordinary person." Then he pointed to the bowl of noodles and said, "I specially instructed the kitchen to make this bowl of palace noodles for you." She replied shyly, thank you, 7th prince." Yunshi slurped up the noodles in one go. She wondered, "Why aren't you eating?" "Watching you eat so heartily," he replied, "is not like some people who are so fussy even during a meal." A bun the size of a dragon's has to be divided into 3 bites, which makes one lose their appetite just by watching. Hearing this, Yunshi froze. She silently recalled the past. Mu 1x ate just like that, taking small, shy bites. How could Mo Ling Kong not like it? He pushed the bowl of food towards her and replied, "I can't eat it." Then a pile of dishes was placed in front of her. "This fishball soup is delicious. You should try it. And this fish head, these tiger skin bell peppers, stir-fried snow peas. Try them all." "That's enough, it's too much." He spoke up. "Let's share and finish it all, otherwise it will be a waste." Yunshi clutched her stomach and lamented, "Ah, I'm stuffed to death." Seventh brother, someone suddenly arrived. Seventh brother, "Such a delicious meal, yet you didn't wait for me." Xian Yin asked, "Do you not get enough to eat in the palace every day?" The person beside him was Princess Hashua. Yunshi bowed in greetings, Princess Hashua. She replied, "Seventh brother told me everything about last night. Don't worry, I will personally escort you back. Let's see who dares to say anything." Yunshi was grateful. "Thank you, Princess Ashua. No need to be polite. Seventh brother and I are good friends. His business is my business." Xian Yin instructed, "Remember, don't let anyone bully Sheer, not even with cold words." Hashua took Yunshi's hand and said, "Don't worry, seventh brother, I will absolutely complete the mission." The carriage was pulled away. Yunshi asked curiously, "Princess, what are you looking at?" Hashua replied, "I'm studying how you made seventh brother's heart stir." Hearing this, Yunshi replied flusteredly, "The seventh prince and I have merely had a few encounters. What happened last night was truly out of necessity. I jumped into the lake to save the prime minister's young son, and the cold air caused me to faint with a high fever. It was the seventh prince who saved me." She seemed very interested in this, her face beaming with joy. Shui Mo, who was by seventh brother's side, told me everything about last night. I can guarantee it, seventh brother has definitely fallen for you. Yunshi smiled faintly, but her heart was heavy. "How would you know?" Mo Xuanyin's fiancée is the direct granddaughter of the king of Qinghai. Princess King me Aoxu. In my past life, my Aoxue, to avenge Mo Xianyan, used the full force of Qinghai to fight against Mo Xianling. How can I possibly win the seventh prince's love? Then she replied, "It's impossible between the seventh prince and me." Hearing this, Hashu understood, AI, seventh brother. "It seems you're on the road to pursuing your sister-in-law." At a manor, someone's voice rang out. "Greetings, grandmother. Last night, several people fell into the water. It was truly perilous. Fortunately, the seventh prince rushed away with the unconscious third sister to treat her. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yu Xiang asked doubtfully. "The seventh prince took third cousin away. So why was someone sent to deliver a message from Princess Ashua?" Then she turned and said to old Madame Mu, "I heard that the seventh prince and Princess Ashua are as close as siblings. Could it be?" The old madam frowned in annoyance. "Don't talk nonsense. Someone from Princess Hashua's palace delivered the message personally. Could it be fake?" Yu Xiang replied, "Grandmother, I'm not talking nonsense. Princess Hashua didn't even leave the palace to watch the fireworks. So how could she have been with third sister?" Hashua appeared out of nowhere, speaking angrily. "Does this princess need to ask for your instructions to leave the palace?" Upon seeing her, old Madame Mu bowed in a panic. "Princess Hashua has graced us with her presence. I was unable to welcome you from afar. I hope the princess will forgive me." "Old Madame Mu, there is no need for formalities," Hashua replied. She saw Yunshi and asked with a worried expression, "Yunshi, the princess has arrived. Why didn't you send someone to announce it? What will we do if we have breached etiquette?" Hashua spoke up to smooth things over. "Old Madame Mu, don't blame Sister Yunshi. I was the one who told Sister Yunshi not to announce it." Then she continued, "I remember that last night, I had someone come to the Marquis's manor to deliver a message. Sister Yunshi and I hit it off right away. Later, because Sister Yunshi had a high fever, I took her back to the palace and invited Imperial Physician Ci to diagnose and treat her." Hashua pointed at Yu Xiang. "How dare someone spread such rumors?" She immediately denied it. Yu Xiang wouldn't dare. Yu Xiang was just worried about third cousin. Hashua raised her voice. "Worried? How come this princess didn't hear it that way? This princess only heard you fanning the flames on the side, as if you fear the world isn't chaotic enough." Yu Xiang immediately knelt to beg for mercy. "Forgive me, princess. Forgive me, princess." Then she asked with a smile, "You're asking for this princess's forgiveness. All right, then tell me in detail, what crime have you committed?" Yu Xiang replied, trembling. Yu Xiang should not have speculated on the princess's movements, and even less should I have doubted the princess. Husho said in a cold voice, her sharp eyes staring at the person before her. For someone like you who doesn't understand the rules, I will send a governess later to properly teach you the rules. Wan Xin spoke up from behind. Why don't you thank the princess for her lesson? Yu Xiang's face turned pale with fear as she said, Thank you, princess, for the lesson. A beauty entered to announce, Old Madam. The Prime Minister's wife has sent her calling card and is currently waiting outside the manor. Hearing this, Old Madam Mu wondered, the Prime Minister's wife? Why would she suddenly visit our manor? Yin Lan smiled and continued the conversation. The Prime Minister's wife has come to visit. Yin Lan's hasty reception has been inadequate. I hope you will forgive me. The Prime Minister's wife replied gracefully. Madam is too polite. I came today specifically to find the third miss. She was surprised to see the situation. Princess Hashaw is also here. Then she bowed in greeting, paying my respects to Old Madam Mu and Princess Hashaw. Old Madam Mu smiled and said, Prime Minister's wife, there is no need for so many courtesies. Hashua came forward, took the Prime Minister's wife's hand, and said respectfully, The Prime Minister serves the country and its people. Cautiously, I admire him greatly in my heart. Moreover, the Prime Minister and I once had a teacher-student relationship. An honored teacher is like an elder. Therefore, Hashua does not need, nor dare, to accept this courtesy from you, madam. She replied flusteredly. It was a great honor to answer the princess's questions. As for honored teacher and elder, I truly dare not accept that title. My husband is also unaware. If my presence here is a disturbance to the princess, I ask for your understanding. Then Hashua explained, I came to bring Sister Yunchi back. Yesterday, she caught a chill from entering the lake, so I took her back to the palace and invited Imperial Physician CI to diagnose and treat her. Suddenly, the Prime Minister's wife immediately knelt down. Yesterday, Wei Wei fell into the water. Thanks to the third Miss's great effort in saving him, and the third Miss's miraculous hands that brought him back to life. For such a great kindness, I thank you very much. Yunchi quickly went forward to help her up. Prime Minister's wife, please get up quickly. It was merely something within my ability to do. There's no need to be so polite. Then she replied happily. The Prime Minister and I discussed it and prepared a small gift to express our gratitude. I hope the young lady will not dislike it. Hearing this, Yunchi immediately refused. No. At that time, I only wanted to save him. I didn't think about a gift in return. But the Prime Minister's wife insisted on pushing the gift box into her hands. The young lady's noble character is admirable, but you did me a great service. If you don't accept this token of our sincerity, I will truly feel very awkward. Witnessing this, Yin Lan spoke up. Yunchi, the Prime Minister's wife, is showing a piece of her goodwill. You should just accept it. Hearing this, Yunchi finally accepted. Since it is so, it would be more respectful for me to obey. Suddenly, Yin Lan came forward with a gift. I didn't go out yesterday, so I didn't know this had happened. I just hastily prepared 100-year-old Hisho Wu. It's quite good for nourishing the body. Seeing this, the Prime Minister's wife slowly refused. I originally came to give a thank you gift. How can I accept a gift in return? Yunchi took the gift from Yin Lan and gave it to her, Prime Minister's wife. The young master originally has some cold qi in his body. Moreover, after falling into the water, I'm afraid the cold qi will accumulate. Hisho Wu can regulate the yin and yang in the body and is suitable for the young master. This is a token of my mother's sincerity. I ask that you do not refuse it, madam. She began to ponder. When I was pregnant with Wei Wei, I was caught in the rain. When Wei Wei was born, he had a bruise on his body. The imperial physician said that cold qi had been transmitted to the fetus, which was a congenital cold qi. Later, when he grew up, the bruise disappeared, and I thought the yang qi in his body had regulated the cold qi. It turns out it wasn't completely eliminated. Hearing this, Yunchi explained, this Hisho Wu can be used to stew with meat, allowing the young master to absorb it slowly. I will also prescribe some warming medicine to dispel the cold and dampness, ensuring the medicine will cure the illness. Gratefully, she tightly grasped her hand. Thank you, young lady. In the future, if you need any help, the Prime Minister and I will help you, even if it costs us our lives. Yunchi's cheeks flushed slightly. Prime Minister's wife, you speak too seriously. If I need the Prime Minister and you to help, I will definitely ask. Then she happily took her leave. Yesterday, the seventh prince also helped save Wei Wei. I have also prepared a monetary gift and plan to visit his door to thank him. So I will take my leave first. Hearing this, Hashua also spoke up. It just so happens I want to go to Seventh Brother's place. I'll trouble the Prime Minister's wife for a ride. Yunchi agreed. Then I will see you off. They said their goodbyes. The Prime Minister's wife came closer and asked softly, Third Miss, last night when Wei Wei fell into the water, did you happen to see what happened? Hearing this, Yunshi replied, if the Prime Minister's wife hadn't mentioned it, I was also about to talk to you about this matter. Then she answered, I saw the young master being pushed into the water. She asked in alarm, third miss, did you see anyone? Yunshi recalled that day and replied, a woman in bright red clothes. I don't remember her face clearly, but if I see her again, I will definitely be able to recognize her. Hearing this, the Prime Minister's wife also recalled red clothes. That night, the only ones wearing bright red clothes are my second sister-in-law and youngest sister-in-law. Could it be that they wanted to harm Wei? Yunshi said in a firm tone, if you need me to testify, I will certainly not refuse. The Prime Minister's wife already had an answer in her heart. She bowed and replied, thank you, 3rd Mississippi. You are welcome to visit the Prime Minister's manor anytime. Hashua also smiled cheerfully. 7th sister-in-law, you are also welcome to come find me at the palace to hang out anytime. On the 7th day of the 7th month of the Jihai year, a voice was heard before the city gate. My lady, the city gate won't open for another hour. After traveling non-stop for over 10 days and nights, it's been truly arduous. Why don't we set up camp here and rest first? Princess Qinghe Ao Shui replied, no, I will enter the town a while. Luo Ju, following behind, asked in confusion, today is the 7th day of the 7th month. If we don't enter the city, how can we attend the Qixi banquet at K Lu? And how will we see the 7th prince? Ao Shui replied, as long as we return to the capital, I can see my cousin anytime. Besides, he is not in the northern borderlands right now. Luoing also asked, where's Our Lady going now? Are you going to Shui Weguan to wash away the dust of the journey? If not, this servant will go ahead to greet Abbess Jingwei. Ao Shui replied as she spurred her horse on, I'm not going to Shui Weguan. I'm just going to pick someone up. Father. Then she galloped ahead. Behind her, the other two called out, my lady, wait for us servants. Father. At Marquis Zhongyi's manor, a maid was preparing an outfit. Marquis Zhongyi's manor. My lady, for today's K Lu banquet, if you wear this emerald green outfit, won't you just become a backdrop for others? Wanxin turned and asked, if everyone else is extravagantly dressed in red, and I'm the only one in green, tell me, who will truly be the backdrop? The maid immediately praised, my lady is still the cleverest. Wanxin turned slightly and asked, Tongyi, between me and 3rd sister, who do you think is more beautiful? The maid replied with a bright smile, 4th Miss is hailed as the #1 beauty of the capital. Naturally, 4th Miss is more beautiful. Hearing this, she immediately gave a reward. What you said is not wrong. This is for you. The maid happily accepted it. Thank you for the reward, my lady. This servant will definitely be devoted to her duties in the future and solve all of my lady's worries and difficulties. A voice asked from outside, my lady, the 3rd Miss has sent someone to ask if you are ready yet. A cunning look appeared in Wanxin's eyes as she replied, everything is ready. Let's go. She came before everyone and curtsied. I just couldn't find an earring and spent half the day looking for it. I've made 3rd sister and cousin Ming wait for a long time. Yu Xiang snorted. Yunshi, standing beside them, silently assessed, although these two are also against me, they maintain a superficial civility. Let me watch them fight each other. Yu Xiang looked at her, thinking with disdain, last time, it was you who instigated me and the old madam to fabricate that Mu Yunshi and the 7th prince were involved. You got away with it, but I was reprimanded by Princess Hashua. Today, you make me wait for so long, and even show off to me. Then she pointed to her own earring, her tone sarcastic, it's just a pair of jadeite earrings. What's so special? This here is the hibiscus jade passed down through the Ming family for generations. Much better than yours. This daughter of a concubine is just so petty. Yunshi, standing to the side, silently recalled, in her past life, Mu Wanxin's biggest complex was her status as a concubine's daughter, so she always wanted to show off her noble side everywhere. Unfortunately, Ming Yuexiang's family had been prosperous for generations. It was only after an accident 2 years ago that she followed her mother of the Mu clan to the capital to rely on the old madam. Yuexiang seemed to be in a better position, but as the legitimate daughter of the Ming family, her status was still extraordinary. Moreover, relying on the old madam's favor, she was used to being arrogant in the manner and fundamentally looked down on her. This life is indeed the same. Wanxin felt embarrassed and thought to herself, disgusting. So what if this lady is the daughter of a concubine? Aren't you just a niece? What right do you have to mock me? I should really have Princess Hashua send over a formidable mama to properly deal with you. Yu Mao ran up breathlessly. I'm sorry I'm late. Yunshi reassured her, It's all right. We can just slowly get on the carriage. Hearing this, she immediately thanked her. Thank you, third sister. Yunchi looked at her and recalled, second sister is also a pitiful person, timid and weak since childhood. In her past life, she was promised like a gift to the son of Marquis Shunping as a successor wife. In the end, less than a year after getting married, she was tortured to death. Yunchi replied with a bright smile, "We are sisters. Why be so polite? Let's go." At Shui Weguan, Ao Shui came and asked, "Excuse me, has the third miss of Marquis Zhongyi's manor returned?" Marquis Zhongyi's manor. Have people from Marquis Zhongyi's manor also been coming and going from Shui Weguan recently? She continued to ask, coming and going. Are you sure? The person replied, "Yes, I'm sure." Patron, are you looking for the third Miss Mu? Today is the Qixi Festival, and a Qixi banquet is being held in the capital. The third Miss Mu will most likely be there. She pondered deeply. How could this be? In my past life, Mu Yunchi was punished to reflect at Shui Weguan and only returned to the capital on this very Qixi festival. She recalled, as a result, her chastity was stolen halfway, which allowed the fourth prince to break through her defenses. The fourth prince then used the power of the Duke of Su to climb step by step to the throne. Ao Shui frowned. But in this life, Mu Yunchi obviously wasn't punished to reflect at Shui Weguan. Could it be that this life is already different from the previous one? She gave an order, go. Return to the capital. Her followers immediately obeyed. Yes. The banquet began. It was Qixi Festival again, and everyone gathered joyfully at Keilu. I won't say the usual pleasantries. Crown Prince Mo Jie, the host, raised his cup in a toast. I only hope that everyone interacts harmoniously. All right, please enjoy yourselves. Everyone raised their cups. To your highness, the crown prince. Xian Yin, sitting next to Yunchi, continuously placed food on her plate. Your cold has just recovered. Here, eat more meat to nourish your body. Yunchi accepted it flusteredly. Thank you, seventh prince. I'm not that sick anymore, and I'm also full. You don't need to get more from me. I really can't eat anymore. Hushuo witnessed this and chuckled softly. AI, as expected, seventh brother is just like other men. Once you have a wife, you forget your little sister. Yunchi replied, blushing, Princess, please be careful with your words. The seventh prince and I are just ordinary friends. Wan Ling appeared from somewhere and approached. Third miss, we meet again. That night, after you saved the prime minister's young son and left, I was afraid you had caught a cold. I especially went to invite Dr. Lin from Anning Hall, but in the end, I couldn't find you. Hushuo answered for her. I was the one who brought Sister Yunchi back and invited Imperial Physician Su to check on her. Wan Ling nodded, so that's how it was. Is she alright then? He asked with concern, so that's how it was. Is she alright then? Yunchi spoke up, her expression full of hatred. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, fourth prince. I am alright. He continued the conversation. As it happens, I have 100-year-old Hisho Wu root, which is excellent for nourishing the body. I'll have someone send it over to you tomorrow. Her face immediately hardened. I appreciate the fourth prince's kind intentions, but as for the item, I cannot accept a reward without merit. I dare not accept it. Wan Ling still replied gently. What strange words, my lady. Last time, it was thanks to the third miss, otherwise a life would have been lost. He was secretly surprised. What is going on? Why does she look at me like an enemy? I've never provoked her before. Xian Yin came closer. Fourth brother, the third miss has just recovered from a cold, and it's not convenient for her drink. Why don't we two brothers share a toast? Suddenly, a scream came from somewhere, and the crowd cried out in alarm. What happened? What's wrong with Marquis Ding Yuan? I don't know either. We were eating just fine, and Marquis Ding Yuan suddenly fell to the ground. The man named Ding Yuan lay motionless on the ground. Wan Ling immediately ordered, quick, go invite Imperial Physician Su. Dai Fengbi. The Imperial Physician's daughter spoke up. It will take some time for Imperial Physician Su to get here. Let me check on Marquis Yuan first. She immediately went to check his pulse. Who is this woman? Is she also a doctor? She is Tai Fong Fei, the daughter of the head imperial physician in the palace. Her medical skills are not simple, and she cried out in alarm. This is not good. Marquis Ding Yuan has no pulse. He's dead. Hearing this, Wan Ling spoke up. What nonsense are you talking about? Fong Fei replied. Your Highness, this humble woman is not speaking nonsense. I truly cannot feel Marquis Ding Yuan's pulse anymore. Hearing this, he gave an order. Someone, first go and invite Dr. Lin of Anning Hall to come and see what exactly is the situation with Marquis Yuan. Seeing this, Hushuo immediately requested, Sister Yunchi, you go take a look. She immediately agreed. All right. Yunchi quickly stepped forward. Seeing this, Fang Fei asked angrily, "What are you doing?" Yunshi stated firmly, "He is not dead. I can save him." Fang Fei was astonished. "Nonsense. Marquis Dingyuan has no pulse. How can he be saved?" Hearing this, Yunshi replied, "I said he can be saved. If you can't treat him, then step aside." She was very disbelieving and said loudly, "I started reading medical texts at the age of 3, and all my medical skills were personally taught by my father. Could it be that I can't even tell life from death?" Hearing this, Hashua got fed up and spoke out. "Then everything you've learned until now can really be thrown away." Fang Fei was furious. "You," Wan Ling then asked. "Third miss, I heard you save the Prime Minister's young son before, but his drowning is different from this. Are you sure you can save him?" She affirmed with certainty. "I can." Wan Ling asked, "All right, how will you save him?" Yunshi requested, "Quickly go get some clean earth, steam it, and bring it to me." Wan Ling was puzzled. "Third miss, what do you want to do?" Beside them, Fang Fei said loudly, "If I knew it. You don't know any medical skills at all. You're just pretending to win people's favor." Hashua shouted angrily, "Brother Crown Prince, Yunshi is really amazing. She can definitely cure Marquis Dingyuan." Fang Fei also retorted loudly, "That's ridiculous. Using earth to treat an illness is truly unheard of. Ask everyone here, does anyone believe it?" The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. "That's right. How can you use earth for treatment? Can he really be saved? Isn't this third miss treating us like fools?" Both Wan Ling and Xian Yan answered, "I believe." They glanced at each other. Wan Ling thought to himself, Mu Yunshi can only be mine." Xian Yan looked at him and sneered, thinking to himself, "In this life, I will not let you harm Shir again." Wan Ling bowed his head and replied, "If fourth brother and seventh brother trust your medical skills so much, then I will also trust you this once." Yunshi curtsied, "Thank you for the Crown Prince's trust." Then he requested, "Go, according to third Miss Mu's words, steam some clay." The servant immediately accepted the order. Yes, Ao Shui appeared from nowhere, calling out cheerfully, "Cousin." Upon seeing her, Xian Yan was surprised. "Ao Shui," he asked, "when did you arrive?" She immediately replied, "I just arrived in the capital and came to attend the Qixi banquet at Keilu." Then Ao Shui leaned against Xian Yan. "After the banquet ends, cousin, please take me to Wanshou Palace to visit our grand aunt." Seeing this, he immediately pushed her hand away, looking flustered. In front of so many people, what kind of behavior is this? Ao Shui was extremely surprised by his action. "It's been a long time since I've seen you, cousin. I lost control for a moment. Please forgive me, cousin." Xian Yan smoothed his sleeve and said, I have something to do later. Have a Shua take you to the palace. Imperial grandmother misses you very much too." Ao Shui replied, I miss our grandaunt too." She blushed, looking at the person before her. "And you too." She looked at the scene before her in confusion. Yunshi was treating Marquis Dingyuan. She recognized her immediately. "Oh, so Mu Yunshi is here saving someone." She was extremely surprised to see this. But in her past life, didn't she not know medicine at this time? Could it be that because of my rebirth, the timeline has changed? Fang Fei beside them spoke loudly. "Do you even understand acupuncture?" She asked loudly. "That's a fatal acupoint. Are you trying to kill him?" Xian Yan looked at her with a cold, threatening gaze. "In this prince's opinion, you're the one who wants to die. Otherwise, why would your noisy mouth be causing a disturbance while someone is providing treatment?" Fang Fei's face turned pale as she replied, I was just." Beside her, Yunshi promised, "If I cannot save him, I am willing to pay with my life." Everyone was extremely alarmed to hear this, but she was very confident. "Therefore, please step aside. If this drags on, you and I will pay with our lives together." Only then did Fang Fei fall silent. "Fine, I'll see how you pay with your life." The servant beside them had also brought the clay. "Your Highness, the clay has been steamed." Yunshi took some of the clay. Fang Fei beside her kept questioning. "You're planning to use dirt to treat an illness? I think you're just deliberately stalling for time." She placed the clay on her hand, then placed it on Marquis Dingyuan's body. The man slowly woke up. Everyone was endlessly surprised. Marquis Dingyuan clutched his aching head and spoke. How is this possible? I think I just fainted." Montakie replied, "That's right. It was third Miss Mu who saved you." Yunshi smiled and said, "Because when you were fighting, blood stagnated inside, obstructing circulation. So you fell into a state of suspended animation just now." Marquis Dingyuan clasped his hands in front of his chest to show his sincerity. "Thank you, third Miss Mu, for saving my life. If you ever need anything, General, I will do my utmost to help, even through fire and water." Shin Yu sat admiringly. Mo asked curiously. Third Miss Mu, your medical skills are excellent. May I ask who your master is? Yunchi replied. My master has ordered that I not reveal their identity to outsiders. Please forgive me, Your Highness the Crown Prince. He spoke up. It's all right. Great masters are often like this. This Crown Prince can understand. Wan Ling spoke in praise. Third Miss's medical skills are so superb. It truly makes one admire her. Fang Fei couldn't help but be angry. Damn it, the fourth prince is mine. What's so good about this vixen Mu Yunchi? Why does the fourth prince always fawn over her? A servant came to announce, Your Highness the Crown Prince, time is running short. We can continue with the next event. He pointed at the crowd and requested, All right, next is the skillful needle threading segment. I ask all the noble ladies to prepare to participate well. All the girls happily participated. Fang Fei was also excited. This event is my strong suit. Today, I will be the one who shines brightest at this banquet. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Congratulations to third Miss Mu. She couldn't help but be surprised. What? Montakia praised. Third Miss Mu threaded 8 silk threads, straight without breaking. She is the winner of the skillful heart threading. She bowed her head in thanks. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Fang Fei couldn't accept the truth. How is that possible? Last year, my record was only 7 threads. She looked at Yunchi with jealousy. Why did Mu Yunchi succeed in threading 8 threads this year? And so quickly too. Damn it, at this year's banquet, she has stolen all the spotlight. Suddenly, her expression changed, filled with malice. However, the next round is the spider spinning its web. I'm afraid you won't be so lucky. Fang Fei approached, provoking her. It seems third Miss Mu was really good at hiding her skills before, wasn't she? You must have rarely competed with us before, right? Shin Yu replied. Miss Tai, don't be ridiculous. Third Miss has worked hard for a year to achieve what she has today. Then she pointed at Shin Yu and said, Why is someone with a face like yours allowed to attend the Qishi banquet? Last year, your spider died for no reason, which is an unlucky omen. You've come again this year. Are you trying to infect us with bad luck? Seeing this, Yunchi spoke up for her. Last year's matter is in the past. Miss Tai, why must you speak like that? Besides, Miss Shen is not wrong. I truly practiced hard to get where I am now. Xian Yin immediately came forward and took her hand. He raised her hand and said, All right, regardless. Third Miss threaded 8 threads in the shortest time, placing first in this round. Does anyone have any other opinions? Of course, if you're not convinced, you can say so and compete with Third Miss again for everyone to judge. Shin Yu was happy. Of course I have no objections. In the future, if there's a chance, I hope to be taught needlework skills by Third Mississippi. I hope Third Miss won't mind. Hashua also replied, I have no objections either. Everyone chimed in. Third Miss deserves first place. Third Miss's medical skills are superb, and she is also very skillful. I, the general, support Third Mississippi. Anyone who is not convinced is an enemy of me, the general. Ao Shui was surprised. Strange. Cousin seems to care a lot about Mu Yunchi. Why? Why does even the fourth prince support Mu Yunchi? Xian Yin continued. All right, since there are no more objections, next is the final round of the banquet. Everyone is requested to please put the spider you have chosen into the box and place them together on the high table. Early tomorrow morning, I will send someone to check the results of everyone's web spinning. Yunchi placed the box up high. Wan Ling slowly approached. Third Miss Mu, I have some newly imported Longjing tea. If you have free time, please come on my flower boat to enjoy it. She directly refused. I'm sorry, I have to go release flower lanterns with Princess Hashua and my second sister. Wan Ling was endlessly flustered. Ao Shui came over and called out, Cousin, Hashua and Third Miss Mu have gone to release flower lanterns. I don't know when they'll be back. She asked, I really miss our imperial grandaunt. Cousin, can you take me to the palace? Xianyan just replied coldly, Have His Highness the Crown Prince take you. I have something to do. Ao Shui repeatedly called after him. Cousin. She was suddenly endlessly surprised. Ao Shui caught a glimpse of Xian Yin looking down, holding a box in his hand. She stood behind him, looking at him in shock. Her heart was filled with curiosity as she wondered, what is cousin holding in his hand? What is he up to? At this moment, Wan Ling suddenly appeared, his face dark as he gave a meaningful smile. Third Miss Mu is so learned and talented. Seventh brother is truly blessed. Ao Shui immediately glanced at his fake, smiling face, her brows furrowing as she sternly refuted. What did you just say, fourth cousin? Third Miss Mu being learned and talented. What does that have to do with seventh cousin? Wan Ling maintained the elegant smile on his lips, explaining in a slow tone, You've been in Qinghai for the past 6 months, so it's normal that you don't know. During this time, seventh brother and third miss have become a couple. It's truly enviable. After hearing this, Ao Shui turned her head in shock to look at Xian Yan. Her sparkling eyes were filled with disbelief, her mind in turmoil as she told herself, how can this be? Seventh cousin is my future fiancé. How can he have a relationship with Mu Yunxi? No, that's not right. In my past life, fourth cousin caused the death of seventh cousin, the death of my family, and my death as well. Could it be that he's saying this to make me and seventh cousin become enemies? Thinking of this, she narrowed her eyes with determination and sternly left the sentence. I believe seventh cousin knows his limits. I must hurry to the palace now. I'll take my leave. Wan Ling didn't try to keep her, smiling broadly as he said, go on, hurry. These days you haven't been here. Imperial grandmother has been missing you every day. Ao Shui's face was dark and heavy as she left, her mind filled with thoughts as she walked on the green grass. She gloomily recalled the times Xian Yin smiled while looking at Yunxi, the times he had intimate gestures with her. Ao Shui changed her mind again. Could it be that what fourth cousin said is true? She coldly pursed her lips, her eyes filled with grievance as she heavily admitted, it really is true. That Mu Yunxi is releasing flower lanterns nearby. She must be able to see seventh cousin's figure. Ao Shui quietly stepped closer to look at the backs of the three people, Yunxi, Yumao, and Husha, releasing flower lanterns, her eyes widening in dazed realization. Seventh cousin isn't here. It seems fourth cousin was indeed just trying to provoke me. Down by the riverbank, Hashua clasped her hands excitedly and asked, elder sister Yumao, what did you wish for? Yunxi chuckled lightly, patting her shoulder to remind her, how can you say a wish out loud? If you say it, it won't come true. Hata narrowed her eyes and let out a long laugh, exclaiming, ha ha ha, even though you say that. She moved closer to Yunxi, raising a finger to tease her playfully. But even if you don't say it, I know what sister Yunxi wished for. It must be related to my seventh brother, right? Yunxi became shy from her words, hesitating softly. Ao Shui, standing on high ground, frowned deeply as she heard her blush and deny. Princess, don't speak nonsense. Not lingering for long, she hurriedly scrambled to run along the river where the flower lanterns were floating. Ao Shui hurriedly knelt by the river, carefully reaching out her hand to scoop up Yunxi's flower lantern. Quick as a flash, she didn't hesitate to take the piece of paper from within the flower lantern. Ao Shui slowly opened the paper, looking at the neat handwriting inside, and quietly read to herself, wishing my loved ones a lifetime of peace and safety. She sighed an exclamation, the experiences of a past life, and now I have a chance to be reborn again. Ao Shui sheepishly put the paper back into the flower lantern and released it, rubbing her hands and smiling to herself as she thought, was I overthinking things? At this moment, another excited voice suddenly called out to her, elder sister Ao Shui. It turned out to be Hasha. She hurriedly approached Ao Shui, asking cheerfully, elder sister Ao Shui, did you also come to release flower lanterns? Ao Shui also smiled politely, nodding in greeting. So it's Hashua, third miss, and second miss. After greeting them, she nodded and gently answered Hashua's question. MHM, I just released it. Hashua's sharp eyes spotted the lantern she had released, and her eyes widened as she chirped, Sister Ao Shui, you released a fish lantern too? It's the same as the one sister Yunxi chose. Ao Shui maintained a calm and composed demeanor, remarking leisurely to Yunxi, is that so? It turns out the third miss, and I chose the same one. She curved her eyes into a smile, her bright face explaining, releasing a fish lantern on the river fits the mood and the scene. I think it's quite nice. However, Yunxi had long seen through Ao Shui's lie, her mind silently screaming with questions. Strange, that fish lantern was clearly the one I released. Why was she looking at my fish lantern just now? At this moment, Ao Shui changed the subject, looking around and asking doubtfully, oh, isn't Miss Wan Yuan with you? Aren't you sisters? Yunxi, still smiling brightly, quickly answered the question. Mu Wan Yuan is with her cousin, Mingyue Xuan. Her heart suddenly paused, and she narrowed her eyes, darkly wondering to herself, Mu Wan Yuan, that's right. I didn't expect her to be releasing lanterns too. Could it be that she... Unsure what she had thought of, Yunxi seemed to be in a hurry. She gently clasped her hands and curtsied, announcing, everyone, I suddenly remembered I have some medicinal herbs I pre-ordered that I was told to pick up today. So please excuse me for not being able to stay. Then try to keep her, nodding in agreement. All right, then take Sister Yumao back to the manor. Sister Ao Shui, and I will also head back to the palace. She stood behind, waving enthusiastically, a reluctant reminder in her voice. Sister Yunshi, don't forget we're going horseback riding together in a few days. As Yunshi slowly walked away, she tilted her head slightly and gently reassured her, don't worry, I won't forget. After speaking, she quickly departed, walking to a spacious and deserted pavilion. Yunshi lightened her steps, entering without a sound, and immediately saw Wan Yuan's figure. She was so hateful, she gritted her teeth. Her eyes blazed with indignation. Yunshi carefully leaned out from behind a wall to observe Wan Yuan, sighing in relief and thinking, Mu Wan Yuan, it really is you. It's a good thing I came back, or I would have been miserably harmed by her. After she left, Yunshi tiptoed over to where Wan Yuan had been standing and opened the box, cursing angrily in her heart. Detestable. I never thought Mu Wan Yuan could be so vicious. Yunshi looked at the dead spider that had been swapped into the box, her heart aching as she recalled. She directly swapped my spider for a dead one. This is a bad omen. Last year, Shun Yu's spider died, and the people in the manor treated her like a jinx. Thinking of this, she quickly picked up the spider, a dark realization dawning on her. If everyone sees my spider is dead tomorrow, I'll also be seen as the jinx of the Marquis of Zhongyi's manor. Yunshi then glanced at the box beside it, a sinister, scheming smile appearing as she thought to herself, since you've been so vicious, then you can't blame me for swapping them. A moment later, in the dark of night, amidst a gloomy and deserted forest, a petite young lady drove a horse-drawn carriage at high speed. Halt! Suddenly, the figure of a tall horse appeared ahead, blocking the carriage's path, startling the young lady. She was shocked and quickly pulled the reins to stop the horse. Whoa! This person was Mu Yunshi's maid, Ban Xia. Yunshi, sitting inside the carriage, saw it stop and slowly lifted the curtain, asking in confusion, what's wrong? Ban Xia turned her head with a happy smile and reported to her, Miss, it's the seventh prince. Indeed, ahead was Xian Yan, accompanied by his guard, Ling Bei. Yunshi poked her head out of the carriage, her gaze puzzled, wondering about his appearance. I wonder what orders the seventh prince has for blocking our carriage. Xian Yan's lips curved slightly as he calmly announced, I'm taking you somewhere. After speaking, he reached out and pulled her onto his horse, causing a startled Yunshi to cry out, ah! She was swept into Xian Yan's arms as he spurred the horse forward, and she gaped in shock, shouting, Seventh Prince, please have some self-respect. Let me down. Ban Xia behind them was also shocked, her eyes wide as she yelled, Miss. At this moment, Ling Bei, who had stayed behind, suddenly reached out and grabbed her by the collar. Ban Xia was confused as he lifted her onto the carriage. She put her hands on her hips and anxiously demanded, What are you doing? I have to find my miss. What on earth does your master want? Ling Bei smiled faintly, his voice gentle and reassuring. She will be fine. But she was still not at ease, clenching her fists and reminding him in a harsh tone, it's the middle of the night, a lone man and a lone woman. If someone sees them, what will become of my miss's reputation? Ling Bei stood his ground, blocking her and firmly emphasizing again, I told you, nothing will happen. Ban Xia was furious. She recklessly raised a fist to threaten him. Get out of my way. If you don't move, I'll scream that your master is a bandit kidnapping a young maiden. Ling Bei was completely intimidated, hurriedly raising his hands to explain, Miss, please calm down. Miss will be fine. My master just wants her to treat an illness for him. They will be back very soon. But she didn't lower her hand, punching him hard and yelling, Get lost. On the other side, Yunshi struggled in Xian Yan's arms, her voice resentful as she ordered, You scoundrel, let me down. But as soon as she opened her mouth to curse, she inhaled a mouthful of wind, causing her to turn pale and cough, cough, cough. He lowered his gaze, reminding her with concern, Don't talk anymore. Be careful not to swallow wind. Yunshi was not grateful. Instead, she gritted her teeth and glared at Xian Yan with hatred. Then, she pulled out a sharp needle from somewhere and clenched it in her hand. Quick as a flash, Yunshi squeezed her eyes shut and thrust the needle straight at Xian Yan's neck, shouting, Let me down. Xian Yan, with his quick eyes and hands, grabbed her hand, blocking Yunshi's attack. His eyes curved slightly as he asked gently, Shir, what are you doing? The needle was taken from her, and her cheeks flushed as she stammered, emphasizing again, You let me down now. He still didn't listen, just smiling and replying, I can assure you for now, I don't want to let you down here. Yunshi didn't argue further, her eyes wide as she questioned him loudly. Seventh Prince, why on earth did you bring me to this place? This time, Xianyan didn't hesitate. He lowered his gaze and answered softly, I want you to treat my injury. Hearing this, she was stunned, repeating in surprise, treat your injury? He didn't hide it, placing a hand on his chest and explaining softly, I returned to the capital this time because I was injured. It was just an arrow to the chest, but it was extremely perilous. However, Imperial Physician Su has already healed 70 to 80% of it. Xianyan faintly recalled the moment the arrow pierced his chest, the gushing blood, and his pained cry. Ah. Hearing this, Yunshi frowned, her eyes filled with skeptical confusion. If that's the case, what else do you need me to treat? Besides, Imperial Physician Su is an outstanding talent of the Imperial Medical Academy. Xianyan's eyes crinkled into a smile as he shook his head and explained in more detail. No, Imperial Physician Su said I was also poisoned, but he has no way to cure it. So I had to find you, but I didn't want those around me to know, which is why I brought you here. She let out a long sigh, then swiftly grabbed his wrist and ordered firmly, let me see. Yunshi placed her fingers on Xianyan's wrist, slowly taking his pulse. After a moment of careful consideration, her brows furrowed slightly, and she explained in a low voice, you are indeed poisoned. It's a rare type of poison called 100-day drunkenness. 100 days after this poison enters the body, the person will seem drunk and gradually turn into a fool. He, however, showed no fear at all, instead replying with a cheerful smile, Seeing Xianyan's demeanor, Yunshi couldn't help but widen her eyes, questioning him with bewilderment. You don't seem worried at all. He gently lowered his gaze to look at her, his eyes soft and trusting as he replied, because I know you can cure me. Yunshi was a little taken aback. With a dazed and dreamy expression, she said, thank you for your trust, Seventh Prince. But before she could finish, Xianyan raised a finger. In a flash, he stated his condition. As long as you cure me, I will agree to any request you have. Just keep it for me. After a moment of silence, Yunshi nodded, her face blank as she agreed. All right. The consultation fee is 3,000 taels. In addition, the antidote requires a fire lingji. You prepare it yourself. He smiled cheerfully, replying generously, no problem. Over here, Ban Xia, locked in the carriage, was crying and wailing miserably. Sob, 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 you rogue, let me out. Ling Bei sat leaning against the carriage door, his eyes closed in rest, calmly consoling her. My apologies, Mississippi. I really didn't mean it. My master won't do anything to the third Miss Mu. They will be back very soon. Please believe me. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, Xianyan returned on horseback with Yunshi. Seeing this, Ling Bei quickly greeted them, Master Third Miss. She quickly walked forward, her heart anxious as she asked in a loud voice, where's Ban Xia? He immediately became embarrassed, awkwardly scratching his head and stammering. Well, Miss Ban Xia kept yelling that she wanted to find the third miss, so this subordinate had to. Ling Bei quickly lifted the curtain, revealing Ban Xia sitting quietly in the carriage. When she saw Yunshi, she cried out in shock, Miss, while he glanced sheepishly at Yunshi. She also gave a forced, silent smile at Ban Xia. Xianyan, sitting on his horse, frowned and barked in a cold voice. What are you standing there dazed for? Hurry up and release the pressure point. So, Ling Bei sheepishly reached out to release the pressure point. Under Ban Xia's pale face, he said apologetically, Miss Ban Xia, my apologies. The moment the pressure point was released, she showed no mercy, kicking Ling Bei and sending him flying, furiously screaming, you damn rogue. He crumpled to the ground, trembling and groaning in pain. Ow, ow. Ban Xia paid him no mind, only worriedly taking Yunshi's hand to ask, Miss, are you all right? Xianyan, standing nearby, let out a low chuckle. In a flippant, teasing tone, he said, this prince would never bully a young lady. Ban Xia immediately spread her arms to shield her, respectfully telling him to leave. The sky is already dark. We must trouble the seventh prince to make way. He lowered his eyes, his expression somewhat dark as he remained silent. Then, Xianyan and Ling Bei stood there dumbfounded, watching Ban Xia and Yunshi quickly drive the carriage away. At that moment, he coldly glanced at him and ordered in a low voice, you will make a trip to Keilu. You should know what to do. Don't let anyone find out. Ling Bei respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, quickly accepting the order. Rest assured, your subordinate guarantees the mission will be completed. A short while later, at the Baichao garden of the Marquis of Zhongyi's manor, Yunshi was leisurely and blissfully soaking in a bathtub. Suddenly, she smelled a strange fragrance. She sniffed lightly and asked with curiosity, why has the incense been changed? Another maid respectfully tactfully reported this was a gift from Physician He. He said it's a newly made divine apricot blossom incense. Not only can it calm the mind and purify the air, but it can also repel insects and mosquitoes. So this servant changed to this one. Nanju, standing nearby, was stunned and asked in surprise, could there be a problem with this incense? Yunchi slowly lifted the lid of the incense burner and took a gentle sniff. She frowned and explained, apricot incense does indeed have the effect of calming the nerves and repelling insects, but this is not pure apricot incense. It's mixed with Honda grass. Hearing this, the maid raised her eyebrows, repeating in confusion, Honda grass? They looked at the censer, emitting plumes of fragrant smoke, and she remarked softly, is there something wrong with adding Honda grass? We have a few of those plants in our courtyard. Its leaves close up with just a light touch. It's very interesting. Yunchi slowly leaned against the side of the bathtub, stroking her long hair as she explained with a smirk. If you keep touching the touch-me-not grass, the sensitive plant, you will lose your hair. In the future, in the courtyard, touch it less. Hearing this, Nanju was stunned and covered her mouth. She stammered, asking hair loss? Does Physician He know? She closed her eyes, still calmly stroking her hair, and replied with a cold snort. This is basic medical knowledge. Physician He's medical skills are superb. How could he not know? The young girl was shocked again, stammering in disbelief as she realized. Then he intentionally harmed you, Mississippi. But why? You have no grudge or enmity with him. Yunchi pursed her lips slightly, her gaze profound and thoughtful as she explained, I have no grudge or enmity with him. But there are quite a few people in this manor who have grudges and enmity with me. Nanju's face turned pale, and she raised a trembling hand, continuing in fear, Miss, are you talking about fourth miss and concubine Zhao? Even second aunt, third aunt, and the others? Should we go tell the old madam? She gently raised her hand and shushed her, reminding her in a stern voice. No need. This matter is not to be told to anyone else. Just act as usual. Time flew by, and the next morning at Lu in the capital, a young lady in yellow robes, with her hands clasped, exclaimed in an admiring tone as she looked at Yu Mao's spider web. Wow, this is second Miss Mu's spider? This spider's web is so beautiful. Next, another box was brought up, accompanied by an announcement. Next, we will see the third Mrs. Spider Web. Wang Yuan secretly smiled maliciously. She insidiously clenched her fist and thought, ha ha ha, Mu Yunshi, you're about to be called a jinx by everyone. The box was quickly opened, vaguely revealing the spider webs inside. Wang Yuan stared blankly at the spider web, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. No, how could this be? The box was fully opened to reveal the perfect spider web inside. A person announced cheerfully, the third Mrs. Spider is truly magical. It actually wove a picture of a fairy. Wang Yuan clenched her fists in resentment, grinding her teeth as she thought darkly. Why? Why isn't it dead? The group of women surrounded Yunshi. They laughed and chatted enviously. Heavens, it's so magical. Could it be that third Miss Mu is a fairy descended to the mortal world? It seems third Miss Mu will win the top prize this year. Wang Yuan, however, bit her lip in jealousy, lamenting inwardly, yesterday, I clearly put the dead spider in that box with my own hands. How could this be? At this moment, another young lady retorted in a cold voice. Not necessarily. Last year, fourth Miss Mu was the champion. It's not impossible that she could win again this year. At this time, Xianyan slowly lifted another wooden box. His gaze was indifferent as he said, all right, next we will see fourth Miss Mu's spiderweb. Wang Yuan instantly tightened her grip on her clothes, her eyes filled with anxiety as she stared at that box. Wang Yuan's wooden box was quickly opened, revealing the spider that had long been dead inside. She immediately clenched her fists, her eyes widening as she exclaimed in shock. No, impossible. This can't be. A young lady in green robes nearby quickly moved away, grimacing as she ordered, you jinx, don't you come near us. Another young lady in purple robes also turned away in disdain. Truly bad luck. It's one thing for you to be unlucky yourself. Don't drag us down with you. Xianyan still held the box in his hand, and with Yunshi behind him, he raised an eyebrow, watching everything with great interest. Wang Yuan looked around in a panic. She explained loudly, no, it's not. I was definitely framed. In her heart, she gloomily recalled the events of last night. Last night, I clearly put this dead spider into Mu Yunshi's box. How did it get into my box? That's right, it must be them. They must have played a trick, but I can't say it out loud. Right now, I can only. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan quickly ran to Mo Jia. She kowtowed and tearfully reported, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I was framed by someone else. My spider was killed by someone." Xian Yin couldn't be bothered, only leaning close to Yunqi's ear and whispering, "Sure. Next, this prince will take you out to have some fun. What do you think?" She blushed shyly, asking in a tiny voice, Have what fun?" He didn't answer, only straightening up and reporting indifferently, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. After the banquet ended last night, I did indeed see a miss from the Mu family in here." Wang Yuan was terrified, hastily denying it. "You're lying? I wasn't here." Xian Yin slowly lowered his gaze, his voice deep, as he retorted, "This prince did not say it was the fourth miss. So how did you know this prince was talking about you?" She broke out in an awkward sweat. She stammered an explanation. I am the victim. Why would I harm myself?" He suddenly remembered something from before, quickly holding up a vial and announcing with a faint smile. "Because a similar incident happened last year, and things couldn't be concluded. So this prince and His Highness the Crown Prince discussed it and had a special powder mixed with the wine." Xian Yin slowly poured the special medicine from the vial into a basin, patiently explaining in detail, if someone touched the box, the powder would leave this person's handprint. After dipping their hands in this medicinal water, their hands will turn black after the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. And if no one else touched the box, then there will be no change in color. He smiled gently, his lips curling as he ordered in a low voice, "Then I invite everyone to come over and try washing. Let's see who dared to touch those boxes last night." Hearing this, Wen Yuan's heart was in a turmoil of anxiety, and she fretted inwardly, "I'm doomed. What should I do?" On the other side, Mo Jia also walked to the basin of medicine and dipped his hands in. He nodded in agreement. "The seventh prince has a point. Everyone, wash your hands once. This crown prince will be the first." In a corner on the other side, Yunqi lowered her voice and asked Xian Yin in a whisper, "What you used is Shui Yun Mo." He curled his lips into an amused smile, his deep and pleasant voice praising her. Sheer is indeed knowledgeable. She blushed beet red, hastily finding an excuse to leave. I'll go wash my hands first." Wang Yuan stood in another corner, breaking out in a cold sweat. Her expression was tense with fear as she watched each young lady go up to dip her hands in the medicinal water. Her mind raced, and with no other choice, she could only brace herself and pour water out to wash her hands. Wen Yuan's face was pale, her lips pressed tightly in fear, and sweat streamed down her face. She rubbed her wet hands together, then suddenly looked up, gazing hopefully toward a certain spot. In the middle of the room, the group of young ladies all dazedly held up their hands, staring in shock at their own hands stained with black marks. Wuan Ling tilted his head, observing everyone. His long eyelashes drooped as he voiced his doubt in a low tone. "Seventh brother's medicinal water, is it faulty? Why have everyone's hands turned black? Could it be that everyone touched the boxes?" Xian Yin immediately stood up, his eyebrows raised in amusement as he denied it. "No, not everyone's hands are black." He quickly strode forward, grabbed Wen Yuan's hand, and held it up, the corner of his lips lifting as he announced loudly, "Look, everyone, fourth Miss Mu's hands are not black. Actually, last night, I didn't put any powder medicine in the wine at all. That bottle was Shuiyun and Mo." Xian Yin slowly cast a meaningful glance at her fair hands, which were completely free of black marks, and gave a cold laugh as he pronounced, "Whoever washes with it will have their hands turn black, except for the one who has a guilty conscience and dares not wash." He turned his head again to look at Mo Jia, who was holding up his two hands stained with black marks, and nodded, explaining slowly, "The Crown Prince is the best proof. He clearly didn't touch that box, but his hands still turned black. But there's no need to worry. This black color will disappear after an incense stick's time. It won't harm anyone." Hearing this, the group of young ladies put their heads together and whispered. A person in green robes speculated in a low voice, "The incident from last year, could it have been her doing?" The young lady in yellow robes nodded in agreement. "It's really possible." Shin Yu also rushed out, pointing a finger and scolding, "Mu Wan Yuan, I have no grudge or enmity with you." Her eyes stung as tears welled up, and a surge of grievance choked her as she questioned, "Why did you kill my spider last year? You caused me to be ridiculed by everyone for a whole year, making my grandmother unhappy. My monthly allowance was cut in half, and I was even forced to move into a remote courtyard. Why are you so vicious?" Wang Yuan stared blankly with wide eyes, her voice hoarse as she denied, "It wasn't me last year." Xian Yin quickly seized on the key point, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. "It wasn't you last year, meaning it was you this year? Who exactly were you trying to frame?" She still stubbornly denied it, craning her neck to demand, "Open the remaining boxes, and it will be clear." Perhaps she killed the spider. She just didn't want anyone to suspect her. At this moment, a eunuch slowly presented a box, respectfully reporting a shocking piece of news. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Princess Hua Jianyun Spider, is also dead. Jianyun immediately flew into a rage and lunged forward, grinding her teeth as she cursed. Mu Wanyuan, how dare you touch my spider? Wanyuan shook her head frantically, her face pale as she denied it profusely. No, I didn't. Fourth Prince, I didn't. I was also framed. Xian Yin frowned slightly, his long eyelashes drooping, his voice gentle but somber as he reminded her. Are you implying that this prince framed you? It's obvious you have a guilty conscience, so you didn't dare to wash with the water in the bottle. She still refused to admit it, struggling to rush over to Wuan Ling, whimpering and begging. Fourth Prince, save me. He looked at her with contempt, rejecting her in a harsh voice. You framed someone else. How can I save you? A second later, Jianyun suddenly rushed forward and swung her hand, slapping Wang Yuan with a loud smack. Her face contorted as she scolded. Shameless, what are you doing clinging to my cousin? But right after, her eyes suddenly widened in surprise as if she had seen something. Jianyun stared intently at the exquisite earrings on Wang Yuan's ears, her heart shocked as she wondered. The jadeite earrings that the emperor bestowed upon my aunt? She quickly turned her head to look at Wuan Ling, her eyes filled with confusion as she questioned urgently. Cousin, why did you give aunt's jadeite earrings to a daughter of concubine? Wang Yuan quickly covered her earrings, her eyes lowered as she explained gently. Miss, please don't misunderstand. I just happened to save the fourth prince. That's why the fourth prince gave me these jadeite earrings. Wuan Ling, however, did not feel happy in his heart. He glanced at her darkly, his mind in turmoil as he thought. Even if she saved this prince, she can't say it like that. This is no different from saying in the future that Mu Wanyuan is my person. Xian Yin, from behind, also suddenly curled his lips into a smile, speaking aloud with hidden meaning. If she's a life-saving benefactor, shouldn't one usually promise themselves in return? How can these jadeite earrings possibly balance out such a debt of gratitude? Wang Yuan rubbed the burning sting on her cheek in pain, her sad eyes cast down as she lamented. Seventh Prince, please don't make such jokes. I know my place and dare not dream of grandeur. He still wouldn't let up, a dark glint flashing in his eyes as he mocked in a low voice. Fourth brother sees his life-saving benefactor like this and won't save her? Wuan Ling could do nothing else but bite his lip and order coldly. Jianyun, let it go this time. But Jianyun still refused to let it go, her brows furrowed as she lamented sorrowfully. Cousin, you don't understand. A dead spider on Qi is not auspicious. He let out a soft sigh, clearing his throat and commanding in a hoarse voice. Fourth Miss, quickly offer a gift as compensation and apologize to Jianyun. In consideration of you saving my life, Jianyun won't make things difficult for you anymore. Wang Yuan knew what was good for her, and she hurriedly bowed and kowtowed, begging earnestly. It was me who was momentarily foolish and made a mistake. I will apologize to Miss Hua. I beg Miss Hua to forgive me. Jianyun ground her teeth in resentment and, without a shred of pity, kicked her. Then she turned her back and left. Her eyes, sharp as knives, glared at Wang Yuan, and she let it go with a resentful, cold snort. For my cousin's sake, I'll spare you this once. If there's a next time, I'll definitely fix you for good. After the drama had also ended, Xianyan slowly took Yunqi's hand and said softly, All right, the matter at Keilu is over for today. Shir, let's go. But she bluntly pulled her hand back, narrowing her eyes to give a stern reminder. Seventh Prince, please have some self-respect. I know how to walk on my own. Wang Yuan, who had been kicked and was sitting collapsed on the ground, turned her head to look at the two of them, cursing hatefully in her heart. Despicable. She watched Yunqi being intimate and close with Xian Yin, so hateful that she gritted her teeth and silently vowed. Mu Yunqi, all of this was a scheme plotted by you and the Seventh Prince against me. This grudge, I, Mu Wang Yuan, will definitely repay. After the intense drama, Xian Yin gently lowered his gaze to look at Yunqi and asked, What's wrong, Xi? Did you enjoy today's game? She maintained her etiquette, clasping her hands and bowing respectfully to remind him. Thank you, Seventh Prince. Yunqi will definitely repay you in the future. However, it would be better if the Seventh Prince called me Third Miss or Mu Yunqi from now on. But he still raised his eyebrows flirtatiously, insisting on having his way. I find that calling you Shir rolls off the tongue more easily. Yunqi bluntly turned and left, lightly tilting her head and waving a hand in response. but I'm not used to hearing it. I hope the seventh prince will have some self-respect. I'll be heading back first. Just then, a hurried voice suddenly called out to her. Third Miss Mu. Hearing the voice, Yunshi also slowly turned her head to look and saw a graceful figure with long hair approaching. It turned out to be Shunyu. Without another word, she suddenly dropped to her knees on the ground. Startled, she hurriedly stepped forward to help Shunyu up, asking, "Miss Shun, what are you doing? Please get up quickly." She remained kneeling resolutely on the ground, her eyes glistening as she pleaded earnestly. "I want to ask a favor of you, Third Mississippi. I hope you can agree." Yunshi let out a soft sigh and slowly nodded, saying, "Miss Shun, just say what's on your mind. There's no need for this." With tears welling in her eyes, Shunyu nodded in agreement. "All right." She took a deep breath and, in a choked voice, explained clearly. "I want to ask you, Third Miss, to treat my grandmother's illness." Yunshi slowly recalled the figure of the old madam, wondering silently in her mind. "Old Madam Shun?" She cleared her throat, pursed her lips, and inquired, "How is your grandmother?" Shunyu quickly recalled old Madam Shun's symptoms and, in a hoarse voice, slowly recounted them in detail. "For the past 2 months, my grandmother has been experiencing frequent tightness and pain inside. Specifically, there's a hard lump that keeps moving up and down." She recalled with heartache her grandmother's trembling hands and protruding abdomen, continuing with a choke in her voice. "The imperial physician has been treating her for a long time, but there's been no improvement. On the contrary, that lump is getting bigger and bigger." After listening, Yunshi frowned in thought and quickly inquired, "Does your grandmother usually feel a burning sensation inside, as if a hot poker is stabbing her, and does she unconsciously salivate a lot?" Shunyu clasped her hands together, her eyes full of reverence, and nodded like a pecking chicken as she begged, "Third Miss, you are truly divine. You can describe the situation without even taking her pulse. You can definitely cure her. I beg you, Third Miss, to come to my residence to treat my grandmother. I am willing to work like an ox or a horse for you, Third Miss, to repay you." She gently took her hand and announced softly, "Miss Shun, there's no need for that. Let's go now." Shunyu was immensely grateful, bowing her head repeatedly and saying, "Thank you, Third Mississippi. Thank you." Third Mississippi Wan Yuan, standing in a distant corner observing everything, turned her head away in fury and sneered. Wasn't it just a stroke of luck that she saved a few people? Does she really think she's a divine physician? Suddenly, her face turned pale as she was shocked to remember something important. That's right, isn't old Madam Shan being treated by Father with acupuncture? This won't do. I have to hurry back to the manor and tell Father. At this moment, at the Shun residence, intense groans could be heard from inside. "Io, the pain is killing me." In the room, a physician with white hair and a beard bowed slightly and respectfully reported, "Old Madam Shun, you'll be fine. We have developed a new medicine. It will cure your illness soon." A middle-aged man standing nearby had his head bowed in sorrow. This was the Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review, Shun Jingwei. Just then, Shunyu suddenly parted the curtain and entered, calling out softly, "Father." A lady standing behind Jingwei, who was Shun Jingwei's wife, Li Lin, glanced at her and scolded in a low voice, "You Jinx, what are you doing here?" A beautifully dressed young lady nearby also pointed a finger and cursed resentfully. "That's right. It must be because her spider from last year died. That's why she brought bad luck into our Shun residence and caused grandmother to fall ill. Why don't you get out already?" This person was the legitimate daughter, Shun Na. Shunyu did not leave, but only reported softly to Jingwei, "Father, I have invited a divine physician to examine grandmother." Hearing this, he frowned, asking in confusion and doubt, "A divine physician? What divine physician?" She closed her eyes, let out a breath, and introduced in a low voice, "It's the third miss of the Marquis Zhongyi's manor." After hearing this, Shin Na covered her mouth and burst out laughing in contempt, her eyes filled with disdain as she criticized, "The third Miss Mu? Ridiculous. When did she become a divine physician? She's just a little girl." Jingwei also scrunched his face in anger, glaring as he scolded loudly, "Your grandmother is this sick and you're still in mood to joke? Get out. Our Shin residence has no place for an unfilial daughter like you." Shinyu hurriedly dropped to her knees, her voice earnest and sincere as she explained, "Father, yesterday during Qixi, the Marquis Dingyuan suddenly fainted. His heartbeat had already stopped, but the third Miss Mu saved him in front of many people. Also, before that, the Prime Minister's young son fell into the water. The physician from Bowen Hall had determined he would die, but in the end, he was also saved by the third Miss Mu." She looked at Jingwei urgently, her glistening eyes firm as she asked, "Father, someone who has brought 2 people back from the brink of of death. Could she not be a divine physician? But he still didn't believe her, raising a hand to stop her and angrily rebuking her. Nonsense. You even dare to joke about the Marquis d'Inguan and the Prime Minister's young son. At this moment, Lin slowly walked over, stroking his arm and gently persuading him. My lord, calm down. I just sent someone to find Lord Tai. He should be arriving soon. Shin Yu, kneeling on the ground, raised her head high and loudly expressed her disbelief. Imperial physician Tai has treated grandmother several times, but there has been no change. Lin frowned and shouted angrily, "Shut up." She didn't say much more. She rushed forward and slapped her, cursing viciously. Imperial physician Tai's medical skills are superb. He is not someone for you to speak nonsense about. Shin Yu's face was knocked to the side from the slap. She cried out in pain, She clutched her stinging, slapped cheek, her body trembling slightly, but she still pleaded resolutely. Father, grandmother is suffering so much. Why hasn't Imperial physician Tai arrived yet? Why not let the third Miss Mu try? Shina also pointed at her indignantly, rolling her eyes as she blamed her. Grandmother's illness is like this. Isn't it because of the bad luck you brought? Why don't you get lost already? But just as these words were spoken, old Madame Shun suddenly gave a weak command, invite her in. Seeing the old and weary expression on her face, everyone was astonished and silently exclaimed, Old Madam. Shen Yu was immediately overjoyed. With a delighted expression, she nodded in agreement. Yes, your granddaughter will go invite her at once. A moment later, an exquisitely embroidered shoe slowly stepped into the room. Yunshi maintained an elegant smile as she walked inside. A voice announced loudly, the third Miss Mu has arrived. Suddenly, she glanced and saw the bright red mark on Shun Yu's cheek, asking with concern, what happened to your face? She held her cheek, her gaze evasive as she replied perfunctorily, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, third Miss Mu. Lin looked at Yunshi's youthful face and narrowed her eyes doubtfully, asking, so young, do you really know medicine? She still smiled faintly and humbly suggested, Lord Shun, may I take the old madam's pulse? Before anyone could say anything, Shen Na suddenly rushed out, pointing a finger and scolding with a frown. Do you have any understanding of etiquette? The person you should be addressing is my mother. Could it be that the Marquis Zhongyi's manner raises this kind of person? Yunshi's lips curled into a cold smile, her expression turning grim. Since when is the upbringing of the Marquis Zhongyi's manner a matter for someone like you to gossip about? She was boiling with anger, choked, and unable to speak. Just then, Jingwei also suddenly shouted an order. Shut up. He leaned to the side, politely extending a hand to invite Yunshi, third Miss Mu. Please. She didn't say much, just quickly moved forward to take old Madame Shun's pulse. A moment later, Yunshi slowly smiled and casually dropped a single, light phrase, it can be cured. After hearing this, Jingwei was stunned and asked in disbelief, really? She deftly took out a needle, her eyes serious, as she explained. I want to perform acupuncture on the old madam and then prescribe some medicine. Taking it as directed will cure her. He closed his eyes and let out a breath, faintly agreeing, then please hurry. Seeing my mother tormented like this makes my heart uneasy as well. Yunshi nodded slightly and was about to insert the needle into old Madame Shun when a voice suddenly stopped her. Stop. A stern old man walked in. This was Imperial Physician Tai. Lin immediately went to greet him warmly, saying cheerfully, Imperial Physician Tai, you've arrived. Was there a problem? Imperial Physician Tai walked in angrily, pointed at Yunshi, and scolded her in a stern voice. We don't know what that lump is. If it's rashly punctured, it could be life-threatening. Where did you people find this brat? And how dare you let her be so bold? She calmly turned her head and asked a fatal question, Imperial Physician Tai, do you have a way to treat the old madam's illness? He pursed his lips, stunned, and replied, not at the moment, but I am looking for the best treatment. Yunshi's expression was serious. She held up 3 fingers and reminded him with righteous words. This illness of old Madame Shun's is already life-threatening. If she doesn't receive acupuncture treatment in time, I'm afraid she won't last another 3 days. I propose my method. Do you agree to it? The Imperial Physician was completely cornered and could only choke out 2 words, I agree. She clasped her hands, looked at him respectfully, and asked in a faint, even tone, then can you, within 3 days, come up with a complete cure for the old madam? The Imperial Physician clenched his fists, his eyes wide with shock as he emphasized in a strained voice. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the way of heaven. Who would dare to be certain about such matters? As soon as he finished speaking, Yunshi patted her chest and declared with heroic spirit, "I can." He scoffed contemptuously. A mere upstart dares to speak with such certainty. I see you're young, but have a very big mouth. Who is your master? Today, I must teach you a lesson on your master's behalf." She bluntly turned away and retorted without any courtesy. "You're not qualified to know who my master is, and furthermore, you are not qualified to teach me. You can't even cure the old madam's minor illness. What a waste of your title, Imperial Physician." He was scolded into silence, choked, and unable to speak. Finally, the Imperial Physician waved his sleeve, gave a cold laugh, and challenged her contemptuously. "Fine. Today, I'll see how long you can last. If you cure old Madam Shun, this old man will kneel and kowtow 3 times to you as my master." Yunshi actually thought about it seriously, then shook her head and refused disdainfully. "Your aptitude is too ordinary. You cannot be my disciple." He was once again choked with a belly full of blood, angrily cursing you. "Fine, we'll see how long your mouth can run." Li Linlin secretly covered her hand and leaned close to Jingwei, questioning in a low voice. "Master, do you really believe what that girl said?" He also asked again with a trembling, doubtful voice. "Third miss, can you really cure her?" Before Yunshi could answer, old Madam Shun loudly commanded, "Shut up." She panted with each breath, weakly but firmly declaring, "Let her treat me. Even if I die, I'll accept it." Yunshi gently closed her eyes and exhaled, then sternly ordered Nanju, "Prepare a bottle of strong liquor and a basin of warm water." The young girl bowed respectfully and obeyed. Yes. Very quickly, Nanju promptly presented the bottle of strong liquor and the basin of warm water as Yunshi had instructed. She slowly took a deep breath, her eyes suddenly widening with determination. Then, Yunshi directly inserted the needle into old Madam Shun's swollen abdomen. Jingwei, who was watching everything intently, was stunned and blurted out this. Old Madam Shun, pricked by Yunshi's needle. Grown in pain, ugh. Li Linlin immediately clutched Jingwei's sleeve in worry, loudly accusing. "Mother, master, look at the state Mother is in. She's trying to take Mother's life." Jingwei remained standing in place, dazedly pointing and muttering, "Third miss Mu this." Yunshi held the needle firmly, gently inserting it into old Madam Shun's abdomen, and questioned sternly, "Lord Shun, surely you understand the principle of not using someone you doubt and not doubting someone you use." Old Madam Shun's illness is central pain, where the cold chi in the body and roundworms converge, obstructing blood circulation. She slowly and deliberately inserted the needle, explaining in a steady, knowledgeable voice. "To cure it, we must first dissolve this lump. Once the cold chi disperses and the roundworms move, it will naturally be painful." Jingwei was still a bit hesitant, stammering, but before he could finish, old Madam Shin shouted, "Shut up, don't disturb her." Yunshi smiled faintly and leisurely inserted another needle into her abdomen. The roundworms have stopped moving. She quickly dipped the needle into a bowl and sternly ordered Nanju, "Bring another bowl of hot water." The young girl bowed again and quickly complied, "Yes." A moment later, Yunshi brought a full bowl of water and said softly, "Old Madam Shun, drink this bowl of water. Don't worry, it won't burn your throat." Old Madam Shun struggled to sit up and nodded in agreement. "All right." Then, she tilted her head back and quickly drank the entire bowl of water she was given. A moment later, old Madam Shun suddenly let out a sound as something surged up her throat. With a wah, old Madam Shun painfully spat something into the basin on the floor. Jingwei cried out in alarm and worry, "Mother." He then looked at what she had spat out in the basin and was immediately shocked, exclaiming, "Roundworms." Jingwei rushed to old Madam Shin's side, asking with concern, "How do you feel?" She clutched the blanket, her face dazed as she replied, "It doesn't hurt anymore, and the burning sensation is gone too." The Imperial Physician, who had witnessed everything, couldn't believe it, crying out in shock, "How is this possible?" Yunshi tilted her head slightly to look at him, raising an eyebrow with amusement as she explained, "Why is it not possible? Old Madam Shin's pain was central, with an accumulation of cold chi and roundworms causing trouble in her abdomen. On top of that, she was given medicine to soothe the liver, causing the cold chi and the roundworms to act up at the same time, forming a lump." Recalling the process of her acupuncture on old Madam Shun, she lowered her voice and explained in more detail. "Now, I use needles to immobilize the roundworms and the secondary lump, and through 6-point acupuncture, I promoted blood circulation. The cold chi rises, the roundworms go down. At this point, Yunshi had walked up to the imperial physician, leaning in close with an overwhelming presence, and continued. I had the old madam drink water, which was to neutralize that cold chi, causing the roundworms to move. Naturally, she would vomit them out, expelling all the roundworms. The illness is now considered half-cured. Imperial physician Tai. To treat the imperial family's illnesses, if your medical skills aren't superb, the head on your neck won't stay there for long. He was choked speechless, staring wide-eyed, and unable to say a word. She slowly recalled her tragic fate in her previous life, her fists clenching as she thought to herself with a heart full of sorrow and hatred. In my past life, because of your words, Mu Wanxin captured me and used my blood as medicine. It was incredibly tragic. Now that you've fallen into my hands, I absolutely cannot let you off easily. So, Yunshi smiled faintly, a dark glint in her eyes as she repeated the imperial physician's earlier words in a low voice. Imperial physician Tai, you promised that if I cured old Madame Shun, you would kowtow and acknowledge me as your master. However, I have no intention of taking on a disciple. If you want to fulfill your promise, you can just kowtow to me directly. He refused to comply, his eyes darting around as he looked for an excuse to get out of it. I am 51 years old this year, and you haven't even had your coming-of-age ceremony. I'm afraid my kowtow will shorten your lifespan. But she wouldn't let him off so easily. Pointing to herself, she smiled brightly and emphasized, my medical skills are superior to yours, so by rights, I am your senior. Is it not proper for you to kowtow to a senior? How could it shorten my life? The imperial physician was rendered speechless, choking on a bellyful of anger as he cursed. This brat, you know you're insulting the entire Imperial Medical Academy. Yunshi was determined to see it through, pointing straight at his face and loudly rebuking him. You are the disgrace of the entire Imperial Medical Academy. How dare you presume to represent the Imperial Medical Academy? I have never met someone as thick-skinned and shameless as you. The imperial physician was so enraged by her scolding that he gritted his teeth, his eyes spitting fire as he hissed, you. Ignoring him jumping up and down behind her, Yunshi calmly placed her hands on her hips and walked away with a satisfied smile. A moment later, he suddenly couldn't speak, clutching his throat and making muffled sounds. She, who was writing something at the table, turned her head to look at the imperial physician and sneered mockingly. Imperial physician Tai has quite a temper. So angry you've lost your voice. Seeing how pitiful you are, I'll let you owe me the kowtow for now. He quickly turned his head to leave. Seeing this, Li Linlin was stunned and reached out, urgently trying to stop him. Imperial physician Tai, you've rendered meritorious service in treating her illness before. Now that the old madam is cured, this is a joyous occasion. Why are you leaving like this? After finishing writing, Yunshi slowly handed the paper to Jing Wei, instructing him carefully in a faint voice, Lord Shun, this is the prescription for a full recovery. Remember not to consume anything cold, and there should be no ice in the room. He smiled and nodded as he took it, saying with gentle gratitude, all right. Thank you, third miss. She shook her head slightly, her warm gaze falling on Shun Yu as she recounted the events. No need to thank me. It was Shun Yu who begged me to come. She said that as long as I helped and cured her grandmother, she would be willing to work like a horse or an ox for me. She hurriedly knelt down, earnestly confessing. Shun Yu's words came from the heart. From now on, whatever third miss commands, just say the word, and Shun Yu is willing to obey. Yunshi quickly bent down, hastily firing off an explanation. Miss Shun, please get up. I came to treat her because of your filial piety, not because I want you to work like a horse or an ox. At this moment, old Madame Shun also suddenly got off the bed and slowly walked over to Shun Yu. She gently pulled her up, her expression gentle and apologetic as she said, Good child, grandmother, this past year, you have been wronged. Shana, witnessing everything, was displeased. She snorted coldly with jealousy and brought up the past. It's only right that she invited a divine physician. Last year, she brought bad luck into the house, causing grandmother to fall ill. Yunshi frowned slightly, her expression dark as she glanced at her, and asked, This year, did the spider die too? She gently turned her head to look at Shun Na, calmly and unhurriedly declaring, His Highness the Crown Prince has decided to reinvestigate the case of the dead spider from last year, and it is a noble lady named Song Huiwen. It seems she's connected to you. Isn't she? Hit a nerve. Her eyes widened in fear as she stammered in denial. You're talking nonsense. Then old Madame Shen also figured it out, her brows furrowed as she sternly shouted, Kneel, Shin Na scrambled to her knees, trembling as she admitted her fault. Grandmother, I was wrong. The old woman was still full of anger, her eyebrows raised high as she pointed and scolded. In terms of age, you are younger than you are. You should know to be respectful and not look down on others anymore. But she still tried to argue, glaring defiantly. Grandmother, I am the legitimate daughter. She is the daughter of a concubine. Her status is not equal to mine. Old Madame Shun was so angry she could have coughed up blood, her eyes rolling back as she furiously shouted, "Shut up! I don't want to hear such words ever again." Shin Na could do nothing but shut her eyes tightly in fear and nod. Yes, at this point, Yunshi did not linger any longer. She clasped her hands in a respectful farewell. Old Madame Shun, take your medicine on time. I will come back for a follow-up in 10 days. I will take my leave now. The old woman also nodded gently, saying with endless gratitude, "Thank you, third miss, for your help." This old woman is eternally grateful. She quickly walked out of the Shun residence. Outside, Ban Xia was already waiting in the carriage. Yunshi swiftly got into the carriage and sat there in silence. A moment later, the carriage still hadn't moved at all. She opened her eyes in confusion. "What's wrong?" Ban Xia glanced at Shui Mo, blocking the front of the carriage. Her eyes wide with alarm as she reported, "Miss, it's the seventh prince's Miss Shui Mo." Yunshi frowned, slowly lifting the curtain and asking with a faint smile, "I wonder why Miss Shui Mo is blocking our carriage." The woman clasped her hands respectfully and relayed Xian Yan's order in a low voice. "My master invites third miss to the residence for a while, regarding the matter of the poisoning. I ask that miss please come." Yunshi's face scrunched up, remembering his appearance. She wondered in bewilderment. In this reincarnated world, I don't know this seventh prince at all. Why is he suddenly summoning me now? What could be his intention? So, Yunshi opened her mouth and politely but distantly refused the invitation. "I have other matters to attend to right now. I will pay a visit to the seventh prince this afternoon." But Shui Mo strode directly towards her, her expression stern as she continued to relay the message. "My master says, saving a life is like fighting a fire if Miss arrives late. I'm afraid the poison will have spread throughout his body." Yunshi was startled, observing Shui Mo's calm demeanor. She licked her lips and asked, "He's about to have poison spread throughout his body, so why do you look so calm?" Shui Mo did not answer this question. She decisively turned, leaped up, and sat next to Ban Xia. She then lifted the curtain to look at Yunshi, her gaze firm and steely as she declared, "Following my master's orders. I will stay by Miss's side until Miss's time." She let out a long sigh, having no choice but to order, "Let's go to the seventh prince's residence first." A short while later, Yunshi quickly entered the room. Facing Xian Yan, she asked seriously, "Last night, I just performed acupuncture on the seventh prince. Your life is not in danger now. The fire spirit ginseng is needed for a complete cure." He leisurely propped himself up on the table, stretching out. He closed his eyes and murmured in a low voice, "But I feel very uncomfortable today." Then, Xian Yan cheerfully raised a finger, his eyes crinkling into a smile as he suggested, "Therefore, I'll have to trouble third miss again. After all, the fee is 3,000 taels. Third miss must be responsible for me." Hearing this, Yunshi frowned, her voice sharp as she corrected him clearly. "I must trouble the seventh prince to be clear when you speak in the future. I only need to be responsible for your body." Xian Yin moved closer to her with amusement, placing a hand on his chest and repeating in a low voice, "All right, be responsible for my body." She blushed in embarrassment, leaning back as she realized with a start, "This guy, he's teasing me again." Taking a deep breath, Yunshi slowly raised her fair hand again. She extended her hand in front of Xian Yan, a mischievous glint flashing in her eyes as she suggested in a loud voice, "Let me examine your body." Yunshi solemnly held out her hand, her expression cold and firm as she ordered Xian Yan, "Give me your hand." He immediately extended his hand, smiling gently and uttering a sweet phrase, "I'll listen to whatever you say." In a casual moment, she saw the exquisite bracelet on Xian Yan's hand, and her heart instantly recognized it. This is the bracelet of the fourth prince in Mo Huanda's family. Yunshi looked at his composed demeanor, and recalling the past, her mind was filled with speculation. It's a pity it's missing a wolf's head. Could it be that the one who helped me calm down that day was Mo Xianyan? But why would he help me? At the same time, in Yuan Ling's residence, Yuan Xian's charming voice rang out. Yuan Xian pays her respects to the fourth prince. May the fourth prince be blessed with boundless fortune. He took a sip of tea and gave a faint command. "Rise." Yuan Ling tightly grasped her hands, his gaze lowered with gentle apology. "Regarding the matter at Shirlu, you have been wronged." Yuan Xian leaned in, her expression coquettish and sweet as honey as she replied, "As long as it is the fourth prince who speaks, Yuan Xin does not feel wrong." But then, his face suddenly turned serious, and he questioned her in a cold voice. "Then tell me clearly, did you go to Shirlu that night to steal the spider?" She no longer denied it, her large, glistening eyes filled with grievance as she confessed. "You already know. I am the daughter of a concubine, with no status at all in the residence. I even have to endure bullying and humiliation. I was just not thinking straight. That's why I did such a foolish thing." Yuan Ling's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife as he continued to ask in a hoarse voice, "So, you intended to steal Mu Yunqi's spider?" Yuan Xin instantly panicked, looking up and hastily explaining, "I was momentarily foolish. My mind was muddled, that's why I did it. I truly didn't want to harm her." He smiled again, caressing her face, and sighed with understanding, saying, "I know. You have always been a kind and good girl. When I was attacked back then, you were the one who saved me despite the danger." Yuan Xion's cheeks flushed red with shyness, and she whispered a reminder, "The past isn't the past. Fourth prince, please don't mention it again." At this moment, Yuan Ling slowly placed his hand on her waist, pulling her close to him, and vowed in a low voice, "Rest assured, I will not let you down in this lifetime." As he said this, he gently bent down and placed a passionate kiss on Yuan Xion's lips. She lowered her eyes dreamily, her face flushed as she sank into the soft kiss and responded, "Fourth prince, Yuan Xion is willing to give you everything." Yuan Ling pulled back, his eyes still shimmering with gentleness as he made an unexpected request. "Then promise me one thing. You are not allowed to oppose Mu Yunqi anymore." Upon hearing this, tears immediately welled up in Yuan Xion's eyes, and she questioned him loudly in disbelief. "You still want to marry Mu Yunqi?" He hurriedly held her tighter, his eyelashes lowered as he faintly comforted her. "Yuan Xin, I am marrying her to win over the Duke of Zhao's estate for my grand cause. Once I ascend the throne, I will not let you down." Yuan Ling gently pulled Yuan Xion into his embrace, his eyes filled with deep calculation as he lowered his voice and requested, "So, help me. Help me gain Mu Yunqi's trust and esteem." After a moment of bewilderment, she sighed softly and replied, "I understand." Yuan Xion clutched his clothes tightly, gritting her teeth as she heard Yuan Ling laugh and praise. "It's good that you understand." In her mind, she pictured Yunqi's radiant appearance in a wedding gown, and her heart seethed as she told herself, "I'm sorry, fourth prince, I cannot help you. After you marry Mu Yunqi, you will make her the empress. I will not accept that." Yuan Xion leaned against Yuan Ling, her eyes dark and sinister, her hatred surging as she resolutely vowed, "I want to be the empress. I want Mu Yunqi to die." On the other side, Yunqi was slowly taking Xian Yan's pulse to examine him, her brows slightly furrowed as she inquired, "The 100-day drunk poison has worsened. Where have you been since last night?" She let out another sigh, tilting her head in confusion and doubt. "What did you eat? I have a feeling that something unusual happened." He slowly withdrew his hand, his expression calm and composed as he replied, "Just a late-night snack and breakfast as usual." "I didn't feel anything was wrong." Yunqi's eyes widened, her mind racing as she recalled Xian Yan's fate in her past life, her heart filled with speculation. Could there be a traitor? Previously, the maid beside him poisoned his food, which led to him not only failing to kill the rebel general, but also suffering a tragic death. Could it be? At this thought, a wave of anxiety washed over her, and she quickly warned him in a serious tone. "The 100-day drunk poison, if you're not exposed to it again, it definitely wouldn't have worsened. I suggest you investigate the people around you, especially the maid who serves you." Xian Yin had no objections, closing his eyes slightly and nodding in agreement. "All right." Yunqi didn't probe further, quickly taking out her needles and announcing faintly, "I will perform acupuncture on you now to temporarily stabilize and neutralize the poison in your body." He nodded again, calmly standing up in compliance. "All right." Then suddenly, Yunqi's face flushed an unusual red, and her eyes widened in alarm as she cried out, "What are you doing?" Xian Yin stood up and calmly began to take off his clothes, his expression still nonchalant as he shrugged and replied, "Didn't you say you were going to perform acupuncture on me? You have to take off your clothes for acupuncture, don't you?" She turned her head away in embarrassment, frantically waving her hands to stop him. "No need, no need. Just exposing your arm is enough." He said nothing, just gently curled his lips into a sly, mysterious smile. A moment later, Yunqi, still blushing, vaguely heard Xian Yan's low command, "All right, you can turn around now." She obeyed and turned her head to look, and what met her eyes were the lines of his bare abdomen. Yunchi was completely stunned. Before she could react, their eyes met, and by the time her brain processed it, she became even more embarrassed, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Yunchi immediately turned away and jumped up, shouting in frustration. "Put on." Xianyan was taken aback, his eyes widening in suspicion as he inquired. "Didn't you say that a doctor's hands examine both men and women without distinction?" She was so teased that she became annoyed, sulkily grabbing her acupuncture case and turning to leave, emphasizing irritably, "If you don't want the treatment, then forget it. If you don't want it, then forget it." Finally, Xianyan stopped messing around, properly extending his arm for Yunchi to perform the acupuncture. All right, I'll put it on right now." The moment the needle pierced his arm, his face suddenly turned pale and he hastily stopped her. "Wait." She didn't understand, frowning in confusion. "What's wrong?" Sweat beaded on Xianyan's forehead, his eyes trembling with unease as he questioned. "Didn't you say acupuncture doesn't hurt?" Hearing this, Yunchi raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement in her eyes as she explained in a loud voice. 100-day drunk is different. Applying the needle directly will be a little painful. What's wrong? Is the great general of the northern border afraid of this little pain? He was hit where it hurt and became angry, taking a deep breath and shouting valiantly. "TSK, how could I be afraid? Go on." She showed no mercy, directly plunging the acupuncture needle into his arm. Instantly, a sky-shattering scream from Xian Yin echoed from within the residence. His face turned green as he collapsed onto the table, looking at the needle stuck in his trembling arm and wailing. "Is this what you call a little painful?" Yunchi gave an elegant smile, raised another sharp needle, and calmly announced some earth-shattering news. "There are 5 more needles to go. That was only the first one. Can the 7th prince bear it?" Xian Yin secretly took a deep breath, trying to endure it as he snapped his fingers and said, "Why wouldn't I be able to bear it? Your Highness just wasn't prepared. Continue." After that, more sky-shattering screams from him echoed from within the residence. Ling Bei and Ban Xia, standing outside, were stunned and broke into a cold sweat. A moment later, the door slowly opened, and a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes stepped out. From inside came Xianyan's weak, trembling voice. "Ling Bei, see the 3rd Miss home." Yunchi stepped out with a delighted smile, cheerfully waving her hand to refuse. "No need, I can go back by myself." At this moment, Ban Xia suddenly covered her mouth and leaned close to her ear to whisper an update. "Miss, someone from the Marquis of Ding Yuan's estate just came. They said the Marquis of Ding Yuan has red spots on his face and has invited you to take a look." Yunchi nodded slightly and quickly gave an order. "All right, we still have time. Let's pack up a few things and go there now." After they had left, Ling Bei quietly turned his head to look at Xianyan, raising an eyebrow with amusement as he asked, "Your Grace, are you all right?" He was slumped over the table, panting as he shook his head and replied, "I'm Fine. Bring some 100-day drunk over here." Hearing this, his subordinate's face twisted, and he asked with a forced, disbelieving smile, "Still bring it? Your Grace, why must you torture yourself like this?" But Xian Yin was lost in recalling the image of Yunchi with her eyes closed, of her taking his pulse. And so he just kept looking at his arm and smiling to himself. A moment later, he bluntly kicked Ling Bei away, glaring and waving his hand impatiently. "Just go when I tell you to go. Why are you standing there talking so much?" Yunchi quickly made her way to the magnificent residence of the Marquis of Ding Yuan. Entering the room, a middle-aged man hastily extended his hand and respectfully invited her in. "3rd Miss, please come in quickly and examine our Marquis. He has red spots on his face and has been unconscious for a long time. We don't know why it's so strange." This person was the butler. Yunchi nodded slightly, walked over quickly, and removed the veil from the Marquis of Ding Yuan's face, saying calmly, "Let me see." As soon as she lifted the cloth, she froze, her brows furrowed in confusion. When she saw the strange red rashes on his face clearly, her eyes widened, and she was completely dumbfounded. The butler behind her was extremely worried and hurriedly asked, "3rd Miss, how is it?" Yunchi's expression darkened, and she grimly spat out 3 stunning words. "He's about to die." He was instantly terrified and stammered, Is it that serious?" She took a deep breath, stood up, turned away, and gave a faint order. "Go get some wine and chili powder. The spicier the better." The butler stared in disbelief, repeating in shock, "Wine and chili powder?" A moment later, Yunshi, as if possessed, quickly prepared her concoction, muttering gleefully. Chili powder mixed with wine poured into his mouth. I guarantee your Marquis will wake up. The butler, scared out of his wits, backed away, his face pale as he asked again. Huh, such a large bowl of chili wine, and you're going to pour it into his mouth? After finishing, she quickly handed it to the butler, ordering with a smile. Butler, you go feed it to him. He recoiled in terror, his eyes rolling back as he stammered. I'll feed him. At this moment, the Marquis of Dingyuan, lying on the bed, had heard everything and thought to himself in a cold sweat. Damn it, is she really doing it? I have to get up. But before he could move, Yunshi directly stuck a needle into his arm. Instantly, the Marquis of Dingyuan couldn't budge, wailing in his heart. What's happening? Why can't I move? As for her, she glanced at him gleefully and emphasized in a loud voice. Come on, don't hesitate. If you delay any longer, even the gods won't be able to save him. The butler had no choice but to approach, trembling. My lord, I'm coming to feed you the wine. The Marquis of Dingyuan lay on the bed, sweat pouring down like rain, his face pale as he cried inwardly. I can't open my eyes. Could it be I'm really having an allergic reaction? The butler's inner self was also rolling its eyes, screaming frantically. My lord, please wake up. This bowl is incredibly spicy. You can't handle it. At this moment, Yunshi, standing behind them, frowned again, her voice urgent as she prompted. Go! The butler, with tears in his eyes, directly shoved the bowl of spicy chili into the Marquis of Dingyuan's mouth, crying out in alarm. My lord, please wake up. He gulped down several mouthfuls, his face turning as red as an erupting volcano, his heart wailing in misery. Damn it, this spice is killing me. After feeding him, the butler turned to look at Yunshi, his heart filled with admiration and wonder. The Marquis is still not awake after all that? He's so resolute. 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks again as he asked her. I've fed him all of it. Why isn't he awake yet? Yunshi's lips curled into a cold smile as she tilted her head towards the Marquis of Dingyuan, who was on the bed with his eyes rolled back from the spiciness, and said, He's awake. Take another look. At this point, she slowly approached and pulled out the needle from his arm. Freed, the Marquis of Dingyuan immediately opened his mouth wide, screaming to the heavens with tears streaming from the spiciness. Ah, spicy, 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 it's killing me. He scrambled towards the table to get water, his voice still high-pitched as he yelled, Water, 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 quickly, give me water. Yunshi remained where she was, watching the farce with a dark gaze and a cold smile. See, I told you, once he finishes this bowl of wine, he will definitely wake up. Paying no mind to the Marquis of Dingyuan desperately drinking water behind her, she turned to leave. Since the Marquis is awake, I will take my leave. But before she had taken a few steps, he slammed the water kettle back on the table with a bang, shouting to stop her. You're not allowed to leave. Yunshi also stopped, glancing sideways at the Marquis of Dingyuan to inquire. Does the Marquis have any other instructions? He quickly stepped in front of her, pointing to his own swollen mouth to complain, You treat my mouth. Yunshi leisurely shrugged, her tone slow and amused as she said, It can't be treated. The Marquis of Dingyuan was so angry he jumped, arguing irritably. Aren't you a divine doctor? She continued to squint at him, the corners of her lips curling up as she explained casually, I'm not saying there's no cure, but that I can't treat you. He pouted his swollen lips again and asked aggrievedly, Why? Yunshi gently raised her hand and pointed at the Marquis of Dingyuan's face, her bright eyes wide as she answered honestly, Because your allergy needs to be suppressed with spice. Look, the small dots on your face are all gone now. He was immediately flustered by this close proximity, blushing and at a loss for words. A moment later, the butler stood respectfully to the side, sighing as he analyzed in a steady voice. My lord, the third miss knew what was wrong with you and what to use with just a glance, which is why she used the spicy wine to make you sweat, and the red dots have disappeared. The Marquis of Dingyuan was still slowly rubbing his chin, letting out a breath of interest as he lamented. AI, to think that a great general like me would fall into the hands of a young girl. At the same time, in the study of the Marquis of Zhongyi, a middle-aged man stood inside with his hands clasped behind his back. This person was Mu Zhengying. Wang Yuan walked in gently, curtsying with her hands clasped to greet Zheng. Wang Yuan pays her respects to father. But a second later, he ruthlessly swung his hand and slapped her with a loud smack, his face furious as he loudly berated her. to dare to plot against someone at the Qixi banquet. Do you still have the face to come back? You've completely disgraced the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence. Wang Yuan clutched her swollen cheek, her eyes shimmering with aggrieved tears as she lamented. It wasn't me. It was the fourth prince who disliked Hua Yunjian pestering him. So he came up with this method to make Hua Yunjian know to back off. Your daughter had no other choice but to accept it so as not to implicate the fourth prince. But Zheng didn't believe her, glaring as he raised his hand again and scolded. Nonsense. She frantically and urgently insisted. It's true. Wang Yuan quickly presented a pair of exquisite jade green earrings, her expression serious as she craned her neck to explain. Today, the fourth prince even felt guilty about this and consoled your daughter. Father, look, the fourth prince gave this pair of earrings to your daughter. Moreover, he said that when the time is right, he will marry your daughter. Zheng Ying finally took the earrings to examine them with some doubt. He asked hesitantly, "Is it true?" Wang Yuan nodded slightly, replying softly, He took another deep breath, turned his back, and declared grimly, "Even so, you must properly complete the punishment from His Highness the Crown Prince. In addition, I am punishing you with half a month of confinement starting now." She could do nothing else but place her hands on the ground and bow obediently. Yes, your daughter will definitely do it well and will not disappoint father's love. The next day, Yunshi respectfully curtsied with her hands clasped, greeting in a soft voice. Yunshi pays her respects to old madam. The person she was greeting was the Prime Minister's mother, old Madam Yuan. She gently pulled Yunshi's hand and held it tightly, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she instructed. "You and I are connected. Your maternal grandmother and I were originally friends. And you saved Weiwei. From now on, treat this as your own home. There's no need to be so formal." At this moment, a wet nurse, Nanny Lu, brought Weiwei out. The Prime Minister's wife saw this and said loudly to the little boy, "Weiwei, quickly kowtow to your life-saving benefactor." Weiwei quickly jumped forward and knelt before Yunshi, his face beaming with happy gratitude. Weiwei thanks Big Sister for saving my life. She also nodded cheerfully, opening her arms and saying, "Get up quickly." Following that, Yunshi quickly reached out to touch Weiwei's two small hands to examine them. A moment later, her eyes widened, her expression pensive as she inquired, "Weiwei, did you eat cold things yesterday?" The little boy grinned widely, replying innocently, "No, I only ate chilled fruit and cold milk." Hearing this, Yunshi lowered her eyes slightly, a thoughtful glint flashing in their depths as she reminded him grimly, "From now on, you can't eat these things anymore. They're not good for your health and can easily make you sick. If you get sick, your grandmother, father, and mother will be very sad." Weiwei was still young and naive, happily squeezing her hand as he chirped. Nanny also told Weiwei to keep it a secret, saying it was to give grandmother and mother a happy surprise. After explaining, the little boy widened his eyes again, pouting his lips as he asked in confusion, "Why is what Big Sister said different from what Nanny said?" Yunshi smiled dotingly, her eyes curving as she replied, "Because Nanny is not a doctor." "Weiwei, can you give Sister a little tour of your home?" Weiwei quickly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, holding her hand tightly as he suggested joyfully, Okay, the lotus flowers in the rear garden are very beautiful. I'll take Sister to see them." The moment they left, the Prime Minister furiously slammed his hand on the table. He glanced at Nanny Lu, questioning her through gritted teeth. "Nanny Lu, what is the meaning of this?" She hurriedly dropped to her knees and kowtowed, explaining in a panic, "Forgive me, Master. This old servant didn't want to harm the young master either." Nanny Lu raised her head, her eyes worried and fearful as she reported, This old servant was forced." The Prime Minister took a deep breath, pressing grimly. "Forced by whom?" Nanny Lu frantically kowtowed again, shaking her head vigorously without confessing. "This old servant cannot say." He spread his hands commandingly, his imposing presence overwhelming as he negotiated in a harsh tone. "As long as you tell me who forced you, I can protect your family's safety. Otherwise, I will send your entire family to the capital prefecture's prison." Hearing this, Nanny Lu's hands on the ground clenched the floor, deep in thought. A moment later, she raised her head, tears streaming down as she confessed. It was the young mistress. That person is old Madame Yuan's daughter, Yuan Baoqin. The Prime Minister couldn't believe it upon hearing this, glaring furiously as he scolded. Insolence! She is my younger sister. The Prime Minister's wife also covered her mouth, shocked and incredulous. Xiaoqin, how could it be? She's the one who loves Wei Wei the most. Nanny Lu continued to shed 2 streams of tears, her eyes wide with fear, determined to confess everything. She used this old servant's daughter to force me to do it. If not, she would betroth my daughter to a fool as a second wife. This old servant absolutely does not dare to deceive you, master. Under the stunned gazes of the Prime Minister and his wife, she gritted her teeth, recounting Bao Qin's scheme in a harsh voice. The young mistress said that in this entire Prime Minister's residence, Wei Wei is the only young master. If he were to die young, the future assets of the Prime Minister's residence would belong to the cousin young master. In the end, the Prime Minister sighed helplessly, waving his hand to give an order. AI, drag Nanny Lu down and lock her in the woodshed. As Nanny Lu was being dragged away, she still craned her neck and loudly affirmed, Master, what this old servant said is completely true. Not a single word is false. At this moment, the Prime Minister's wife, also sorrowful, slowly called out to old Madame Yuan, Mother. The old woman was bewildered and confused, frowning as she called. Wang Shi, the Prime Minister's wife, knelt down, her eyes hesitant as she said, Mother, there is something I have always hidden from you. She slowly recalled the incident with Wei Wei, her eyes shimmering as she recounted in a low voice. A few days ago, when Wei Wei fell into the river, it was not an accident. Someone pushed him. Third Miss Mu saw it and said the person who pushed him was wearing pink clothes. At this point, the Prime Minister's wife gritted her teeth again, emphasizing in a harsh tone. That evening, only second sister-in-law and Xiaoqin were wearing pink clothes. At this point, old Madame Yuan's face darkened, and she gave a grim order. Someone, call Zhao Shi and Xiaoqin over here. Also call third Miss Mu over here. A moment later, a fair, slender hand gently picked up a lychee. The woman named Yuan Bao Qin lifted the lychee to her lips, smiling brightly as she praised. Mother, were these lychees delivered today? They're so fresh. Sitting beside her was Zhao Shi. Old Madame Yuan, sitting nearby, also held a bowl of lychees, smiling and nodding in response. That's right, these lychees were just delivered this morning. If you like them, eat some more. She discreetly glanced behind the curtain, where Yunxi was standing, and slowly nodded. Then, old Madame Yuan suddenly raised a hand to cover her mouth and let out a long yawn. Bao Qin immediately showed concern, asking in a soft voice, What's wrong, mother? Didn't you sleep enough last night? She nodded slightly, being helped away by a servant as she smiled and replied, I really didn't sleep well last night. After all, I'm old now. I get tired easily. Zhao Shi, sitting there, immediately spoke up filially. I have some nourishing tea here. I'll have someone bring it to mother later, shall I? Old Madame Yuan nodded gently, as if in agreement. She waved her hand lightly as she left. That's thoughtful of you. I need to take a nap now. You two can go about your business. Zhao Shi respectfully stood up and bowed, replying, Yes. Bao Qin also stood up obediently and bowed her head, saying, Rest well, mother. Watching old Madame Yuan's departing figure, she lowered her eyes again in grim contemplation. Strange, I thought mother called me here for something urgent, but it was just for some idle chat. Could it be that I was overthinking things? A moment later, Yunxi, who had been hiding behind the curtain, suddenly and slowly stepped out. She lifted the curtain, her expression calm as she recounted slowly. I saw very clearly just now. On that day, the person who pushed Wei Wei into the water was the one wearing the dark sea blue dress. Old Madame Yuan, sitting in a nearby chair, angrily stomped her cane on the floor, snorting coldly as she cursed. So it really was Xiaoqin. To think that for the sake of inheritance, she would not hesitate to harm her own nephew. She pointed her finger out sharply, giving a stern order. Matron Xiao, take some people now and lock Xiaoqin in her room. Without my order, no one is allowed to release her. Matron Xiao quickly nodded in obedience. Yes. However, at this moment, another servant suddenly rushed in breathlessly to report. Old Madam, the young mistress left here and went straight back to her husband's home. Everyone in the room immediately widened their eyes, blurting out in shock. What? Old Madame Yuan thoughtfully rested her chin on her hand. Her eyes lowered as she speculated in confusion. Could it be that she saw some clues just now? In that case, it seems she really is the one who did that. She looked over at Yunxi again, her voice gentle and polite as she made a request. "Third miss, today's matter is a family scandal. I must ask you to keep it a secret." She slowly nodded, replying with understanding. "Old madam, rest assured, Yunshi will definitely keep my lips sealed." The Prime Minister's family also breathed a sigh of relief, expressing their gratitude happily. "Thank you very much." Third Mississippi Yunshi didn't linger any longer and quickly left with Bansia. On the way, someone suddenly waved and called out to her. Third Mississippi. It was the steward of the Marquis of Dingyuan. He rushed over and reported anxiously, "Our Marquis is not doing well at all right now. I beg you, Third Miss, to come and help." Yunshi frowned, her gaze questioning and perplexed. "Not doing well? In what way?" The steward recalled the Marquis of Dingyuan's pouty, swollen appearance, clasping his hands helplessly as he explained. "Yesterday, the Marquis's mouth was in terrible pain. He applied half a jar of ointment to reduce it, but now his face has swollen up, and what's more, it's very painful." After hearing this, she let out an amused laugh, rubbing her chin as she reminded him. "Didn't I say yesterday that if anything felt wrong, a bowl of spicy wine would do the trick? Using random ointments will cause the skin to redden and swell, and even develop sores." Hearing this, the steward was shocked. Anxiously, he gestured for her to stop. "Ah, please, Third Miss, don't go. I beg you to save our Marquis." Yunshi didn't refuse, nodding lightly in agreement. "In that case, I'll go take a look." A patient like that is truly a cause for concern. A moment later, the steward drove the carriage like the wind, causing the crowd to scatter in panic. Inside the carriage, Yunshi was tossed back and forth, feeling dizzy. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she lifted the curtain and ordered coldly, "Slow down a bit. This is a main road. What if you hit someone?" But the steward held the reins tightly, insisting firmly, "The Marquis's condition is very serious right now. We can't delay." "Don't worry, Third Miss, I won't hit anyone." However, just as he finished speaking, a small child suddenly dashed out to grab a pastry right in front of the carriage's hooves. The steward frantically pulled the reins to halt the horse, crying out in terror. The horse reared its head and let out a long neigh-neigh. The crowd, seeing the horse's hoof about to come down on the child, screamed in panic. "It's about to trample him." The boy under the horse's hoof was also stunned, watching the hoof descend, too dazed to escape. At this moment, someone from the crowd suddenly leaped into the air. That person swiftly flew over and kicked the horse, knocking it away from the child. Inside, Yunshi frantically gripped the carriage frame, shutting her eyes tightly and screaming. The carriage. At that moment, the mysterious person also quickly picked up the child and moved him to safety. Then, the carriage carrying Yunshi toppled sideways onto the ground with a loud crash. The child's mother ran out anxiously, her hands trembling as she cried, "My child, are you all right? You scare me to death." Seeing his mother, the boy burst into tears and threw himself in her arms. The mother quickly hugged the child, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. "Thank you for saving him, young master. Thank you for saving him." That young master shook his head slightly, his expression calm and magnanimous as he replied, "You're welcome. In the future, when you're out, remember to keep your child close to you to prevent any more accidents." This person was the capital prefecture governor, Zheng Qiu. Meanwhile, the steward was slumped on the ground, crying out in pain, "I owe my leg." Banxia also hurriedly helped Yunshi out, calling out worriedly, "Young miss." She quickly approached Zheng Qiu, but raised an eyebrow and questioned, "Was it you who saved that child just now?" He remained composed with his arms crossed, retorting grimly, "Do you know that child was nearly run over and killed by you?" Zheng Qiu then pointed a finger coldly at Yunshi, his eyes icy as he interrogated her. "Do you know that it's forbidden to drive a carriage at high speed in the city?" She was stunned for a moment, then nodded in reply, "I know." He moved closer to her face, questioning through gritted teeth, "Then do you know that knowingly breaking the law is a more serious crime?" She still nodded, calmly replying, "I know." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiu suddenly reached out his hand forcefully. He quickly gripped Yunshi's wrist, glaring at her as he ordered in a harsh voice, "Since you knew, yet you still committed the offense intentionally. How despicable. Come with me." Yunshi took a deep breath and forcefully pulled her hand out of Zhang Qiu's grasp. She stepped back, her eyes sharp as she reminded him in a stern voice, "It was my fault for the carriage speeding. It was also my fault that a life was nearly lost. But no matter what I did wrong, please have some self-respect, young master." He still looked at her calmly, his tone indifferent and measured as he stressed, "What do you think I want to do? Have some awareness. Honestly, follow me to the capital prefecture for a bit." At this moment, Banxia also rushed forward to shield Yunshi, her eyes wide as she questioned fiercely, "Who are you to dare to arrest my young miss?" Zhang Xiu crossed his arms, his expression still calm as he calmly introduced himself. "I am Zhang Xiu, the newly appointed governor of the capital prefecture, in charge of all matters, big and small, within the capital city. No matter who you are, if you have broken the law, you must be punished." Hearing this, Yunqi frowned, squinting as she recalled her past life. "So he is Zhang Xiu. In my past life, I heard that he was incorruptible, never accepted bribes, and was extremely upright." She rubbed her chin, looking at Zhang Qiu pensively, her eyes deep in thought. It's a pity that later on, he did nothing about Mo Xianlang. On the other side, Ban Xia bravely stepped forward and explained seriously, "This is not our residence's carriage. I was also just invited." Meanwhile, Yunqi was still lost in her own thoughts, shaking her head slightly as she lamented. His own uncle snatched away Grand Princess Huiyang. At this moment, the Marquis of Dingyuan's steward's eyes welled up with tears as he wailed pitifully, "Io." Yunqi quickly pointed at him, excitedly finding an excuse. "Lord Zheng is fair and upright. I will go back with you, my lord, but please let me treat the steward first." Zheng Xiu frowned doubtfully. Watching her examine the steward's leg, he asked in disbelief, "You know medicine?" Yunqi paid him no mind, examining it seriously for a moment before stating firmly, "The joint is dislocated. It needs to be reset or it will be crippled." Hearing this, the steward looked at his leg dejectedly and stammered a request. Then please help me reset it quickly. I don't want to become a cripple." She nodded slightly, then turned to Zheng Xiu and sincerely requested, "Lord Zheng, I'm not strong enough. Could I trouble you to come over and help me press down on this spot?" He didn't refuse, quickly nodding in agreement. "All right." After Zheng Xiu sat down near her, Yunqi's eyes widened as she gave serious instructions. "I will count to 3, and you will use your strength to press down on this joint. The action must be swift, no hesitation." He nodded to show he understood. As soon as she counted 2, 3, Zheng Xiu immediately pressed down on the steward's foot with force. A gruesome cracking sound was heard, and the steward's eyes immediately rolled back, tears streaming down his face as he screamed in pain. The steward, looking as if his soul had left his body, tilted his head back and wailed in agony. It's over, my leg is broken." Yunqi sighed wearily in resignation, patting his shoulder and saying firmly, "Stop crying. Stand up and take a few steps." The steward complied, carefully getting to his feet and taking a few tentative steps. A moment later, he found his leg was fine. He joyfully lifted it up and down, laughing with delight. "Hey, it's really better now, ha ha ha." Zheng Xiu, who had observed everything, couldn't help but change his opinion, thinking to himself with admiration, "Impressive. Her technique is superb." At this point, Yunqi also closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Lord Zheng, let's go." His heart was filled with remorse as he silently blamed himself. "She's so honorable and upright. I was too rash just now." Before anything could happen, the Marquis of Dingyuan's steward suddenly raised his hand to stop them urgently. "Wait." He respectfully clasped his hands towards Zheng Xiu, explaining honestly in a steady voice, "I am the steward of the Marquis of Dingyuan's residence. The Marquis of Dingyuan has suddenly fallen ill, so he sought out 3rd Miss Mu for treatment. I ask that you, my lord, allow the 3rd Miss to treat the Marquis of Dingyuan. Afterwards, I will definitely go to the capital prefecture to accept my punishment." Hearing this, he also rubbed his chin thoughtfully and quickly made a startling suggestion. "In that case, I will go with you to the Marquis of Dingyuan's residence." The steward hurriedly waved his hands in refusal, explaining awkwardly, "That won't do. The Marquis is having an allergic reaction and doesn't want outsiders to see him right now." But Zheng Xiu wouldn't let it go, raising a hand and calmly suggesting, determined to see it through, "I don't have to see his face. I can just be nearby to talk. In any case, this matter needs to be resolved." The steward was still hesitant, timidly starting to object again, "My lord, this." But before he could say anything, Zheng Xiu had already turned away bluntly, "Say no more. Let's go. We'll go to the Marquis of Dingyuan's residence together." A moment later at the Marquis of Dingyuan's residence, the Marquis's thunderous, angry voice rang out. What the hell did you make me drink? Look what's become of my face. You're gonna have to take responsibility for me. Yunshi looked at his face, trying to suppress a smile, and retorted playfully, Isn't all of this your own doing, Marquis? He angrily pointed at her, his cheeks swollen as he accused her resentfully. You're still talking nonsense. If you hadn't made me drink that bowl of spicy wine, how could I? Yunshi feigned helplessness, spreading her hands and shrugging, sighing as she stressed, I'm afraid you've forgotten, Marquis. I told you to only drink the bowl of spicy wine, but you didn't listen and used some random medicine instead. That's why this happened. The Marquis of Dingyuan irritably rubbed his swollen cheeks, pouting sulkily as he ordered, Humph, stop with the nonsense and hurry up and treat me. Like this, how can I go out and see people? She didn't refuse, but held up one finger and said, I can treat you, but I have one condition. He gave a cold, indignant laugh, glaring as he reminded her, Humph, you're the one who did this to me, and you still want to negotiate conditions? Yunshi immediately bristled, her eyes widening as she angrily retorted, Marquis, don't you forget who saved you that day, and you repay them later by faking an illness to mess with me. Is that it? The Marquis of Dingyuan was rendered speechless, knowing he was in the wrong. So he tried to make an excuse. I just wanted to test your medical skills, that's all. Besides, you've already gotten your revenge on me. We're even now. She immediately snorted coldly, turning her head to leave bluntly, Fine. Since we're even, I'll be heading home. Rest well, Marquis. He hurriedly knelt down and grabbed her leg, his eyes welling with tears as he pleaded pitifully, No, I was wrong just now. Whatever your condition is, I'll agree to it. Yunshi's eyes curved into a smile as she asked with a sly expression, Are you sure? What if you can't do it? The Marquis of Dingyuan firmly beat his chest, closing his eyes and declaring grandly, I'm the great Marquis of Dingyuan. Is there anything I can't do? My entire family are loyal subjects. My grandfather, my father. He smirked, his voice firm and harsh as he said, The lives of others were exchanged for me to have the wealth I have now. What is there that I can't do? Seeing this side of the Marquis of Dingyuan, Yunshi's eyes widened slightly in a daze. She looked at his resolute figure, her heart a mix of turbulent emotions and admiration. Sigh. In my past life, my brother and mother were framed and died. I could only cry, but the general could only smile arrogantly. Sacrificing for the country is a source of pride, not sorrow. He's also a pitiful person, so Yunshi sighed softly, her eyelashes lowered as she gave a quiet command. Lie down. The Marquis of Dingyuan couldn't believe it, asking with a dazed face, What? She glared at him in annoyance, emphasizing through gritted teeth, I told you to lie down. Do you want to be treated or not? The Marquis of Dingyuan immediately leaped onto the bed to lie down, his face beaming as he nodded eagerly. I do. 15 minutes later, Yunshi slowly removed the acupuncture needles from his face and said softly, Get up. The Marquis of Dingyuan gently touched his now normal face, squinting as he asked, Is it done? He quickly dashed to the mirror to examine his face, smiling brightly as he wondered to himself, Is it that miraculous? After the treatment, Yunshi also smiled and quietly reminded him of their prior condition. So now you can fulfill your promise. The Marquis of Dingyuan generously patted his chest, promising heroically, Just say the word, and I will definitely do it. She nodded, her eyelids curving as she gently suggested, I believe that the Marquis will keep his promise, but for now, I must ask the Marquis to first meet with Lord Zheng of the capital prefecture. He is waiting outside. He also quickly stepped outside to meet Zheng Qiu, asking with a puzzled frown, You were looking for me? He politely cupped his hands, recounting the incident in a steady voice. Just now, your residence's carriage was speeding and nearly hit a child. The Marquis of Dingyuan raised his eyebrows high, his punchable face twisting. Nearly? So it didn't hit, right? Zheng Qiu maintained a stern expression, reminding him in a flat tone, Correct, it did not hit, but the nature of the act is extremely egregious. The laws of Great Qi clearly state that carriages are not to be driven at high speeds within the capital. He laughed in amusement, questioning in a low voice. So what does Lord Zheng intend to do? Do you want to throw me in the great prison? He didn't deny it, nodding slightly and whispering, I was indeed thinking that. The Marquis of Dingyuan immediately gave a cold laugh, declaring with immense arrogance, Humph, my entire family is loyal, let alone killing a child. Even if this Marquis were to kill a descendant of a prince or duke, His Majesty the Emperor would not say a harsh word. He moved closer to Zheng Qiu, his overwhelming presence pressing down as he sneered, If it weren't for giving face to third Miss Mu, do you think I'd bother to see you? You want to throw me in the great prison? Even if I didn't resist, would you dare? Zhang Qiu probably didn't expect this. Looking at him in shock and stammering an explanation, I am only acting according to the law. At this moment, Yunxi also walked out slowly, interrupting in a flat tone. Lord Zheng, you also know that it's impossible to take the Marquis of Dingyuan to the great prison. Therefore, I have an idea. She gave a bright smile, her mind working quickly as she sincerely suggested. How about we have the Marquis apologize and offer compensation to the child's mother in front of the public? What do you think? Zheng Qiu immediately nodded in agreement. A good idea. But the Marquis of Dingyuan jumped up, scowling and refusing. Impossible. I am a dignified Marquis of Dingyuan. Don't I need to save face? What face would I have left in the capital after this? Yunxi lowered her face slightly, her gaze dark and stern as she reminded him again. Marquis, don't forget you just agreed to my condition. You broke the law, but if you don't apologize and repent after 100 years, what face will you have to meet your ancestors? He immediately conceded defeat, walking away with his head bowed dejectedly. Say no more. I'll go right now. Yunxi cupped her hands in a salute to Zheng Qiu, respectfully entrusting him. I'll have to trouble Lord Zheng with the rest. I have other matters to attend to and cannot go. He also nodded, replying with a slight smile. All right, Third Miss need not worry about it anymore. Yunxi didn't linger either, quickly boarding her carriage and departing. On the way, as they passed a certain place, she gently lifted the curtain to observe. Yunxi looked at the carriage in front of Huan Yan's residence, frowning as she mumbled to herself. Does the seventh prince's residence have a guest? The matter of the acupuncture and poison treatment cannot be known by more than 2 people. So she turned her head and quietly ordered Nanju. Nanju, go and ask whose carriage that is up ahead. The young girl quickly nodded in obedience. Yes. A moment later, Nanju swiftly returned, lifting the curtain to report respectfully. Young miss, the guards just reported that it is the carriage of Princess Qinghe. Hearing this, Yunxi's brows furrowed darkly, her expression cautious as she sensibly told herself, in my past life, Ao Xue and the seventh prince were a loving husband and wife. I should probably not disturb them. She then suddenly recalled the close encounter she had with Huan Yan before, clutching her chest bitterly as she wondered. It's just that. Why does my heart feel so sour? Taking a deep breath, Yunxi lowered her gaze and ordered in a stern voice, let's head back first. Hearing this, Nanju was stunned, her lips moving in confusion. Aren't we going to give the seventh prince his acupuncture treatment? She sat still in the departing carriage, letting out a breath as she explained flatly. The seventh prince has a guest today, so the treatment can't be done. Inside the residence, Ao Xue slowly poured tea into a cup, asking Huan Yan with concern, Cousin, how is your injury? He closed his eyes slightly, sighing with a weary expression. I am injured and cannot drink tea. Hearing this, she clenched her hands worriedly, her face full of concern as she suggested, should we invite Third Miss Mu to examine you? Her medical skills are excellent. Huan Yan slowly opened his eyes, asking with suspicion in his heart, are you very close with Third Miss Mu? Ao Xue gave a forced smile, her eyes darting around as she explained in a low voice. Not very close, but I know her medical skills are very strong. I heard she is the disciple of Yang Liuzi. Upon hearing this, he was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Huan Yin pursed his lips, a slight smile playing on them as he pressed. Who did you hear that from? She clutched the teapot in her hand, lowering her eyes and shaking her head slightly in response. I've forgotten who specifically, but I really have heard it before, which is why I want to invite her to take a look at you, cousin. He didn't press further, leisurely nodding and casually agreeing. Since it's like that, I will send an invitation on another day to ask her to come. Ao Xue was immediately overjoyed, her face radiant with excitement as she emphasized, Cousin, you agreed. That's wonderful. If Third Miss takes action, I guarantee you'll be cured, cousin. Huan Yin frowned again, looking at her appearance with amusement as he continued to ask, It seems you like that Third Miss Mu. Ao Xue didn't deny it, closing her eyes and holding up her hand to list the points one by one. Third Miss is very nice and very smart, and she's well-versed in medicine. We even made plans to go horseback, riding another day. His frown deepened, his eyes narrowing as he asked suspiciously, Third Miss knows medicine? She excitedly clasped her hands, nodding as she exclaimed, "Third Miss is not bad at riding either. Even men on the battlefield are no match for her." Huan Yin pursed his lips thoughtfully, lowering his voice to express his doubt. "Is that so? I remember Third Miss doesn't know how to ride a horse. She even fell off a horse last year." Ao Shue immediately froze, her eyes wide in disarray as she screamed internally, "Not good." I got too excited just now and spoke out of turn. She could only look away, clearing her throat to make a perfunctory excuse. Last year was last year. This year is different. Ahem. I also just heard from others. However, he still rested his chin on his hand with interest, smiling as he announced, "Is that so? I find it rather strange. How about we pick a day and go see for ourselves?" After hearing this, Ao Shue turned to look at him in shock, her cheeks flushing as she asked in surprise, "You want to go to the stables?" She excitedly lunged forward and hugged Huan Yin tightly, her eyes crinkling with joy as she cheered. "That's wonderful. We can go horseback riding together then." He frowned, pushing Ao Shue away a bit coldly as he reminded her, "The weather is very hot. Don't get so close, it's easy to sweat." She stared at him blankly, her heart in turmoil as she recalled her past life. In the eyes of strangers, we were a loving couple. Ao Shue sadly watched Huan Yin, thinking to herself with a bitter heart, but cousin is still a bit cold. At this point, he pressed on, raising an eyebrow curiously. "That's right. Who did you hear say that Third Miss Moon knows how to ride a horse?" She awkwardly scratched her cheek, stammering an excuse. That day at Keilu, someone said it, and that's how I found out. As for who said it, I've forgotten." After that, Ao Shue hurriedly turned away, smiling as she quickly made her escape. "All right, I have something else to do, so I can't stay with you any longer, cousin. I'll be leaving first." She sighed wearily in her heart, thinking, "If I say any more, cousin will discover my secret. I'd better leave first." From behind, Huan Yin watched Ao Shue's retreating figure, his heart also in turmoil. He pressed his lips together, thinking, why does Ao Shue understand Yunshi? Could it be that she also? Just how many people have been reborn like me? He silently gritted his teeth, vowing with determination, no matter who it is, I will absolutely not let Yunshi be harmed again. Then, Huan Yin suddenly opened his mouth and called out loudly, "Ling Bai." Ling Bei quickly jumped in and knelt down, asking respectfully, "Yes, what are your orders?" He let out a breath, tilting his head to look at him and ordering in a stern voice, "Go and investigate what Princess Qinghe has been doing for the past 6 months." Ling Bai quickly nodded in obedience. "Yes." Huan Yin pursed his lips again, adding in a low voice, "All right, tell Shuemo to go see if Third Miss has arrived." He cupped his hands again, bowing his head to report respectfully. Just now, the gatekeeper said that Third Miss came to the residence gate, but then turned back. He sighed wearily again, waving his hand to dismiss him. "I know. You may leave." In his heart, Huan Yin melancholically guessed the reason. Yunshi must have seen Ao Shue's carriage outside. Is this girl avoiding me? He slowly recalled Yunshi's smiling face, the corners of his lips unconsciously turning up as his heart softened, and he murmured, "But whether then or now, I have never liked Ao Shue, because someone else entered my heart very early on." A short while later, Yunshi quickly returned to her own home. Just as she stepped out of the carriage, Ban Xia rushed out to urgently report some news. "Young miss, you're back. The old madam is not well." She frowned, asking with a worried expression, "What's wrong?" She also hurried closer, reporting in detail with anxiety in her eyes. For some reason, the old madam had a stomachache this morning, and there has been no improvement since. Yunshi pressed her lips together, asking in a stern voice, "Has the residence physician seen her?" Ban Xia let out a long, helpless sigh, holding out her hand and shaking her head wearily in response. "He has, but after the residence physician prescribed medicine, the old madam vomited it all up after drinking it. Young miss, please go to Ninga Hall to have a look." She nodded slightly and walked away quickly. "All right." A moment later, in a spacious courtyard, a leisurely voice could be heard explaining from within, "Third Miss, the old madam's pulse is extremely abnormal. Cold qi has entered her body, leading to diarrhea." Following that, Yunshi's soft voice also spoke up. "Grandmother had diarrhea many times when she was young, which is why her pulse is abnormal." She sat beside old Madame Mu's bed, explaining seriously with a frown. "Actually, this is because grandmother's pulse shows chaotic qi in the stomach, causing this intense heat. The stomach is flaring up because she ate something cold, which led to the diarrhea." Yunshi then glared sternly at the middle-aged man, questioning him. This is a basic illness. How could the residence physician misdiagnose it? In her heart, she secretly suspected. Could he have been ordered by someone else? The man referred to as the residence physician lowered his head in embarrassment, closing his eyes as he replied, "It was my negligence. Thank you for your guidance, Third Miss." Yunshi didn't pursue the matter further, looking at Yunlan and asking softly, "Mother, please help me sit grandmother up." She nodded and quickly came forward to help. All right. Then they gently helped old Madame Mu sit up. She also took out some kind of pill in a flash. Yunshi carefully fed the pill into old Madame Mu's mouth. After she was done, she turned to another luxuriously dressed woman and said, "Second aunt-in-law, please bring a basin of warm water over here." Second aunt-in-law nodded and complied, but as she turned away, she glared at her resentfully and cursed inwardly. "Humph, just a little brat ordering me around like a maid." She quickly brought a bowl of water over, calling out resentfully, "Here." Yunshi politely took it and quickly helped old Madame Mu drink it. After drinking, she let out a weary sigh and lamented weakly, "Ay, this old body is not good anymore." Old Madame Mu patted her hand, shaking her head wearily, and said dejectedly, "Just a piece of iced watermelon, and it turned out like this." Yunshi looked at her obediently, her eyes shimmering as she comforted her in a gentle voice. "Grandmother, don't say that. Everyone has some nagging problem in their life." At this moment, Yunlan also slowly approached and announced softly, "A few days ago, Tishi taught me to use 30-year-old wine to soak with 100-year-old FOTI root. In a few more days, it will be ready to drink. I will bring it to Mother, then to nourish her body." Old Madame Mu immediately beamed, nodding in praise. How thoughtful. Second aunt-in-law stood to one side, observing this harmonious scene, thinking resentfully with jealousy and indignation. So what if you have a nobler birth than me and are favored by Mother? Her face darkened as she sinisterly plotted, "If I'm unhappy, don't even think about being happy either." Following that, second aunt-in-law suddenly let out a low laugh, speaking with sarcastic insinuation. "Oh, third miss is so filial. With the 100-year-old FOTI root, the first person you think of is Mother. As expected, you're closest to your own mother." Yunlan immediately frowned and turned to look at her, questioning in a cold tone, "What do you mean by that?" Second aunt-in-law still feigned ignorance, covering her mouth with a laugh, her eyes mocking and derisive. "I'm just happy for first sister-in-law, with third miss here to supplement her with some things. When first sister-in-law reaches Mother's age, she certainly won't get sick so easily." Old Madame Mu also saw the hidden meaning, her eyes narrowing as she exposed her with an imposing aura. "Lady's son, I told you to take care of her, yet you harbor resentment." She was instantly flustered and hurriedly denied it. This daughter-in-law wouldn't dare. Second aunt-in-law hastily dropped to her knees, her expression earnest and anxious as she explained, "Mother, please don't misunderstand. Taking care of Mother is a matter of course. How would I dare to be resentful?" Mu Yunshi smiled and called out to second aunt-in-law. The woman glanced at her in confusion. "Humph." She calmly looked at the kneeling second aunt-in-law and said with a smile, "Previously, you said you wanted to give me a pink-glazed, golden-patterned flying dragon and auspicious clouds candlestick. Why not just give it directly to grandmother instead? It's just in time, as I've just made some night candles, night lights, that have a calming effect for good sleep. They can be placed inside the candlestick." She stammered awkwardly, "Oh, yes, of course. I will bring it to grandmother tomorrow." Mu Yunshi and Yunlan gently took their leave. Then, "Grandmother, please rest. I will come visit you again tomorrow." Old Madame Mu on the bed smiled and waved her hand. All right, you all go back and rest." Baichao Courtyard. Late at night, a figure leaped down beside the courtyard window. A young woman's silhouette flickered behind the curtain. Mo Xianyan, hiding behind the door, blushed with embarrassment, thinking, "Is Tishi bathing? It seems I've come at the wrong time." Mu Yunshi, relaxing in the bathtub with her eyes closed, asked the person massaging her shoulders, "Nanju, why are you still lighting the old candles? Take the bewitching butterfly flower candle I just made and light it." Nanju came to her senses and slapped her own head. "Ah, look at my head. I'll go change it for young miss right away." The young girl's voice echoed through the room. "Young miss, the bewitching butterfly flower candle you just made smells so good. You'll definitely be able to sleep well tonight." Mu Yunshi stepped out of the bathtub with a happy smile. You and Banxia can use it too. It's very effective for calming the nerves and aiding sleep." Nanju cheerfully draped a robe over her, chattering endlessly. "Young miss is truly becoming more and more beautiful and charming. I wonder which lucky fellow will benefit in the future." She blushed in embarrassment and hurriedly swatted at her. "Humph, now you even dare to tease me." Nanju giggled and dodged. Young miss, I don't dare to do it again. Please spare this servant." Hee hee. The young girl closed the door and reminded her, Young miss, this servant has already made the bed. The ice in the basin has also been replaced. It probably won't be too hot when you sleep tonight. Mu Yunshi got into bed and replied, I'm gonna sleep then. You all should rest early too. Late at night, with the moon hanging high, a hand gently parted the bed curtains. Mu Yunshi woke with a start, her eyes flying open. Mo Xinyan stood before the bed, looking at her calmly, causing her to exclaim in shock, "Seventh Prince." She scrambled to sit up in embarrassment. "Why are you here?" Mo Xinyan said calmly, "You haven't given me acupuncture today." Her face darkened in annoyance, her brows furrowing. "So, you barge into my boudoir late at night." Mo Xinyan smiled gently. "I've been poisoned, and yesterday you diagnosed that my poison has worsened." He justified himself matter-of-factly. "I don't want to suddenly drop dead. Of course I had to come find you. You said you would come give me acupuncture in the afternoon, but I waited until night, and there was no sign of you." Mu Yunshi explained helplessly, "I did stop by at dusk. I saw Princess Qinghe's carriage, so I turned back." He lowered his eyes to look at her intently and asked bluntly, "Why?" Mu Yunshi blushed in confusion. "I didn't want to cause a misunderstanding with Princess Qinghe." He leaned in cheerfully, pressing, "Misunderstand what?" Mu Yunshi shook her head guiltily. "After all, Princess Qinghe will be yours in the future." He asked, puzzled, "Will be one of mine?" Mu Yunshi gasped and covered her own mouth, lamenting inwardly, that's something from my past life. I almost let it slip." She stammered awkwardly, "No, it's nothing." Mo Xuanyan's profound gaze made her restless. She waved her hand dismissively. "Try to change the subject. Didn't you come to me for acupuncture? Take off your clothes." Mu Yunshi stared in astonishment as he held out his hands and suggested, "You help me take it off." She got off the bed uncomfortably and refused. "I'm clumsy and don't know my own strength. I'm afraid I'll ruin the seventh prince's precious clothes. Besides, I'm not used to serving others." He calmly pointed to his shoulder. "I don't mean for you to serve me. It's just that when I climbed over the wall, just now, I accidentally hit my arm. I can't lift it now." Mu Yunshi was suspicious. The great general of the northern border with supreme martial arts gets injured climbing a wall? You can go tell that to the ghosts. She pointed to the chair and ordered, "Go sit on that chair. I'll give you acupuncture." He plopped down and lay on the bed, closing his eyes comfortably and remarking, "I feel this spot is more comfortable." Mu Yunshi was startled, her eyes wide in disbelief. He winked at her smugly. "I'm a patient now. It's not suitable for me to sit on that stiff chair over there." "What's wrong? Is Tishi afraid I'll dirty the bed?" She flushed red with anger, fuming. "In any case, this is where I sleep. As a grown man, please have some self-respect." Mo Xinyan closed his eyes nonchalantly, feigning innocence. "Right now, I'm just a pitiful patient." Mu Yunshi was speechless, She thought in frustration, "Forget it. I have to finish the acupuncture quickly, so he'll leave. Otherwise, he'll just keep being uncooperative and waste time, and a long night invites trouble." She closed her eyes helplessly and raised her hands in surrender. "Fine, you can just sit there." Mo Xinyan beamed excitedly. "Tishi is still the best." She tugged at his clothes in embarrassment. "Shut up." Mu Yunshi gently undressed him. She looked shyly. He glanced over leisurely. "Aren't you a physician?" A physician treating a patient shouldn't mind the difference between men and women. "Are you like this when you give acupuncture to others too?" Mu Yunshi blushed beet red in embarrassment and hastily yanked the fabric of his robe, shouting, "Don't say any more." He smirked nonchalantly, making Mu Yunshi's face darken guiltily. "You've torn my clothes." She angrily stuffed a handkerchief into his mouth. Mo Xinyan fiddled with the handkerchief, looking at it intently, and said lightly, "Can't you be a little gentler? I'm a patient." He brought the handkerchief to his nose, sniffed it gently, and remarked, "It smells so good." Mu Yunshi, horrified and embarrassed, cursed, "Shameless." She inserted a needle as fast as lightning. Mo Xinyan flinched in sharp pain. She panicked and quickly covered his mouth. "Shoo, are you trying to scare me to death?" This is the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence. Mu Yunshi dazedly realized he was smiling. "You." She fumed angrily. "You shouted on purpose." Mo Xinyan chuckled playfully. "Of course not. It really hurt, all right?" He laughed with amusement. "However, just now, I covered Tishi's mouth, and now Tishi is covering my mouth. I guess we're even." She jabbed the needles in annoyance to vent her anger. Who's even with you? I'll give you something to laugh about. A moment later, Mu Yunchi asked nervously, how do you feel? I used a special acupuncture technique today. It shouldn't have been more painful than yesterday. Mo Xinyan trembled slightly, covered in sweat, and stammered, it's a little hot. Mu Yunchi frowned in confusion, looking at the silver needles thoughtfully. When these needles are inserted, you should feel a cold qi flowing through your body. How can it be hot? Mo Xuanyan's face was red as he frowned in discomfort. Tishi, I'm so hot. He hugged the blanket and fell onto the bed, panting with difficulty. Tishi, I'm so hot. Mu Yunchi was bewildered and surprised. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to do? He murmured deliriously, I'm so hot, so uncomfortable. She realized with a start. Did you drink fire dragon fruit wine? Mo Xinyan admitted, yes, I had a few glasses of fire dragon fruit wine with Ling Bei during dinner tonight. She lamented inwardly, this is bad. The fire dragon fruit wine, plus the fragrance of the bewitching butterfly candle, stimulated by my special acupuncture technique, has produced the effect of an aphrodisiac yam. Mo Xinyan uncomfortably hugged the blanket and looked at the person before him, whispering, Tishi. She screamed inwardly. How did it turn into this? Mo Xinyan frowned with difficulty, trying to endure it. Tishi, I can't control it anymore. It's so uncomfortable. Save me. Her wrist was grabbed. She was frightened and anxious. Don't you have high martial arts skills? Quickly circulate your energy to control yourself. Mo Xinyan struggled to resist. I can't control it anymore. The qi flow in my body is scattering. Mu Yunchi anxiously tried to calm him. Then don't move. I'll help you with a few needles. As she gently inserted the needles, she nervously reminded Mo Xinyan, who was sitting and regulating his qi, don't move. Outside in the courtyard, a passing maid vaguely noticed two silhouettes through the window. The voices of two people could be faintly heard. Is it more comfortable now? More comfortable. Chunhua walked near the corner, muttering under her breath, truly unexpected. Third miss is secretly hiding a man. She ran into a figure and exclaimed in fright, Lady Sunday. The woman asked suspiciously, what about secretly hiding a man? Chunhua smiled awkwardly and tattled. It's that I passed by Third Miss's room just now and discovered that there seems to be a man in her room. The woman smirked. In the room at this moment, Mo Xinyan let out a tired sigh of relief. The qi in his body no longer as chaotic as before. But the lustful fire had not yet subsided. Is there any ice? She glanced at the wooden basin. Ah, yes. Your Highness. Wait a moment. Mu Yunchi quickly brought over the wooden basin. Here, ice. He was flustered and awkward. Ahem, turn around. Mo Xinyan shyly turned his back to undress, reminding her not to peek. She spun around, both embarrassed and annoyed, cursing inwardly. Who would want to peek at you? Mo Xinyan let out a sigh of relief, making Mu Yunchi blush guiltily. Phew, it's done. You can turn back now. The two of them sat shyly on the bed, faces flushed and ears red. Mu Yunchi seriously got to the point. The 100 days drunkenness in your body has increased a little more than yesterday. He noticed. I'm already investigating it. I'm afraid it can't be found out in just a day or two. Mu Yunchi impatiently stood up to see him out. Seventh Prince, you can leave now. I heard that one shouldn't go out into the wind immediately after acupuncture. Mu Yunchi was pulled back to sit on the bed and protested, Your Highness. He gestured and whispered, Shoo, someone's coming. Footsteps approached the room. Mu Yunchi glanced over worriedly. Don't tell me they've discovered you broke into the manor? What do we do now? He panicked. Is there anywhere to hide in your place? The two looked towards the clothing chest. Mu Yunchi anxiously pushed him. Hide in here. Don't make a sound. He was bewildered. Hey. Mo Xinyan lay amidst the clothes in the chest. She closed the chest, frowning nervously. Phew. Lying in the chest, Mo Xinyan stared intently at the clothes, his heart stirring. Elpha's clothes. He happily took a secret sniff and praised inwardly, so fragrant. There was a voice outside the door. Sheer, are you asleep yet? Mu Yunchi nervously opened the door. Second aunt-in-law, it's so late. Is there something you need from me? She glanced around. Her face darkened into a sly smile. It's nothing important. You worked hard treating the old madam today. Mu Yunchi, bewildered and wary, tried to close the door to see her off. It was no hardship. Second madam, if it's nothing important, let's talk tomorrow. I have to go to sleep. She quickly held the door open, dragging things out. Wait, didn't your mother and I go out to buy some clothes a few days ago? After buying them, I put them all in one package to bring back. Mo. Xinyan slightly lifted the chest lid to observe the situation. She held a set of clothes and smiled warmly and friendly. One of your outfits is still at my place. I forgot to bring it over to you. Mu Yunshi was restless. Perhaps. Thank you for your kindness. Second aunt-in-law. Mo. Xinyan in the chest seriously speculated. The second aunt-in-law of Shears clearly came prepared. It's my fault for making a sound during the acupuncture, causing a disturbance. She smiled. Shear, aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Mu Yunshi politely refused. I'm about to go to sleep, and the room is a bit messy. I hope second aunt-in-law will forgive me. Mo Xinyan thought to himself, this won't do. I must leave quickly. I can't ruin Shear's reputation. She suspiciously touched her chin and smiled. Shear has always been neat and tidy. How could her room be messy? Could it be that there's something that can't be known to others? Mu Yunshi was resolute. A clear conscience fears no accusation. Whether Shear is innocent or not, you'll know by coming into the room to see. She smugly squeezed into the room, gloating, and looked at the bed, thinking to herself, the bed is just a little messy. It seems Shear was getting ready for bed. Perfectly normal. She noticed the chest and smirked. Since it's like this, I won't disturb Shear's rest any longer. I'll help you put this outfit in the chest, and then I'll leave. Mu Yunshi was horrified inside. No, I can't let her open the chest. She hurriedly stepped forward to refuse. I can put it in myself. Second aunt-in-law, please go back. She disdainfully patted the chest lid, provoking her. What's wrong? Don't you dare let me open the chest. She moved close to Mu Yunshi and smiled wickedly. Could it be that Shear has secretly hidden a man inside? Mu Yunshi retorted firmly, second aunt-in-law, don't speak nonsense. She sneered, I'm speaking nonsense. Fine, then let me open the chest to prove your innocence. What are you guilty about? Mu Yunshi thought anxiously, what do I do? If she opens the chest, not only me, but the seventh prince's reputation will also be ruined. She confidently grabbed the chest lid, smiling with delight. What, you don't dare, do you? Then come with me to the old madam's place now, and let her see what kind of illicit affair her good granddaughter is having. Mu Yunshi flinched as she gleefully opened the chest and shouted loudly, you man, come out here. She moved behind her, secretly making a decision. Second aunt-in-law, don't blame me for being ruthless. In a situation like this, I can only use a needle to make you faint first. Mu Yunshi raised a silver needle, just as she looked surprised and flustered. No one's here, how can that be? She wondered in confusion. Where is the seventh prince? He was clearly hiding in here just now. She was startled and suspicious. Impossible. This is impossible. Where? Hiding her own nervousness, Mu Yunshi looked at her and asserted, second aunt-in-law, you've turned my place upside down and found nothing. I need an explanation. She grabbed Mu Yunshi's clothes tightly. Her face darkened with anger as she gritted her teeth. Where on earth did you hide him? She was suddenly pushed down by Mu Yunshi and cried out, ah. She angrily frowned, crossed her arms, and warned, second aunt-in-law, you barged into my boudoir in the middle of the night and even intended to ruin my reputation. I need an explanation. She stammered guiltily, Mu Yunshi calmly advised, second aunt-in-law, think carefully. Could it be that you were used by someone else? As long as you tell me who spoke nonsense to you, I will pretend tonight's events never happened. What do you think? She panicked guiltily. It was Manhwa. She said she saw a man in your room. Mu Yunshi frowned, thinking pensively to herself, Nanny Song's goddaughter, Manhwa, in my past life, she used an aphrodisiac to climb into my older male cousin's bed, causing chaos in my cousin's inner residence. What's more hateful is that when Mo Xianling was targeting the Duke Su's manor, she secretly put poison in the water, leading to the entire Duke Su's manor having no strength to resist Mo Xuanling's crossbows and arrows. Such a vicious woman could indeed do something like what happened tonight. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for not being polite. Mu Yunshi warmly reminded her second aunt-in-law, Manhwa is the goddaughter of my wet nurse, Nanny Song. It's inevitable that she would joke about me. Second aunt-in-law, you absolutely must not believe her words are true. It's just bewitching nonsense. She awkwardly took her leave. Right? Shear's reminder is very correct. Then I'll head back first. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Mu Yunshi closed the door after seeing her off and let out a sigh of relief. Phew! She looked around the room. Seventh prince, where are you hiding? Come out quickly. She looked out the window, wondering, could he have really left? Mo Xinyan, while using Qigong over the rooftops, thought to himself, fortunately, my skills are swift. I jumped out of Shear's room. Otherwise, Shear's reputation would have been ruined by my hands. He thought seriously. It seems this risky business is still. Mo. Xinyan shyly recalled her furious expression and thought with a smile. Still very interesting. Early in the morning, a frantic call echoed in the courtyard. Chunhua, Chunhua. The maid sitting restlessly on the bed, calling out was Chunyu. Wake up, don't sleep anymore. It's your turn to water the flowers today. Chunhua, lying in bed under the covers, was annoyed. Aya, why are you so annoying? She angrily and bossily pushed the other person. What kind of flower needs to be watered every day? It'll die from overwatering sooner or later. Chunyu was pushed and cried out in pain. Mu Yunxi walked in, saw this, and angrily questioned, which flower do you want to die from overwatering? She frantically knelt on the ground to admit her fault. Third miss. Chunhua misspoke just now. I hope Miss will forgive me. Chunhua thought worriedly, what's going on? Could it be that Lady's son failed to catch them in the act last night? Why is she still standing here unscathed? Mu Yunxi seriously gave an order. From now on, you don't need to water the flowers anymore. Switch to sweeping the inner courtyard every morning. Chunhua felt guilty. Miss, I'm used to watering the flowers. I'm afraid I won't sweep it clean. She smiled cheerfully. If you don't sweep it clean once, then sweep it twice. If you don't sweep it clean twice, then sweep it 3 times. Until it's clean. She was flustered. Miss, Mu Yunxi coldly warned, don't think that just because you're Nanny Song's goddaughter, you can speak recklessly. You must remember, in this place, I am the master, and you are the maid. She stammered in fear. I'll go sweep right now. Chunhua retreated, gritting her teeth and cursing inwardly. Damn it, it seems Lady Sun really didn't succeed in catching them last night. Fine, if she couldn't do it, I'll find the evidence myself. Wait until I bring you down, and we'll see if you can still be so arrogant. Mu Yunxi calmly watched her retreating figure and mused. That's right, besides her, there's also Chun Xiang. In her past life, Chun Xiang fabricated evidence to frame me, causing me to be nearly beaten to death by father. In that case, Mu Yunxi looked at Chunyu and instructed, Chunyu, from today onwards, you and Chun Xiang will switch rooms. From now on, you will room with Chun Tao, and Chun Xiang and Chunhua will room together. Go pack your things now. She replied, yes. Third, Mississippi. Mu Yunxi walked into the hall surprised. Father, mother, you two are here as well? She solicitously asked old Madame Mu, Grandmother, are you feeling any better today? She affectionately held out her hand and smiled gently. I'm fine now. Sheener's medical skills are very brilliant. Mu Yunxi happily took her pulse, satisfied. The pulse indicates that you're indeed fine now, but you must continue to take the pill I gave you last night. She agreed. All right. Mu Yunxi, beaming with a happy smile, linked arms with old Madame Mu and chatted, Grandmother, Princess Hashua has invited me to go hunting with her someday. She smiled and instructed, then you should go. However, in front of the princess, you must not lose your etiquette. She casually asked, so I want to ask Grandmother for a favor. She was enthusiastic. Oh, what is it? Mu Yunxi hesitated. If I go hunting, to prevent any danger, I want to bring a few guards. She smiled happily. I thought it was something major. Old Madame Mu instructed Mu Zhengying, all right. In a moment, tell the steward to go to the martial arts hall to help Shi'er pick a few people with good skills. Mother, rest assured, he agreed. I will personally go and choose for Shi'er later. Mu Zhengying smiled amiably. By the way, Shi'er, who did you learn your medical skills from? She smiled sheepishly. My master warned me not to reveal his name to anyone. Olauga fartili. People with great ability all have eccentric personalities, I understand. It's just that since you have taken a master, you must study properly. You cannot bring shame to our manner of loyalty and righteousness. Mu Yunxi nodded obediently, yes. She suddenly turned serious towards old Madame Mu. That's right, Grandmother. Snowmelt is divided into hot and cold types. This is basic medical knowledge. Normally, one wouldn't get it wrong. Mu Yunxi frowned, speculating. Physician Xia has always been highly skilled in medicine, and yet Van Lam continued in shock. Sure, you mean someone bribed Physician Xia to harm your grandmother? She replied, yes. Old Madame Mu was furious, outrageous. Mu Zhengying said impatiently, I'll go arrest Physician Xia now and hand him over to the authorities for trial. She stopped and waited. Old Madame Mu solemnly instructed, I don't want anyone else to know about what happened today, and it must not be mentioned again in the future. I will investigate this secretly and thoroughly. Chunhua was sweeping the courtyard, frowning in annoyance as she thought, there's no one around now. Why don't I take this chance to go into the young Mrs. room and look for evidence? I might find something. She stealthily opened the door to the room, treading lightly. Chunhua searched all over. Suddenly, she spotted a strange object on the floor. She picked it up and laughed gleefully to herself. I knew I'd find it. A man's button. Chunhua jumped when a voice rang out. Why are you here? Banxia opened the door and walked in. Feeling guilty, Chunhua stammered an excuse. I just finished sweeping the garden, so I came over to help sweep the young Mrs. room. Banxia, annoyed, sent her away. Let me sweep the young Mrs. room. You go and trim the potted plants. She replied, all right. Chunhua left the room, thinking smugly, third miss, oh third miss, with this evidence of your rendezvous with a lover, let's see how you'll explain yourself then. Mu Yunqi's second aunt-in-law approached, scolding angrily. Chunhua, how dare you lie to me? There was no man in the third Mrs. room. Frightened, she hurriedly presented the item and reported, this servant truly didn't lie to you, your ladyship. Look, this is what this servant just found in the third Mrs. room. She snatched it in astonishment, a man's sash toggle. The following is a complete transcript from the audio file. She smiled cruelly, her face darkening. Do you know who this belongs to? Chunhua replied fearfully. This servant doesn't know. She ordered, you go back and watch carefully. If you see a man enter again, scream immediately. Chunhua hesitated. This servant is of low status and a soft voice. I'm afraid. She clapped her firmly on the shoulder, assuring her, you don't need to be afraid. I will back you up. Once this is done, I will let you tear up your servitude contract. From now on, you will no longer be a servant. She bowed respectfully. Thank you, second madam. This servant will definitely not fail the task entrusted by second madam. Xinling Tea House. Nanju followed Mu Yunqi upstairs, curious. Miss, you came straight from the old madam's place without resting. Why did you come to this tea house? She replied, today is the Xinling Tea House's tea guessing challenge. The final prize is the 8-treasure Linglong Pagoda, which is useful to me. A waiter approached to greet them. Honored guest, what would you like? Mu Yunqi replied, I'm here to participate in the tea guessing challenge. A young lady in a red dress interrupted from behind. According to the rules of the Ling Tea House, to guess the tea, you must prepare fine tea as a wager. Do you have any? The one speaking loudly was the daughter of Princess Huiyang, Princess Yu, Zheng Mingyi. Mu Yunqi glanced at her with hatred, thinking to herself, I didn't expect to meet Princess Ziyu here. In my past life, it was she in Chunxiang who drugged me to induce a miscarriage, causing me to lose my first child. In this life, I will make you pay it back 100,000 times over. He Ming swaggered forward arrogantly. This princess is here to guess tea. I don't like irrelevant people here ruining my mood. A scholar in green robes, Qian Jiang, came forward and greeted Mu Yunqi gently and politely. Third Miss Mu, since the princess has spoken, please return. She questioned, I haven't broken any rules of the Ling Tea House. I'm afraid the princess doesn't have the right to send me away, does she? A plump old man, the manager of Xinling Tea House, smiled warmly. As long as one can present fine tea for the wager, anyone can participate in the tea guessing. Mingyi glanced disdainfully at Mu Yunqi and sneered. This princess is afraid she can't produce any fine tea. She replied cheerfully, whether I can or not is no concern of the princess. Mu Yunqi presented a small, exquisite porcelain box. This is my wager. I invite the manager to inspect it. She sneered. Oh, if you don't have anything good, don't take it out and embarrass yourself. A small box like this. Are you trying to give it to a beggar? She wondered. Then I wonder what fine item the princess has brought. Mingyi delightedly placed a jade bottle on the table and announced loudly, take it. This is this princess's wager. The manager of Xinling Tea House beamed. According to the rules, whoever's tea is of better quality gets to guess first. She said happily, that's a matter of course. What this princess brought is Jin Chunlong Jing, which is very precious. How could she possibly compare? So, He Ming said smugly, Mu Yunqi, you should hurry up and take your tea and get lost. This princess is doing this for your own good, to save you from losing everything. She calmly refused. The princess doesn't need to be so sharp-tongued. Let's see what the manager has to say. He was still smiling warmly. Based on the merits of the tea, I invite the third miss to guess first. He Ming was stunned and indignant. Hey, how can this be? Did you make a mistake? He said cheerfully, this is the Xinling Tea House, not the princess's residence. If the princess has come to guess tea, she must abide by the rules of the Xinling Tea House. Otherwise, please leave. He Ming persisted. It was a slip of my tongue. Can you let me see the tea the third miss brought, so that I can accept my defeat convincingly? He refused. I cannot. Qianjiang spoke up boldly, pointing out, if you don't make it public, who knows if her tea is better than Princess Ziyu's? Are you afraid someone will find some clue? He clarified, Xinling Tea House always operates with fairness. Is young Master Qian questioning our Xinling Tea House? He felt guilty. Hey, that's not what I meant. Mu Yunqi calmly suggested, Manager, if Princess Ziyu wants to accept her defeat convincingly, then it's fine to let her have a look, to prevent false rumors from spreading later, which could damage the reputation of Xinling Tea House. He replied, if third Miss Mu is willing, I naturally have no objection. Mu Yunqi opened the porcelain lid. He Ming was astonished. It's actually Qi Home? The manager smiled happily. That's right. This tea is delicate and fresh, especially with its long, slender, and pointed buds. The color is very glossy, and the aroma is pure. He explained, the yield of this tea is very low, and the production process is very complex, but its flavor is pure and superior, claiming a unique lineage, more precious than gold. He asked with a smile, is the princess convinced now? He Ming, flustered, suddenly remembered. Wait, I still have another box of tea. Are both of these teas combined still not equal to the Qi Hong? The manager was surprised. Bashan tea, this must be the current Empress Dowager's favorite tea. He excused himself. Please wait a moment, you two. VIP tea room. The manager entered. In the private room, two men were drinking together when they heard his voice. Boss, Princess Ziyu and third Miss Mu's wagers are more or less equal. How should we decide the order? The man in the blue robe calmly ordered. Then let them compete together. The one speaking was the owner of Xinling Tea House, Feng Jin. If they both guess all 50 types of tea, then just keep adding more until one of them loses. He accepted the order and excused himself. Yes, Feng Jin inquired. Seventh Prince, who do you think is more likely to win? Want to make a bet? Mo Xinyan dipped his finger in water and wrote on the table. He said confidently and frankly, I bet she wins. Feng Jin laughed. Miss Mu couldn't even say the name of the tea. Are you sure you want to bet on her winning? He said cheerfully, if I win, you have to grant me one request to meet her later. If you win, that jar of Yongshi Huqing of mine will be yours. How about it? Feng Jin leaned in, smiled with interest, and greeted. It's a deal. But what are you plotting? Besides, how do you know she wants to see me? What is she to you? Mo Xinyan quickly evaded. You talk too much. He laughed with amusement. The last time you won the Cloud Snowstone from here, could it be that you gave it to her? He smiled smugly. You're sure to lose this time. Feng Jin sipped his tea nonchalantly. TSK, it hasn't even started yet, and you've already reached a conclusion. Isn't that a bit too soon? But whatever, I won't lose anything this time anyway. In the competition hall, the result was announced. The teas presented by the two ladies are of equal value, so we have decided to have you both guess the teas together. Mu Yunqi calmly asked the manager, if we're guessing together, and we happen to guess all 50 types correctly, then who does the 8 treasure Linglong Pagoda belong to? He Ming laughed scornfully. You're clearly delusional, wanting to guess 50 types correctly. What a joke. The participating guests whispered amongst themselves. Ha ha, which noble lady in the capital doesn't know that third Miss Mu has no interest in tea? How could she possibly tell the good from the bad? That's right. She'll definitely guess the first cup wrong and be eliminated. Nanju heard them and argued aggressively. You're the ones who'll be eliminated on the first cup. My young miss, Mu Yunqi advised. Nanju, don't pay them any mind. Just wait and see their pathetic faces when they lose later. He Ming sneered provocatively. Shameless boasting. If you guess 50 types of tea correctly, I will withdraw. How about that? Mu Yunqi smirked and happily agreed. All right then. Thank you, Princess Ziyu, for yielding. He Ming was annoyed. She fumed inwardly. Damn it, I originally intended to mock her. Why does she seem so confident? Could it be that she really understands fine tea? Mu Yunqi cheerfully suggested. I also asked the manager to be a witness, lest Princess Ziyu loses and refuses to admit it. She shouted angrily. Hilarious. How could I possibly lose? The manager ordered. Someone, serve the tea. Mu Yunqi smiled brightly at He Ming and made a gesture of invitation. Princess Ziyu, please. He Ming lifted the cup to taste the tea. She confidently slammed the cup down on the table. This cup is Dongting Bilyukan. The manager checked the answer. Congratulations, Princess. The first cup answered correctly. Qian Jiang smiled fawningly in admiration. The princess is truly formidable, guessing the tea with just one sip. It's truly admirable. She laughed arrogantly. Mu Yunqi, it's not too late for you to admit defeat now. Mu Yunqi lifted the cup and evaluated it seriously and slowly. The liquor is clear and smooth. The aroma is gentle and sweet. I already know what tea it is. He Ming said sarcastically, annoyed. Putting on an act. Do you still think you're a tea master? Can you really guess just by looking and smelling? Mu Yunxi excitedly stated the answer. This is Enshi Yulu tea. The manager beamed with joy. Third Miss Mu is formidable. The answer is correct. He Ming suspiciously picked up the porcelain plate to look. The answer hasn't even been revealed yet. Are you planning to cheat? She was startled when she saw the answer. How is that possible? Mu Yunxi smiled gently and brightly. Princess Ziyu, it's your turn. She grumbled. It's just one correct cup. What's there to be smug about? Mu Yunxi looked at He Ming with a friendly smile and reminded her, Princess Ziyu, if you can't guess this cup of tea, you can give up. He Ming impatiently asserted, This is Min Bei Shui Xian. She calmly gave a light smile. Princess Ziyu, you made such a big fuss about wanting to guess the tea. Why are you so impatient? She was flustered. What do you mean by that? Mu Yunxi confidently stated, What I mean is this was never Min Bei Shui Xian, but Feng Wang Shui Xian. He Ming angrily rebuked. You're talking nonsense. If I guess this cup of tea wrong from now on, every time I see you, I will bow and make way for you. How about that? She simply smiled brightly. Then I'll have to trouble Princess Ziyu to remember her own words. Mu Yunxi turned to the shopkeeper and requested, Shopkeeper, please reveal the answer. He held up the porcelain plate and smiled happily. Congratulations, third Miss Mu. The answer is correct. He Ming furiously caused a scene. Impossible. This is impossible. You must have colluded with each other beforehand. Mu Yunxi calmly explained. The liquor of Minbei Shui Xian is yellow, while the liquor of Feng Wang Shui Xian is amber. The taste of Minbei Shui Xian is sweet, while Feng Wang Shui Xian leans towards being fresh and cool. Now, Princess Ziyu can fulfill her promise. She irritably knocked over the tea table and scolded. As expected, you colluded beforehand. You haven't even tried this tea. How could you know its taste? You clearly knew the answer in advance. Feng Jin entered from outside and gave an order. Someone, show Princess Ziyu out. He frowned in annoyance and declared, From now on, Xinling Tea House will no longer welcome Princess Ziyu. The Xinling Tea House will no longer serve anyone from the residence of Grand Princess Huiyang. He Ming pointed at Mu Yunxi and angrily cursed. Who do you think you are to dare speak to me like that? She coldly reminded her, Princess Ziyu, please watch your words. The shopkeeper respectfully addressed Feng Jin, Boss. He Ming frantically tried to explain, It's not that I doubt Xinling Tea House. I just feel there's something wrong with Mu Yunxi. She aggressively argued loudly. She didn't drink the tea before. There's no way she could have guessed correctly. The shopkeeper interrupted. Princess Ziyu, please. The guard surrounded her. Princess Ziyu, please. Don't make us use force. He Ming was arrogant. It's just a small tea house. Yet you dare to be so disrespectful to this princess. She cursed as she turned and stormed off. I'm going to report this to my emperor uncle right now and make you all suffer the consequences. Mu Yunxi happily sat down and asked Feng Jin, Can we continue guessing the tea now? He gently replied, Of course we can. Feng Jin sat opposite the tea table, smiled warmly, and said, Please. A moment later, gently placing the teacup down, Mu Yunxi spoke, The last cup is Yindang Longshao tea. Feng Jin praised her with admiration. Third Miss is truly a tea prodigy descended to the mortal world. He instructed the shopkeeper, Bring out my 8 treasures exquisite jade pagoda. From now on, it belongs to the 3rd Mississippi. He respectfully replied, Yes, boss. Mu Yunxi politely requested if Boss Feng could stay for a chat. He made a gesture of invitation, Follow me. Feng Jin's voice came from the room. This is Xinling's private room for esteemed guests. If Third Miss has something to say, please speak directly. Mu Yunxi sat opposite him and got straight to the point. I know you're not only the boss of the Xinling Tea House, but also the boss of the Chongqing Casino. She seriously proposed, I hope the Chongqing Casino can make the owner of Jinwan Workshop, Sun Wei, become addicted to gambling, lose until he is bankrupt, and be riddled with debt. Feng Jin glanced at her with a doubtful frown. No. Our Chongqing Casino has never used such low-handed tactics to lure customers. Mu Yunxi smiled confidently, but I don't believe there's any business in this world that can't be done. I believe I can offer a price that Boss Feng cannot refuse. He replied, Oh, let's hear it. She smiled brightly and cheerfully. I can cure the ailment in Boss Feng's left hand. Feng Jin frowned gloomily and sipped his tea. My left hand is not injured and does not need treatment. It is injured, she said, seriously looking at Feng Jin's left hand to diagnose it. Boss Feng's left wrist was once severely injured. Although it looks fine on the surface now, the residual poison has not been completely cleared and has now penetrated the bones. She smiled confidently. Moreover, I also know one of Boss Feng's secrets. Feng Jin probed uncomfortably. What secret? Yunqi raised her left hand. She said unhurriedly, Boss Feng, in front of others, always uses his sword with his right hand. But when it comes to killing, he always uses his left hand. Feng Jin looked as if his cover was blown. He was startled. Who on earth are you? Yunqi calmly smiled and replied, I forgot to mention, I am Mu Yunqi of the Marquis of Zhongyi's residence, and also a famous physician. Feng Jin was startled upon hearing this. She continued, everything I just said was the result of my observation. Besides, the poison you were afflicted with, I can cure it. Feng Jin said helplessly, observation can reveal that I use my sword with my left hand? The wise Yunqi patiently explained, the tiger's mouth on Boss Feng's right hand is heavily calloused, while the calluses on his left hand are thin. To be more specific, after your left hand was poisoned, your right hand was trained more. Every trick and story about Feng Jin's hands was gradually exposed by her. Yunqi pointed directly at Feng Jin and delivered the final line, but the meridians in your left hand are stronger than your right. This proves that your left hand used to be stronger than your right, because stronger meridians can withstand more killing blows. Am I right? Feng Jin's face darkened. He seemed to have lost the argument in the face of this unforeseen exposure. Yunqi said, nonchalantly, most of the people who know this are already dead. She sat down, holding her cup with extreme composure. I believe I'm not among that majority. Feng Jin gave a cold, dismissive laugh. He raised his hand and said boastfully, then do you know that the poison in my left hand, even Yang Guzi has no way to cure it? Yunqi clutched her cup in alarm. She was so worried she broke into a sweat. Yunqi thought to herself, how could this be? These symptoms are easy for me to treat. How could Master not be able to cure it? She looked at Feng Jin. Yunqi thought to herself, could he be tricking me? Feng Jin asked with a sinister smile. What scared? Yunqi tried to remain calm, to face the danger. She regained her composure and replied nonchalantly, Boss Feng misunderstands. Talk is cheap. I will first prescribe medicine for you. You will be cured in 5 days. At that time, you can see the final result for yourself. She picked up a brush to write a prescription on a piece of paper. Just as she lifted the brush, Yunqi looked at Feng Jin. She spoke about the instructions. This prescription of mine is a bit special. You can have others verify it, but you absolutely cannot alter it at will, or else it will become poison. Feng Jin took the prescription in disbelief, speechless. Below the imperial palace, Nanju carefully helped Yunqi onto the carriage to go home. A voice rang out, you lost. Feng Jin stood next to Xinyan by the windowsill. He turned and asked, how did you know Mu Yunqi would win? He put his hand to his chin and continued to wonder. And how did you know Mu Yunqi was looking for me for something? Xinyan pointed a hand to the sky. Exuding a flamboyant air, he said nonchalantly, I also know that you can have others verify this prescription, but you must not, under any circumstances, alter it at will. If it works, you'll be cured in 5 days. Feng Jin's jaw dropped. He exclaimed in self-annoyance, you even know this. He suddenly leaned his hand on the windowsill. Feng Jin gently lifted Xuanyan's chin. Xuanyan's face remained expressionless as he was interrogated by him. Have you taken a fancy to that little miss? Xinyan just smiled mysteriously without a word of reply. Xinyan stretched and turned to leave. Let's go. Feng Jin frowned in confusion. Where are you going? Xinyan replied nonchalantly, I have to go prepare a little show. He turned his face back, full of spirit, his heroic aura flaring as if he had a scheme, a little show that will make Grand Princess Huiyang tremble in fear. That He Ming dared to provoke my shear, so I will make it so he can't even lift his head. The sky was blue with many sunbeams. The people were still working enthusiastically amidst the bustle of the neighborhood. A street in the capital city, He Ming walked down the street with a troubled, scrunched-up face. Dong Dai also followed behind her looking just as troubled. He Ming recalled the moment her mother gave her the Bashin tea and gently instructed her. Here, your imperial grand-maternal mother loves drinking Bashin tea the most. This year's production of Bashin tea is low. I spent a considerable sum of money to buy this much. Although your father is a prince consort, he is just a good-for-nothing. Today, you must enter the palace and give this tea to your imperial grand-maternal mother. If you can win her favor, she stroked the dazed He Ming's head and added, it might even help your father. That way, our family status will naturally rise like a boat with the rising tide. He Ming obediently listened. She smiled and said, Mother, rest assured. Imperial grand-maternal mother dotes on me very much. I will definitely win her over. Ming thought dejectedly, what should I do? If mother finds out I lost that Bashin tea, she will beat me to death. Suddenly, the sound of an argument echoed from a street corner. This is the last of the Bashin tea. I can't sell it for 500 taels. Ming quickly turned towards the sound. A customer was trying to bargain. This bit you have left, you didn't dig it up or find it. Why is the price so high? Although they say Bashin tea is scarce this year, you can't inflate the price like this. This is completely authentic. The seller was helpless. If you're not paying, move aside. He even waved his hand to shoo him away. Don't hinder my business. The annoyed customer replied, doing business doesn't mean you can just name any price. Ming rushed in, slammed the table, and named her price, your Bashin tea. This princess will pay 600 taels. The seller gave a sinister smile. He opened the sparkling Bashin tea and praised. The princess truly has a discerning eye. This came from a merchant ship, guaranteed to be good. The other customer argued back, wait, I was here first. The seller smiled and replied, 500 taels is not enough. The princess has offered 600 taels. If you can't buy it, move aside. Don't hinder my business. The customer suddenly changed his mind. He offered a higher price. So what? I'll pay 650 taels. Ming refused to back down. She shouted, this princess will pay 700 taels. Just like that, Ming and the other customer argued back and forth. I'll pay 800, 1,000 taels, 1,200 taels, 1,500 taels. This incident caused a commotion in the corner of the street, and everyone gathered to see who would win the Bashin tea. The seller suddenly cut into the argument. He said, princess, for a person of your noble status, to buy from this humble one is an honor for me. If you buy it for 2,000 taels, this humble one will sell it to you right away. How about it? The other customer said in disappointment, you can't do business like that. We were both bidding, both offering high prices. Ming snatched the Bashin tea. She pointed straight at the customer's face and yelled, he just said it. He'll sell it to me for 2,000 taels. Do you understand? Or do you want this princess to have you sent to the capital magistrate's prison for a few days? That customer was furious. Fine. You dare use your status as a commandery princess to bully a commoner. You just wait. In the crowd, Yunshi watched the argument. She wondered, the seventh prince called me here just to show me this? Xinyan asked gently, what's wrong? Not exciting enough? Contrary to his gloating mood, Yunshi was full of frustration. She frowned and thought to herself, it wasn't easy to make Zheng Minha lose the Bashin tea. That way, her father wouldn't have been favored for a promotion. Seeing Minha happily holding the Bashin tea, she was disappointed. In the end, you came and helped her. Yunshi snapped angrily. What's the use of a mere 2,000 taels? Are you out of your mind? Xinyan turned, asking blankly, huh? Why are you scolding me? Yunshi turned away without a word, her brows furrowed. Sai, forget it. I won't stoop to his level. Yunshi's eyes were indifferent. He doesn't know about the past life anyway. Xinyan quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, this play isn't that simple. Yunshi frowned and replied bluntly, seventh prince, please have some self-respect. Xinyan raised both hands, looking apprehensive. All right, I'll have self-respect. Just hear me out first. Xinyan quickly explained, the bottom of that Bashin tea box is filled with weeds. Yunshi asked in disbelief, weeds? She said cautiously, if Commandery Princess Yu gives the Empress Dowager tea mixed with weeds, her family can forget about ever recovering in this lifetime. Xinyan replied, sinisterly with a look of satisfaction, correct. Since they were unkind to me, they can't blame me for being unjust. Yunshi seemed not to understand. She wondered, what does the seventh prince mean by that? Xinyan leaned into her ear and whispered, Grand Princess Huiyang deserves some of the credit for my recent injury. Yunshi recalled her vicious face and asked again, Grand Princess Huiyang? Why? Xinyan lowered his voice and said seriously, the one who actually wants to kill me is Mo Xianling. Yunshi's eyes widened in surprise as she listened to Xuanyan's explanation. They are all Mo Xuanling's dogs, so they only aim to injure me. He continued, in a previous life, Mo Xinyan died a tragic death. Grand Princess Huiyang's consort, Zheng Lin, was a commander of the Imperial Jinwu Guard and contributed a great deal. The sinister and vicious image of Grand Princess Huiyang with the commander of the Jinwu Guard, Zheng Lin, appeared in Yunshi's mind. She covered her mouth with her hand, frowning as she reasoned. But right now, Zheng Lin is just a minor official, and Grand Princess Huiyang's situation hasn't improved yet. What reason would they have to assassinate a powerful prince? Yunshi looked at Xinyan, whose face was dark but held a scheming smile. She was shocked and thought, besides, how does he know Mo Xianling wants to kill him? Could it be that he was also reborn? Suddenly, Xinyan spoke up, sure, I just had an idea. She asked blankly, what idea? Yunshi was standing and talking with Xinyan on a street corner. Xuanyan's eyes lit up with hope as he suggested, let's cooperate. Yunqi was puzzled. Cooperate? Xinyan patiently explained, Mo, Xianling wants to harm me, and he also wants to harm your older brother. We have a common cause. Yunqi put a hand to her chin thoughtfully. She said worriedly, but I'm just a weak woman. Xinyan excitedly placed a hand on her shoulder to reassure her, but you have unparalleled medical skills. Yunqi looked blank, hesitating. Seeing Yunqi frown angrily, Xinyan quickly removed his hand and said timidly, you can take your time to think about it. No rush. Right now, I'm going to Grand Princess Huiyang's residence and then make a trip to the palace to continue acting out this play. Xinyan held out a jade pendant and said, with this jade pendant, you can freely enter and exit the 7th prince's residence. Yunqi replied confidently, I don't need it. Yunqi turned to leave, then looked back and said cautiously, I will consider the 7th prince's proposal carefully. As for the next act of this play, I wish the 7th prince the best of luck. As Yunqi walked away, she thought to herself, I didn't expect Grand Princess Huiyang to have already connected with Mo, Xianling, so quickly. She recalled the day the hypocritical Xianling reassured her, sure, rest assured. My relationship with Zheng Minha is good. I'm only doing this to gain the support of Grand Princess Huiyang. He had put his arm around her shoulder, smiling and speaking as if he were innocent. As long as I secure the throne, you'll be the empress, second to only one and above all others. During this time, there will be many things I cannot do as I wish. Do you understand what I mean? The naive Yunqi had replied, MHM, Sheer understands. Returning to the present, Yunqi was melancholic and regretful. They were all lies. My past self was so foolish. Yunqi's eyes filled with hatred as she thought, Mo, Xianling, aren't you also desperately trying to get that position? Haven't you always seen the 7th prince as a thorn in your flesh, a thorn in your side? Yunqi imagined the scene of her and Xianyan cooperating to make Xianling fail miserably. She thought to herself, if that's the case, I'm willing to try cooperating with the 7th prince, so that you can also taste the pain and despair of losing everything. Inside the residence, Xinyan cupped his hands to greet his aunt. Huiyang sat on a chair and replied with gentle care, there's no need for such formalities in my residence. Have a seat. Thank you, aunt. Inwardly, however, Huiyang was a different person. She raised an eyebrow, suspiciously thinking, this nephew of mine guards the border year-round and has never been close to me. Why has he suddenly come to pay his respects today? Xinyan smiled and said, I came here today to ask aunt for some bashin tea to use as a medicinal catalyst. Sitting in her chair, Huiyang made an excuse. This year, Zheng Minha did indeed obtain a box of bashin tea, but she has already sent it to the palace. If you need it urgently, you can go to Wanshou Palace and ask your grandmother for some. Xuanyan's acting was flawless. He replied cautiously, thank you for the guidance, aunt. If that's the case, then I won't disturb you any longer, aunt. I will bring a gift to thank you another day. Xinyan turned to leave, glancing back to see her reaction, and smiled, inwardly pleased. This way, when I go see Imperial Grandmother, even if she had any leftover bashin tea, she wouldn't dare present it to Imperial Grandmother anymore. The position of commander of the Jinwu Guard is now completely out of reach for Zheng Lin in this life. Huiyang watched his retreating back disappear into the distance. She frowned and thought, how did he know I have bashin tea? And who does he want to use it as a medicinal catalyst for? Huiyang paced back and forth anxiously in her residence, thinking, no matter who it's for, I can't let Mo, Xinyan get this medicinal catalyst. I must quickly send someone to inform Consort Duan and have her stir up some trouble. In another residence, a voice rang out. Huiyang is still the most considerate. Go to great lengths to find bashin tea for Her Majesty, the Empress Dowager. Consort Duan sat on a chair, watching Minha hugging the Empress Dowager tightly. She praised her wholeheartedly. Minha is becoming more and more gentle and lovely, just like Huiyang in every way. The Empress Dowager looked at Minha affectionately and said, that's right. Minha and Huiyang are truly cast from the same mold. I heard that due to floods and natural disasters this year, the production of bashin tea has dropped sharply. It must have been difficult for you and your mother to find a box for me. Minha obediently flattered. To be able to make Imperial Grandmother happy, even if it means bankrupting our family, Mother and I are willing. Hearing such sweet words, the Empress Dowager joked, look at this sweet little mouth. It's as if it's coated in honey. Suddenly, a servant girl entered, reporting to Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager, the 7th Prince requests an audience. Consort Duan frowned fearfully, thinking to herself, he's finally here. The Empress Dowager was delighted and ordered, Yenner is here? Quickly, have him come in. Xinyan walked in slowly, cupping his hands respectfully. Grandson pays his respects to Imperial Grandmother. The Empress Dowager hurriedly stepped down from her chair, took Xuanyin's hand tenderly, and asked with concern, "Yinner, are your injuries any better? Why do you look so pale to me? Are those Imperial physicians slacking off?" "Imperial Grandmother, your grandson is much better. People often say that recovery is a slow process and injuries are the same. It has nothing to do with the Imperial physicians." The Empress Dowager affectionately pinched Xuanyin's cheek. "You, always acting like nothing is wrong." He gave a wry smile and thought to himself, "Sigh, Imperial Grandmother likes me the most among all the princes because I don't care about the infighting. If Imperial Grandmother knew that I've also become a schemer, I wonder if she would be very disappointed." Xinyan said politely, "Grandson came to the palace today to ask a favor of Imperial Grandmother." The Empress Dowager asked gently, "What is it?" He glanced schemingly at Manhwa while saying politely, "Grandson just passed by Aunt Huiyang's residence and wanted to ask for some Bashin tea to use as a medicinal catalyst." Aunt Huiyang said that the Bashin tea has already been brought to Wanshou Palace by cousin Manhwa. He said gently, "Therefore, grandson rushed over here to ask for a little Bashin tea." The Empress Dowager looked towards the Bashin tea and said generously, "I thought it was some major issue. Here, the tea Manhwa brought is still here. If you need it, just take it all." Consort Duan appeared gentle, speaking with feigned concern. "I have heard that the properties of tea and medicine often conflict. I wonder what kind of medicine the seventh prince is taking. Prescriptions from quack doctors cannot be used carelessly." Xinyan glanced over, not provoked, and replied tactfully, "Your Highness Consort Dawn misunderstands. It is not for my use. It is for a sworn brother who risked his life to save me when I was critically injured and difficult to treat." The physician suggested using Bashin tea as a catalyst and boiled 5-grain wine as a primer. Xinyan turned to the Empress Dowager and said respectfully, "Grandmother, grandson doesn't need much. Just Tuji will be enough." The Empress Dowager also said happily, "If he saved your life, such a loyal and righteous person must of course be saved." She turned to the servant girl and ordered, "Jin Song, go get 4G and wrap it up. Also, on my behalf, reward that person with a promotion of 2 ranks." Jin Song replied, "Yes." Xinyan continued, "On his behalf, grandson thanks Imperial Grandmother for the reward." The Bashin tea was gently poured onto a plate by Jin Song, but inside was nothing but weeds. Everyone in the room stared at the pile of weeds, shocked and horrified. "Mengha Tao An Sioli, Dis? How could this happen?" The Empress Dowager angrily pointed at her face and shouted, "Is this the Bashin tea that you and your mother painstakingly spent tens of thousands of taels to gift to me?" Minha frowned and stammered. She thought in fear, "Why is it like this?" Minha frowned and blurted out angrily, "Damn it. It must have been those 2 commoner scum who conspired to trick me. When I get back and catch them, I'll definitely chop them into 100 pieces." The Empress Dowager became even more annoyed. She exclaimed in disappointment, "The proper daughter of a grand princess, yet all that comes out of your mouth is commoner scum this and commoner scum that. Where's your decorum?" Terrified, Minha lost her composure and blurted out the truth. "Imperial Grandmaternal Grandmother, there's something you don't know. I bought this tea from a lowly commoner on the street. It cost 2,200 taels. I never expected they would dare to deceive me." The Empress Dowager's heart stopped. She gaped in astonishment. Bought on the street? She flew into a rage, roaring, "What was that about spending months and thousands of taels? It turns out it was all a lie to deceive me." Terrified, Minha could only kowtow and beg for mercy. Minha looked up and pleaded, flattering her Imperial Grandmaternal Grandmother as much as she could to appease her anger. In Minha's heart, she and her mother had always revered the Grandmaternal Grandmother like a deity, never daring to do anything to the old matriarch. Suddenly, Huangjing stepped forward from behind, shouting sternly, "Silence," which startled Minha into silence. Consort Duan spoke softly, "This servant pays her respects to your majesty." Xinyan also clasped his hands and bowed to his father. "Your son pays his respects to Imperial Father." Huang Jing angrily reprimanded, "A street vendor's item that has never been inspected by an Imperial physician, yet you dared to present it to the Empress Dowager in the palace. How audacious and presumptuous!" Minha bowed even lower her voice trembling with fear as she begged. No, Minha wouldn't dare. Minha had her own difficulties when buying the tea on the street. I implore your majesty to quell your anger. Standing beside the Empress Dowager, Xinyan took the opportunity to press further. He said mockingly, Cousin Minha, no matter what difficulties you had, you shouldn't use miscellaneous tea to deceive Imperial Grandmother. She trembled and begged, Imperial Grandmaternal Grandmother, Minha truly did not intend to deceive you. A vision of Manhwa cheerfully and unhesitatingly offering the 8 immortals tea to someone else appeared. She began to lament, I originally wanted to participate in the tea guessing contest of the Xinling Tea Society, intending to win the 8 treasures Linglong to bring to the capital, so I used the 8 immortals tea as a wager. Manhwa trembled uncontrollably, not daring to lift her face, only able to explain, who would have known that Mu Yunshi from the Zhongli Marquis' residence colluded with that Xinling Tea Society to plot against my 8 immortals tea. Huang Jing and the Empress Dowager exchanged a meaningful glance. Minha's frightened voice began to ring out. It was out of desperation that I bought the 8 immortals tea from a small merchant, not expecting it to be a fake. She broke out in a cold sweat and started to shift the blame. This fake tea was also because of that Mu Yunshi, so. Hasu, fitting mi babi, spoke Stanley, Gusin Mingha. She frowned and reminded her, as a member of the imperial family, one must be upright at all times and not make baseless accusations against others. Hushua raised her voice to defend and clear Yunshi's name. Not letting Minha harm her, I am very close to Sister Yunshi, and I feel she is a kind person. She once saved the Prime Minister's son from death. On the Qixi festival, she even came to rescue the Dingyuan Marquis. Tell me, how could such a kind person frame others? Hushua continued to reason. Besides, the Xinling Tea Society has a reputation to uphold. Why would they ruin it themselves? Huang Jing, sitting on the throne, looked down and said sternly, Minha, it seems that you were unskilled and lost to someone else, and now you dare to falsely accuse them of framing you. Is that right? Minha hastily argued back, no, it's not. She began to compare herself with Yunshi. That Mu Yunshi doesn't understand the art of tea at all. Every noble lady in the capital knows this. No matter how poor my skills are, I couldn't possibly lose to her. Hushua's light remark hit a nerve with Minha. Does Cousin Minha know Sister Yunshi very well? Did Sister Yunshi personally tell you that she doesn't understand the art of tea? She trembled and bit her lip tightly, having lost the argument and unable to retort. Minha continued to kneel, helplessly able to only exclaim. Minha swears that Mu Yunshi truly does not understand the art of tea. My 8 immortals tea was tricked away by her. The fake tea I bought was clearly arranged by her. She wants to harm Imperial Grandmother. Xinyan added more pressure on her. Cousin Minha swears it. But what if the truth is not as you say? Drenched in sweat, Minha looked up and said, if she truly understands the art of tea, I will kowtow to her 3 times. I will accept any punishment from the Emperor and my Imperial Grandmaternal Grandmother. Xinyan turned to his father and said, Imperial Father, he spoke cautiously. In your son's opinion, why don't we summon that Mu Yunshi to the palace and test whether it's true or false? Which made Minha behind him gasp in surprise. Huang Jing ordered, very well. Summon Mu Yuxi to Vansho Pedis. Yes, at the Zhongyi Marquis' residence, in the Baichao Garden. Nanju waved from afar as Yunshi stepped out the door. Miss, please hurry. Prepare to receive the Emperor's summons. Yunshi asked doubtfully, the Emperor's summons? Nanju hurriedly took her hand and said, Eunuch Deng, who serves by the Emperor's side, is in the front courtyard. He says he has an order for you. Mississippi Miss, please hurry. Don't delay the summons. Deng Liang read the edict. By order of the Emperor, summon the 3rd Miss, Mu Yunshi, to Wanshou Palace. Yunshi knelt down solemnly and bowed. Your subject, Mu Yunshi, obeys the sacred edict. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Yunshi thought to herself, why would the Emperor summon me to the palace for no reason? Could it be because of? Deng Liang gestured for her, saying, 3rd Miss, this way, please. Yunshi quickly replied, yes. As she followed Deng Liang, Yunshi glanced at the scenery, thinking to herself, the scenery is clearly beautiful, so why do I feel so cold? She thought sorrowfully, every plant and blade of grass in this palace I am so familiar with. As Yunshi walked, tears welled up in her eyes. She was sad. It's a pity that everything from my past life was completely buried here. Yunshi bowed politely, her demeanor showing excellent upbringing. Your subject, Mu Yunshi, pays her respects to your majesty. Your Highness the Empress Dowager, and Your Highness Consort Duan. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Long, long live Your Majesty. May Your Highness the Empress Dowager enjoy eternal health and peace. May Your Highness Consort Duan enjoy a long and healthy life. Hshaw, standing beside Xinyan, was overjoyed to see Yunshi arrive. Yunshi remained focused on her greetings. Greetings to the seventh prince. Greetings to Princess Hshaw. Sister Yunshi. Yunshi and Minha's eyes met. Minha frowned at her with hostility. She said coldly, "We meet again, Princess Ziyu." Huangjing replied with great authority, "We heard that you participated in the tea guessing contest at the Xinling Tea Society today. What was the result?" Yunshi replied gently, "Reporting to Your Majesty, I was fortunate enough to pass." Huangjing continued to press. "We heard that to win the tea guessing competition, one must correctly identify 50 types of tea. Are you very knowledgeable about tea?" Yunshi's mind raced. She answered cleverly, "Your subject wouldn't dare to boast. However, I did some research on tea this spring." The Empress Dowager, who had been watching the interrogation while sipping her tea, suddenly spoke up. "Minha said you colluded with the manager there to cheat her out of her 8 Immortals tea. Is that true?" Yunshi remained very polite, answering calmly, "Reporting to Your Highness the Empress Dowager, nothing of the sort has ever happened. Your subject does not know why Princess Ziyu would slander me like this." Minha flew into a rage, jumping to her feet and shouting loudly, "You don't understand tea at all, yet you guessed correctly multiple times. If that's not colluding with the manager, what is?" Yunshi maintained a dignified and graceful demeanor. She replied gently, "Princess, you cannot falsely accuse and frame me just because I won." Yunshi explained wisely, "The princess was eliminated for not identifying the tea clearly. Even without me, you would not have made it to the end." Mingha zipli zudui na ling. She continued to shout, disregarding palace etiquette. She said loudly, "If you hadn't colluded with that manager, how could I have lost?" Yunshi was unusually calm. She replied politely, "Then may I ask if the princess failed to identify 2 cups of tea?" Minha was caught. She was at a loss for words and couldn't argue, only managing to utter one word, "I." Minha shouted straight at Yunshi's face, "Then will you compete in tea guessing with me again?" Yunshi slowly replied, "I dare not, in the imperial palace." Huangjing witnessed the argument while sipping his tea. Yunshi replied politely, yet with a hint of challenge, "I dare not, in the imperial palace. I am not afraid of you, but I am afraid of defeating you." Huangjing interjected, "Oh, why do you say that?" Minha and Yunshi both turned to look at him. Yunshi, not at a loss for words, answered cleverly, "After all, Princess Yu is a member of the imperial family and a princess personally ennobled by you." She continued, "If your subject were to defeat her here, wouldn't that cause Your Majesty to lose face?" Upon hearing these pleasing words, Huangjing couldn't help but smile. He reassured her, "Don't be afraid. Just use your skills. If you win today, she will no longer be Princess Ziyu." Hearing this, Minha's face went blank. Yunshi glanced at her and provoked, "I'm just afraid that Miss Zheng will hate me in the future." Huangjing laughed loudly in praise. "Ha! You're truly confident." Minha was devastated, thinking gloomily to herself, "How did it come to this? I never expected to have to make such a big wager." Huangjing ordered, "Go and brew 2 portions of clear tea for us." Deng Liang obeyed. "Yes, Your Majesty." Huangjing seemed a bit displeased. He asked, "What is it? Are you dissatisfied with our proposal?" Minha touched her face to the ground, replying in fear, "Your subject wouldn't dare." Huangjing did not allow Minha to back down, and even said, "We will increase the difficulty for you. 5 types of tea will be brewed together. Whoever guesses the most correctly later will win." The Empress Dowager praised profusely. The Emperor's method is excellent. Consort Duan added another condition. If the third miss loses, she must admit to colluding with the manager of the Xinling Tea Society and cheating Princess Ziyu out of her 8 Immortals tea. Yunshi replied gently, "Your Majesty, you just said that if Miss Zheng loses, her title of Princess Ziyu will be revoked. Using one's own possessions as a wager is beyond reproach." She reasoned to protect herself, "But I am being asked to admit to something I did not do. Your Highness Consort Duan ultimately wants to see me guess the tea, but also wants to brand me with a label." Hearing this, Consort Duan frowned, startled. Hsua also chimed in to defend her. Imperial father, your daughter also feels that what Consort Duan said is unfair. I do not think it is right. Unable to achieve her goal, Consort Duan had to retreat. It was this consort's slip of the tongue. Everything is still for your majesty to decide. Xinyan said thoughtfully. How about this? If third Miss Mu loses, how about she wagers the 8 treasures Linglong Jade Pagoda? Yunshi suddenly turned to look at him. Yunshi accepted the condition. All right. Huang Jing, finding it acceptable, also agreed. Then let's proceed according to Xuanyan's suggestion. What does Imperial Mother think? Imperial Mother replied with the same opinion. Aya, that seems fine. If Minha dares to deceive us. Minha didn't let the Empress Dowager finish and cut her off. Minha wouldn't dare. She anxiously blamed herself. I'm so foolish, she thought. It would have been better to honestly admit defeat. That would have been considered filial piety. Minha imagined the scene of being flogged by her mother. She thought worriedly, but now that Mu Yunshi is here, if I lose again, it will implicate my mother as well. What should I do? A voice announced, Your Majesty, the tea has arrived. Minha's hands trembled as she held the teacup. In contrast to her, Yunshi was very calm. Huang Jing instructed, after you have tasted the tea, write it down on paper and bring it to us yourselves. Deng Liang bowed respectfully and said, The 2 young ladies, please begin. A voice announcing the start of the competition rang out, the time of 1 incense stick. Begin. Minha panted heavily, her body drenched in sweat, barely able to hold the teacup. Minha frowned and thought to herself this. I can't make out what kind of tea is brewed in here at all. In a different state of mind, Yunshi first smelled the aroma of the tea carefully, then took slow sips to savor it with her palate. Yunshi put down the cup and stood up. Seeing this, Minha was startled, her mouth agape. She thought, could it be that she recognized the type of tea after just 1 sip? Yunshi was intently writing down the name of each tea. Minha was stunned, thinking bitterly. Impossible. This must be a trick. The clever Minha suddenly had a new idea. She smiled, holding the brush, and thought, I might as well rely on my intuition and write down a few types of tea that His Majesty likes to drink. That way, I'll seem superior to Mu Yunshi. Emperor Huang Jing, eager for the answers, said, If you're finished writing, bring them here. Yunshi and Minha raised their papers at the same time. Minha took the opportunity to glance at her answer. Emperor Huang Jing was startled. He said to Yunshi, What kind of calligraphy is this? On Yunshi's paper were meticulously and artfully drawn characters. She replied, This is the flying swan print style that I created myself. Emperor Huang Jing stroked his chin while looking at the paper. He asked in disbelief, Created yourself? Emperor Huang Jing smiled with pleasure and said, Compared to the calligraphy masters of the previous dynasty, there aren't many. Your calligraphy shows great talent. Xinyan stood in a corner, watching Yunshi. Yunshi bowed her head and said, Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. Emperor Huang Jing praised her wholeheartedly and even suggested, Another day, use this script to help us copy a calligraphy post for us to study. Xinyan watched with a frown, worrying to himself, It's good that Shi'er wants to gain the Emperor's favor for support, but the Emperor is also a man of passion and desire. This will genuinely pique his interest. This method is not good. Minha looked at Yunshi's answer sheet and said arrogantly, Your Majesty, the 3rd Miss has lost. She only named 4 types of tea. Minha sneered gloatingly. Is this what you wrote? Mengding Huangya, Jintan Sparrow's Tongue, Nanshan Shomei, Bamboo Leaf Tea. The first few could be considered teas, but what the hell is that last one? Bamboo Leaf Tea? His Majesty is the supreme ruler. Even if you wanted to bluff, you should have bluffed with a better tea. Yunshi stood by, her expression unchanging. She only replied calmly, His Majesty hasn't even commented yet. Miss Zheng, don't be in such a hurry. Emperor Huang Jing brought Deng Liang over. He said, For the sake of fairness, we wrote down the names of the teas beforehand, and only then did we tell Deng Liang to brew them. He ordered, Bring it out. He said solemnly, We did indeed choose 4 types of tea, but we deliberately said there were 5. Emperor Huang Jing said in surprise, I didn't expect 3rd Miss Mu to be able to answer everything correctly. Upon hearing this, Yunshi smiled faintly. Minha's mouth fell open, unable to believe her eyes. Xinyan made a sarcastic but still very polite remark. Cousin Minha, to think you don't know of bamboo leaf tea. This was personally prepared by Master Tan Yuan, but it seems you have not the slightest affinity with Buddhist teachings. Minha's face turned pale with fear. She and the Empress Dowager looked at each other, but the latter glared fiercely at Minha. She thought to herself, I'm done for. Imperial Grand-Maternal Grandmother is extremely reverent towards Master Tan Yuan, yet I just ridiculed that bamboo leaf tea. I am afraid. A voice rang out. Minha's lost. From now on, she will be stripped of her title as Commandery Princess Siyu. Minha was so frightened she couldn't stand steady and collapsed. She knelt, and the reproachful words continued. In the future, you are not to use this matter as an excuse to slander third Miss Mu again. Minha bowed low to the ground like a servant girl. She could only obey the command, yes. I obey the order. I thank your majesty for your grace. The Empress Dowager looked down angrily and shouted, Minha, we ask you. Third Miss Mu is clearly so good at tea tasting. Why did you just falsely accuse the third Miss? Minha remained trembling and kowtowing on the ground. She answered fearfully, Imperial Grandmaternal Grandmother, I was wrong. The Empress Dowager's anger did not subside. She stood up and shouted, What good does saying you were wrong do? You are not her equal in tea tasting. You tried to cover it up and lie, showed no remorse after framing her, and even turned to bite back. Your actions are truly detestable. Consort Dawn, feeling apprehensive, could only chime in, Your Majesty, Your Highness the Empress Dowager. In this servant's opinion, Minha has indeed been a bit odd. Why not confine her to her quarters to reflect on her actions? The Empress Dowager, full of killing intent, criticized like mother like daughter. She angrily punished Minha severely. You are confined for 2 months. Every day at noon, you will copy the admonitions for women and precept for women once. In the afternoon, you will relearn the rules with Consort Duan. You are not to use any excuse to shirk your responsibility. Humiliated and dejected, Minha could only kneel on the ground. She whispered in reply, I thank Imperial Grandmother for her grace. Xinyan said cheerfully, Imperial Grandmother, third Miss Mu is so formidable at tea tasting. I'm truly basking in her glory. I'll ask the third Miss to help me win the 8 Immortals tea from the Xinling Tea House and present it to Imperial Grandmother. Hashua smiled brightly. She teased, Seventh brother is truly shameless. This is clearly taking advantage of Sister Yunchi. The Empress Dowager approved. Let's do that. She ordered a nearby servant girl. Go fetch that set of peony ruby jewelry and that flower-embroidered brocade dress. Award them to Mu Yunchi. Yunchi said politely, Thank you, Your Highness the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager sat on her chair, smiled, and said, After you and Yinner get the 8 Immortals tea, we will reward you further. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Imperial Mother has already given a reward. It wouldn't be right if we didn't give one. Emperor Huang Jing said generously, Reward Mu Yunshi with carnelian stones, a quicksand immortal phoenix tail brush, a coral stand, pearl musk ink, and a crystal seal. Yunshi was overjoyed but maintained her etiquette. She replied cautiously, I thank Her Highness the Empress Dowager for the reward, and I thank Your Majesty for the reward. Yunshi thought gleefully to herself. With the imperially bestowed crystal seal, it represents the Emperor's seal of approval. It also means my revenge has taken another step forward. The images of the treacherous Wan Xin and Wan Ling were etched in her mind. Soudainly, Xuanyang noticed Yangxi's attitude. Xinyan said politely, It's getting late, so your son will escort the third Miss out of the palace now. After obtaining the 8 Immortals tea, your grandson will present it to grandmother. The Empress Dowager replied gently, All right. When you have nothing to do in the future, come to Wanshou Palace more often to chat with us. Yunshi followed behind Xinyan, filled with confusion. She looked at Xinyan, puzzled. Yunshi thought to herself, What is this situation? Why is it so hot out? It is like a block of ice. Freezing cold. Xinyan lifted the curtain of the carriage and helped Yunshi onto it. Yunshi and Xinyan sat together in the carriage in a quiet atmosphere. Yunshi's eyes widened. She thought in astonishment, What is going on? Why am I in the 7th Prince's carriage? She exclaimed, My apologies. I've gotten into the wrong carriage. Suddenly, Xinyan grabbed her wrist. Yunshi was too stunned to react. Xinyan pulled her, causing her to fall against him. She cried out. Yunshi fell against Xinyan, her face blushing. Yunshi kept her composure and thought, No, I have to get back to my own carriage. She pushed Xinyan away, but suddenly Yunshi's knee hit Xuanyan's private parts. His eyes welled up with tears. He cried out, Ah! Yunshi hadn't expected it, and her face flushed crimson. Xinyan turned and pinned her down, teasingly saying, Are you trying to cripple me? Yunshi shyly looked at his handsome face and stammered, Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I just wanted to get up, but the carriage jolted and I accidentally fell. Xinyan smirked and replied in a low voice, Is a simple apology enough? You've injured me, so you have to take responsibility for me. Yunshi was timid. She asked in a small voice, How How do I take responsibility? Xian Yan still held her pin down. He chuckled. This knee of yours might very well have made it impossible for me to continue my family line. If I can't get a wife in the future, then I can only have you as my wife. Yunqi struggled and screamed. No. Xian Yan laughed gleefully. He teased. Well then, your medical skills are superb, so help me get better. Yunqi was so embarrassed, she could have fumed. She stammered, but that place, it's not convenient for me. Suddenly, the carriage will hit a bump, pressing them even closer together. Yunqi cried out. Before Xian Yan could react, his lips accidentally touched Yunqi's. Both of their faces flushed red. Xian Yan gently pulled his lips away. Both of them were drenched in sweat. Yunqi decisively pushed him away. Xian Yan sat back. Yunqi turned her face away, embarrassed. Still flustered, Yunqi didn't dare to look at Xian Yan. She was flustered. You kissed me. I don't blame you. Let's just consider my apology to you. I hope you will order the carriage to stop. I have to get off. Xian Yan quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. Sure. Actually, I've always had a secret I wanted to tell you. Since things have happened like this today, I'm afraid the misunderstanding will only deepen later. So I've decided to tell you now. Yunqi asked doubtfully what secret. Xian Yan brought her hand to his face. He said gently, I'm a reincarnated person. Yunqi's eyes widened in surprise. Xian Yan quickly continued, I know you don't believe me, but this is the truth. Actually, in my past life, I always liked you. A memory of Xian Yan watching Yunqi's retreating figure appeared. He quickly continued, but because of cowardice and the engagement, I never dared to express my feelings for you. I could only watch as you were framed step by others. I hated it so much. Xian Yan took her by the shoulders. He said very sincerely, I never expected that heaven has eyes and let me live another life. After I knew I was reincarnated, I swore that in this life, I would definitely win you back and protect you. Xian Yan resolutely finished, and not let you die from the schemes of wicked people. Yunqi was stunned to hear those words. Tears suddenly streamed down Yunqi's face. She replied softly, I've already died once before. Xian Yan had almost guessed it. He asked again, died once before? You mean? Xian Yan looked at Yunqi and blurted out, You're also reincarnated? She answered seriously. Xian Yan held his head. He said, No wonder. Suddenly he said, Sheer, if we have both lived 2 lives, then we should cherish this affection for each other and cooperate for mutual benefit. Yunqi sternly refused. I'm sorry. I can cooperate with you, but please give me some time to think, all right? Yunqi turned away, leaving Xian Yan confused as she requested, Stop the carriage. Yunqi got out of the carriage and hurried away. Lingbo said in confusion, Master, Miss Mu. Xian Yan lifted the curtain. He sighed and said, let her go. In the residence, a malicious voice rang out. Yo, third sister still has the face to come back. Yunqi entered the residence to face the whole family. She said, confused, what does fourth sister mean by that? What I mean, Mu Wanxin criticized. Look at the fine mess you've made. Second aunt didn't wait for Yunqi to continue. She immediately started shouting, blaming her. You dare to bring a strange man into your own boudoir, and even dropped a cup. The reputation of our residence has been destroyed by you in an instant. She threw the cup at Yunqi's feet. Wanxin was furious. She pointed at Yunqi's face, brazenly exposing everything without knowing right from wrong. Furthermore, that night, I saw with my own eyes third sister being taken into the 7th prince's residence by the 7th prince. Who knows what kind of improper things the 2 of you did. The next day, you even lied and said you were at Princess Heshua's residence. If you don't have a guilty conscience, why would you need to lie? Wanxin looked at her with contempt. She began to speculate. Returning so late again today, she must have been fooling around with the 7th prince. Yunqi angrily reminded her, Fourth sister, it's one thing for you to say things about me, but the 7th prince is a member of the royal family. She continued, by saying such things, aren't you slandering the royal family? Wanxin scornfully rebuked her for her lack of manners. What royal family? Even the royal family will be despised by people for committing such immoral and corrupt acts. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. Excellent, very well said. Xian Yan walked in, followed by Dang Liang. He spoke, catching her in the act, Mu Wanxin, the innocence of myself and Sheer. When Wanxin saw him walk in, her face turned pale. Xian Yan frowned and questioned, the honor of the royal family. Is it for the likes of you to disgrace? Wanxin looked away fearfully. She stammered, I had no intention of insulting the royal family. Xian Yan stared closely at Wanxin's face, making her turn pale with fear. He said sinisterly, on the contrary, it was you who deliberately seduced the 4th prince, Mo Xianling, and secretly met up to threaten the 4th prince into marrying you as his wife. Isn't that right? Wan Xin fell to the ground in fear. She tried to argue, no, it's not. It was the fourth prince himself. Suddenly, Wan Xin covered her mouth in horror. She thought to herself, no, I can't sell out the fourth prince, or I'll lose absolutely everything. Xin Yin showed no pity. He decisively ordered the punishment. Guards, Mu Wanxin has disrespected the imperial family and seduced a member of the royal family. Take her away. Seeing that Wanxin was about to be taken away, her mother, the concubine, hurriedly stood up to block them and protect her daughter. She cried out, no, you can't take my daughter away. My daughter has been wronged. Xin Yin found her an eyesore and boldly added to the punishment for failing to raise her daughter well and for obstructing a royal in the enforcement of the law. Take her away as well. As her mother was dragged away, she cried out, this is an injustice. Wan Xin, too, screamed in fear and injustice. Xin Yin paid them no mind and politely greeted old Madame Mu. The reason Shira returned so late is because she was summoned to the palace and was even given rewards by Her Highness the Empress Dowager and His Majesty the Emperor. Congratulations, Marquis. Congratulations, old Madame Mu. Miss Mu Yunshi has received the favor of Her Highness the Empress Dowager and His Majesty the Emperor and was rewarded with the 4 treasures of the study, as well as some jewelry and clothing. The expensive items appeared, sparkling. The Marquis of Mu bowed respectfully. Thank you for the great imperial grace. Long live the Emperor. Long, long live the Emperor. 1,000 years to the Empress Dowager. 1,000 years to the Empress Dowager. Xin Yin stepped forward and said with a smile, from now on, your status in this residence will be different. I believe no one will dare to harm you again. The matter between us. Before he could finish, Yunshi replied shyly. 7th Prince, the Xin Yin placed a finger on her lips, silencing her. There's no need to rush. I'll give you time to think. In 5 days, I will wait for you by Bantian Lake. He didn't forget to carefully add, if you accept my feelings, then come find me. 5 days later, Xin Yin was waiting at the appointed place. Yunshi walked up behind him. Xin Yin turned around, smiled, and said, sure, you're here. She blushed and shyly confessed, what other choice did I have? Thinking back on it, from the Baichuan auction to being summoned to the palace, a certain someone has indeed helped me quite a lot. What's even more outrageous is that in recent nights, he even climbed up to my window to whisper sweet nothings. Yunshi continued to tease affectionately, making it so I couldn't sleep peacefully. Today, I had to come here specifically to settle things once and for all. Xin Yin wrapped his arms around her waist. Yunshi also put her arms around his neck. He whispered gently, all right, then from now on, can that certain someone whisper sweet nothings to you every day? Yunshi replied softly, all right.